Martial Peak, Chapter 4707, The Four Phoenixes. Qing Yuan's speed was extremely fast, so it didn't take long before they arrived at a place with beautiful scenery. The spirit peaks were covered in mist, and world energy was abundant in the air. Furthermore, there were many gorgeous pavilions in the mountains. Qing Yuan landed lightly in front of the main hall, then she gently placed Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang down before saying, "This place is very safe. Rest here for the day. I will come and speak to you tomorrow." After saying that, she turned and departed with a flash. Watching her departing figure, Yang Kai frowned slightly. He had so many questions in his heart. For example, why did the Dragon Clan leave the ancestral land? Where did they go? What did the seal have to do with their departure? The other divine spirits might not know anything, but Qing Yuan, who was closely related to the Phoenix clan bloodline, would surely know some of the secrets. According to the information that Yang Kai had gotten so far, the Dragon Clan left the ancestral land with most of the Phoenix clan many years ago. However, Qing Yuan had already mentioned that she would come and speak to him tomorrow, so there was no need to hurry. He had been escaping with Xia Lin Lang over the past few days, and the consumption had been too great, so it was true that he needed to recuperate. There was nobody in the main hall when Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang walked inside, so they each just found a private room and went inside to rest. On another spirit peak, Qing Yuan flew over and landed. There were 3 other women waiting for her there. One was dressed in purple, one was dressed in yellow, and the last was dressed in white. The yellow-robed woman walked up and asked, "Elder sister, how is the situation?" Qing Yuan replied, "I found him and brought him back, but Kun Ao kicked up such a huge fuss that all the divine spirits know about the appearance of a Dragon Clan member in the ancestral land. I'm afraid that the matters related to the seal cannot be delayed any longer." The purple-robed woman frowned. That seal is something both the dragon and the Phoenix clans left behind in ancient times. Since it is such a powerful seal, it must surely be related to a matter of great importance. Unfortunately, so many years have passed, so nobody knows what is being contained inside. Rashly opening the seal may bring about unpredictable consequences. Qing Yuan nodded. It's true that nobody knows what it contains, but most divine spirits know about the ancestral land seal. Moreover, the seal has naturally loosened after so many years. There is no denying that extremely pure ancestral strength is leaking out from the gaps of the seal. Otherwise, nobody in the ancestral land would have joined the movement spearheaded by the Kun clan with the intention of releasing it. The other 3 women nodded lightly. During their conversation, a young man hurried over and cupped his fist. "Old ancestors, please head to the infant Phoenix Tower immediately. There's an emergency." The women's expressions changed when they heard those words, and they sped there without any hesitation. A short while later, they stood inside the infant Phoenix Tower and examined the Phoenix egg in front of them with solemn expressions. The infant Phoenix Tower was where the babies of 4 Phoenix Pavilion were housed. Any clansman who had laid a phoenix egg would place their offspring here to be nurtured. It was to ensure the survival and birth of their descendants. Unfortunately, the vitality of the phoenix egg in front of them was weakening at this very moment. It was like a candle in the wind, at risk of vanishing at any given moment. Upon seeing this, Qing Yuan immediately placed her finger into her mouth without hesitation. She bit through the skin of her fingertip and forced out a drop of her own blood essence. Her bare hand then danced nimbly, drawing countless patterns on the phoenix egg. An extremely intricate and mysterious array formed in an instant. When the light shone brightly, the array was completely absorbed by the phoenix egg. The vitality that was on the verge of being extinguished slowly showed signs of stabilizing. Silently watching the phoenix egg in front of her, she gave a small sigh and asked, "How many does this make over the past 1,000 years?" The white-robed woman replied sadly, "This is the 3rd. The previous 2 did not make it. And this one might not survive either. Whether or not it could successfully hatch would depend entirely on the heavens now." The yellow-robed woman added, "The bloodlines of the 2 newly hatched are quite impure. Their future achievements will be limited." The ancestral strength was getting weaker and weaker. This place was the origin of all divine spirits, so the weakening ancestral strength naturally had a huge impact on the birth and survival of the descendants of all the divine spirits. The divine spirits of the older generation could feel these changes clearly. It was many times harder for them to improve their bloodline power now compared to when they were younger. Naturally, part of the reason was that the purer their bloodline, the more difficult it was for them to enhance their strength, but unfortunately, the biggest reason was that the ancestral strength was weakening. It had always been difficult for the Phoenix clan to have descendants, and if things continued at this rate, there would not be any new descendants with their bloodline born to them. Forget the Phoenix clan. The population of divine spirits with small numbers in the first place had withered and were practically on the verge of extinction. Elder sister, the seal, the yellow-robed woman looked at Qing Wan. Qing Wan let out a heavy sigh in response. The next day, Yang Kai was meditating when he suddenly opened his eyes and flashed out of his room. When he arrived outside the main hall, he looked up at the sky only to see 4 rays of different colored lights flying towards him. Having also noticed the commotion, Xia Lin Lang appeared beside him. A short while later, 4 women landed in front of the 2 of them. Yang Kai bowed in greeting. Junior Yang Kai greets 4 seniors. Likewise, Xia Lin Lang quickly gave an elegant bow. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, her powerful perception distinctly told her that all 4 women standing in front of her were much stronger than her. Even Bright Sun Divine Monarch was nothing compared to any one of them. As the leader, Qing Wan nodded lightly before looking at Yang Kai and saying, "I am Qing Wan. You might already know me. These 3 are Yuan Chu, Yuzhua, and Honghu. The 4 of us can be considered the oldest generation in the 4 Phoenix Pavilion." Yang Kai's heart trembled slightly. He once read the Divine Spirit record, and according to its text, there were phoenixes of 5 different colors, namely red phoenix, azure luan, yellow yuan chu, purple yuzhua, and white honghu. It could be said that the 4 women in front of him carried the purest bloodlines of the Phoenix clan other than the phoenixes themselves. Moreover, the dragon and the Phoenix clans had always had a close relationship with each other, which was why he did not feel the slightest sense of oppression from them even though the gap in their strength was so large. On the contrary, Yang Kai's dragon veins seemed to be rejoicing. "You probably have some questions for us. Similarly, we have some questions for you." Qing Wan looked at Yang Kai warmly, as if she were his elder. "Let's go inside and talk." Yang Kai nodded. Thus, they all went into the main hall and took their seats. The gazes of the 4 women were focused on Yang Kai. They constantly seemed to be examining him as though trying to figure out something from his body. "Your bloodline is strange." Qing Wan was the first to speak. "It's extremely pure, but you don't seem to be part of the Dragon Clan. Can you explain the situation to us?" Yang Kai nodded and said, "I am not part of the Dragon Clan, but I'm not fully human either." The purple-robed Yuzhua frowned. Even if a human obtained a dragon source by chance, their bloodline should not have been so pure. "What dragon source did you receive?" In response, Yang Kai silently stimulated the power of his dragon source. A deafening dragon roar resounded throughout the main hall in the next moment, and at the same time, a large golden dragon head seemed to awaken from dormancy and floated just behind him. The dragon eyes were majestic, seeming to overlook the universe. Qing Wan narrowed her eyes and exclaimed, "Golden divine dragon source." Likewise, Yuzhua revealed a look of understanding. "No wonder. You've probably tried many ways to enhance your source strength over the years. That's why you managed to experience such growth, right?" Yang Kai nodded. "I consumed many spirit pills refined from the dragon blood flowers." After a hesitant pause, he asked, "Seniors, can you tell me about what happened to the Dragon Clan?" The women exchanged glances with each other. Then, Qing Wan explained, "We have lived in the ancestral land ever since we were born, but even we have never met the Dragon Clan before. It's only thanks to our bloodline inheritance that we know some things about the Dragon Clan. As for whether they are the truth, you will have to be the judge of that yourself. We are not deliberately trying to deceive you." This junior would not dare to think that. Yang Kai nodded slightly. She then continued, "As you know, any divine spirit will be strong enough to rival a high-rank open heaven realm master in strength once they reach adulthood. As the head of all divine spirits, the Dragon Clan is no exception. Dragon Clan members who were not as strong as a high-rank open heaven realm master would always be considered juvenile dragons no matter how many years they cultivated. Only those with strength comparable to high-rank open heaven realm masters were worthy of the title Grand Dragon. Yang Kai nodded. This sentiment was something that he heard from Bai Shi in the past. According to Bai Shi, one's dragon form had to be at least 10,000 meters long for them to be worthy of the title Grand Dragon. And above the Grand Dragons are the Divine Dragons. Qing Wan continued. The strength of a Grand Dragon is equivalent to the strength of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master or an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. On the other hand, Divine Dragons are on par with 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. I'm sure you're aware of the gap in strength between them. The gap in strength between each order of the Open Heaven Realm was like the difference between night and day. A 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master killing a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was like stealing candy from a baby. The same applied if a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master tried to kill a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The difference in strength between an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master would only be even more staggering. Meanwhile, a Divine Dragon was an existence comparable to a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. The source you inherited once belonged to a Divine Dragon. Qing Wan looked him straight in the eye. In any case, you were able to refine this source and produce a dragon vein. Regardless of your origins as part of the human race, strictly speaking, you're already part of the Dragon Clan. It's just that you are no more than a juvenile dragon based on your current strength. Hearing those words left him dumbfounded. Yang Kai had worked hard and cultivated for many years in order to achieve all the success he enjoyed today. Nevertheless, he could only be classified as a juvenile in the Dragon Clan with his current achievements. The strength of the Dragon Clan was evident. When he realized that even Zhu Yan and Fu Zhuan could only be classified as juvenile dragons though, he felt a little better. Yang Kai had obtained his dragon source when he was still very young. In that case, what happened to the former owner of the source for him to die in that place? It had to be said that he was a divine dragon comparable to a 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. What about the Phoenix Clan source that Su Yan inherited? Both of them had been together at the time. How could a Phoenix Clan member be weak if she died beside a divine dragon? Unfortunately, what happened back then would forever remain a mystery. This is the heaven's will. Qing Wan sighed. In the beginning, she had hoped that Yang Kai's bloodline might not be strong enough to unlock the seal even if he was part of the Dragon Clan. If that was the case, then she would only need to explain the circumstances to the divine spirits in the ancestral land and this matter might have been suppressed as a result. However, she knew that this method would not work as soon as she saw the source strength Yang Kai possessed. Although with his current dragon vein's power, he could only be classified as a juvenile dragon, his source was extremely pure. There was a possibility that he could unlock the seal, so what excuse could 4 Phoenix Pavilion use to stop the divine spirits in the ancestral land? A brief moment of silence passed before Qing Wan asked, "Do you know why all the divine spirits in the ancestral land want to capture you?" Yang Kai replied, "I heard that they want to use my bloodline to unlock some sort of seal." Qing Wan nodded, "So you know. In that case, this will be easy to explain. In ancient times, the dragon and the Phoenix clans joined forces to leave behind a powerful seal in the ancestral land. Nobody knows what is contained within the seal. Perhaps, only the original generation of divine spirits know the truth. Unfortunately, too much time has passed and too many things have been lost over the generations, even with the inheritance of divine spirits like ourselves." Martial Peak, Chapter 4708, The Ancient Seal. At present, nobody in the ancestral land knows why the Dragon and Phoenix clans left this seal behind in ancient times. The only thing we can be certain of is that the seal contains an abundance of extremely pure ancestral strength. Over the years, the seal has started to loosen and the ancestral strength has begun leaking out from within. We've personally gone to investigate the seal and verified this fact, Qing Wan continued. According to my estimation, the seal was formed from ancestral strength, which is why this phenomenon is occurring. Yang Kai frowned. Since it is a seal, whatever that is contained inside cannot be a good thing. Who knows what kind of consequences we might face if we recklessly break the seal? Qing Wan smiled bitterly. How can the divine spirits in the ancestral land be unaware of this fact? But, as you know, divine spirits are generally arrogant due to their immense strength. Even if whatever that was sealed inside back then turned out to be something bad, chances are that it no longer exists after so many eons. Even if it still exists, there is nothing to fear with the immense strength of the divine spirits in the ancestral land. To the divine spirits in the ancestral land, releasing the seal might be risky, but the risks are insignificant compared to the benefits. There was pure ancestral strength leaking out of the seal. If they could release the seal, they could improve the current conditions of the ancestral land. It would be highly beneficial to the reproduction and survival of all divine spirits. If not for that, the Kuan clan would not have been adamant about breaking the seal. Yang Kai fell silent after hearing those words. There was no way a sixth-order open heaven realm master like him could resist under these circumstances, so he raised his head and asked, "What is Four Phoenix Pavilion's stance towards this matter?" Qing Wan replied, "We have always disapproved of the decision to break the seal. However, based on the general trend, it doesn't matter whether we agree or disagree anymore. I will be honest with you. No less than 10 divine spirits have been lingering outside the Four Phoenix Pavilion since yesterday. Even if we wanted to send you away, we don't have the ability to do so." Wuxia added, "Besides, the seal began loosening several thousand years ago. Even if we don't take the initiative to undo the seal ourselves, it will break on its own after several thousand more years." "I understand." Yang Kai took a deep breath. "What do I need to do?" Qing Wan said, "There's nothing that you need to do in particular. The seal was left behind by the Dragon and Phoenix clans using their bloodline power, so you only need to consume some blood essence to break the seal. In 2 days, the divine spirits in the ancestral land will come to the Four Phoenix Pavilion to discuss these matters. I will let you know once the results of the discussion are out. After that, I will bring you to the Demon Sealing Land. You should get a good rest over the next 2 days." Demon Sealing Land? Yang Kai raised an eyebrow at those words. Is that where the seal is located? Qing Wan nodded. The situation in the Demon Sealing Land was passed down by word of mouth since ancient times. Although the seal has been loosening, we have not detected any demon chi coming from within. We have no idea why it is called the Demon Sealing Land either. Perhaps, the ominous things that were sealed inside have long turned into nothing but dust over the years. Even if there existed some sort of demon chi, the divine spirits of the ancestral land were not afraid. The strength of the divine spirits could not be defeated by something as trivial as demon chi. Over the next 2 days, Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang focused on their recovery. 2 days later, Four Phoenix Pavilion opened its gates. Numerous overwhelmingly powerful auras entered one after another, each one representing a mighty divine spirit. Inside the main hall, several dozen people slowly filled the seats. Even though the divine spirits arrived at different times, they each found a suitable seat for themselves in tacit agreement. Meanwhile, Qing Wan and the 3 other Phoenix women sat in a row of seats situated at the topmost position. Yang Kai sat upright to the left and below them, looking down with his head lowered. Every single divine spirit that entered the room would study him with great interest. Some of them would even reveal curious expressions. Most of the divine spirits had been born and raised in the ancestral land all their lives, so the Dragon Clan was a rare sight to them. They had only ever heard of the Dragon Clan but never seen one with their own eyes. Sitting directly opposite Yang Kai was Kuan Ao of the Kuan clan. His gaze would sweep over Yang Kai from time to time, and he did not bother to conceal his murderous intent. Likewise, the dragon vein in Yang Kai's body seemed eager to fight. The hatred that came from the depths of his bloodline was an inheritance passed down from ancient times. Even if hundreds of thousands of years had passed, This hatred would never disappear as long as their respective bloodlines continued to exist. More than half of the divine spirits in attendance were comparable to 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Even if the rest were not as powerful, they were at least the equivalent of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. It was obvious that all of them were mature divine spirits. Nie Meng had come too. She was also part of the ancestral land after all. The seal in the demon sealing land would affect the growth of her descendants, so she had to make an appearance. Nonetheless, she did not say a word to Yang Kai. The first reason was that the situation was inappropriate. The other reason was that he had the protection of 4 Phoenix Pavilion. Many divine spirits might be in attendance today, but they posed no threat to him. In just an incense stick, all the seats in the main hall had been filled. All the divine spirit clans had sent a representative to attend the meeting today. Qing Wan's beautiful eyes took in the scene in front of her for a moment before she spoke. Since everyone is here, let us begin our discussion. Kun Ao grinned. What else needs to be discussed about the seal? We've waited for so many years, and now, a dragon clan member has finally appeared in the ancestral land. Who knows how much longer we will have to wait if we let this opportunity slip through our fingers? Why don't we all express our attitude towards this matter and be done with it? The minority will obey the majority. What do you think, Qing Wan? Narrowing her eyes, she said nothing more and simply nodded lightly. Now that things had come to this, she had already mentally prepared herself for how the situation would develop. Nothing would change no matter how much she objected to the decision. Kuaneo laughed. I'm sure you're all aware of the situation in the demon sealing land, so there's no need to say anything more. Do we maintain the seal as it is? Or, do we take a risk to release the seal and allow the ancestral strength to flood this land again so that our descendants never worry about reproduction issues again? Make your choice. Nobody is forcing you. The Kun clan supports the decision to release the seal. We have also been working hard towards this goal for many years. You've witnessed our efforts for yourselves. Those who are willing to progress with us, please show your support. I agree to releasing the seal. Tao Wu, who was sitting beside Kun Ao, grinned widely. As do I. Bayan responded immediately. I. There were a series of voices ringing out in the grand hall. Although some of the divine spirits did not express their opinions, those who agreed to break the seal had already occupied the majority. Kun Ao nodded in satisfaction, then he turned to look at Qing Wan. This is what the people in the ancestral land want. Qing Wan, there's no need for the 4 Phoenix Pavilion to stop us again, right? Qing Wan quietly replied, since you all believe that releasing the sea is the better choice, for Phoenix Pavilion will not say anything more. Let us proceed. Good. Kun Ao laughed out loud. But, before that, for Phoenix Pavilion has a condition. Qing Wan suddenly glared at him. Speak freely. She then pointed at Yang Kai. After the matter with the seal has been completed, I will escort him from this place. No one is allowed to harm him or stop him. She stared at Kun Ao fixedly while speaking those words. It was obvious that her words were directed at him. There were numerous divine spirits in the ancestral land, but the only ones with an irresolvable grudge against the Dragon Clan was the Kun clan. As long as Kun Ao gave his word, Yang Kai would not be in any danger. After all, who else among the rest of the divine spirits would go out of their way to kill a Dragon Clan member for no reason? While it was true that the Dragon Clan had left the ancestral land a very long time ago, who could guarantee that they would not return one day? They would definitely settle all their debts upon their return. Kun Ao nodded readily. Rest assured. The only reason I dealt with him previously was for the seal. This Kun Ao is a man of honor and will not make trouble for a mere brat. Don't forget what you said. Qing Luan nodded faintly. Kun Ao then stood up. It has been so long, and it's rare for all the divine spirits in the ancestral land to be so united. There's no day like today. Why don't we head to the demon sealing land now? Qing Luan glanced at Yang Kai questioningly, and Yang Kai nodded. It's fine with me. Only then did she say, let's set off then. Many divine spirits stood up, and a short while later, countless streams of light sliced through air as they sped off into the distance. Yang Kai was surrounded by Qing Yuan and the three others. Along the way, Qing Yuan reminded him, the foundation of the seal is built on bloodline power. If you want to break the seal, you will need to consume your own blood essence. Do your best, but don't be too greedy for achievements or you will damage your foundation. This junior understands. Yang Kai nodded. The demon sealing land was located at the very edge of the ancestral land, and the nearer they got to it, the more Yang Kai could feel the peculiar force lingering in the world getting stronger. This power was extremely beneficial to the divine spirits. However, it was unique to the ancestral land and practically impossible to find in the outside world. Forget Yang Kai, who was a newcomer to this place. Even the divine spirits living in this place did not know much about the ancestral strength. Nevertheless, this power was undeniably related to the growth and reproduction of all the divine spirits. Even so, the margin of increase was not very large. The reason for this phenomenon was most likely that the seal had loosened and the ancestral strength was leaking out from inside the seal. Approximately half a day later, Yang Kai saw an enormous grand array rising up from the ground in the distance, with several array nodes towering up into the clouds. Moreover, there was another grand array visible to the naked eye spread out on the ground. At this moment, countless figures were gathered around the grand array. These figures came in all shapes and sizes, and every one of them was different from the next. Some looked like beasts while others had humanoid forms. Yang Kai looked around in astonishment. The white-robed Hong Hu, who was closest to him, explained, "The ancestral strength in the demon sealing land is more abundant. So many juniors like to cultivate here. My sisters and I used to fight many other divine spirits here over territorial issues." Yang Kai glanced at her in surprise. To which she smiled, who was not young once. Yang Kai couldn't help chuckling. In the demon sealing land below them, two young divine spirits were fighting in their true forms. It was probably, as she explained earlier, they were competing over a cultivation spot. There were many other young divine spirits in the surroundings who cheered and watched the fight, making for a lively scene. Unfortunately, this fight was bound to be cut short at this moment. The older generation of the divine spirits arrived with great fanfare, causing the younger generation of divine spirits to look up in astonishment. All juniors are to leave. Kun Ao took the lead, waving his hand to chase off the younger generation of divine spirits without the slightest trace of politeness. All of a sudden, a large wing spread out and covered the entire sky. The violent gust of wind swept across the ground, and the younger generation of divine spirits gathered below screamed in panic. There was no saying where the wind had taken them. Many furious gazes shot toward Kun Ao, but he simply declared resolutely, "What are you looking at?" There were Kun clan juniors here too. This king treated them all equally. Is there a problem? Martial Peak, Chapter 4709, Behind the Gate. Inside the ancestral land, both the Kun clan and the Phoenix clan were considered major clans. Not only were they powerful, but they also had many clansmen. Ordinary divine spirits could not afford to provoke either of them. Everybody had witnessed Kun Ao's actions earlier. Although his secret technique had swept many of the younger generation away, his strength had been controlled perfectly and there was no intention to wound. Hence, these people only glared at him viciously for a moment before they withdrew their gazes. Afterward, many gazes turned to focus on Qing Yuan and Yang Kai instead with great expectations. "What do I do?" Yang Kai asked. Qing Yuan replied, "You only need to stand in the middle of the grand sealing array and match our actions later." He nodded and came to stand in the center of the enormous grand array under everybody's watchful eyes. As soon as he took his position, Qing Yuan shouted, "Begin!" Yuan Chu, Yu Zhua, and Hong Hu nodded in unison. The four figures flickered and flashed, each standing at the four corners of the grand array. In the next moment, their majestic divine spirit aura permeated the air and a sharp piercing cry resounded throughout the world. Rays of azure, purple, yellow, and white lights shone out brightly, and the 4 women transformed back into their true bodies. 4 enormous Phoenix clan members, each more than 10,000 meters tall, spread out their wings and threw back their heads with a loud cry. A violent gust of wind raged around them, causing sand and rock to fly in the air. Yang Kai was dazzled by the sight. Although he had seen the Phoenix clan's true appearance before, he had never seen any that were so huge and terrifying. At the same time, a horrifying pressure spread out. Even though they were not deliberately targeting him, it was enough to make his body feel extremely heavy. They cried out again, and 4 streams of blood essence spewed out from the mouths of Qing Wan and the 3 others to splatter upon the Grand Array. In that instant, the Grand Array hummed and the void trembled. Yang Kai roared involuntarily. Following the sound of the dragon roar, a golden dragon head appeared behind him and plunged into his body. In the next moment, his body swelled, his hands transformed into dragon claws, dragon scales covered his body, 2 dragon horns thrust out of his forehead, a dragon tail flicked behind him, and dragon beard fluttered below his jaw when he shook his head fiercely. The small humanoid figure abruptly erupted into a several thousand-meter-tall behemoth. The divine spirits watching by the sides frowned in response, however. They had assumed that Yang Kai was a pure-blooded dragon clan member, but the person in front of them was half-human and half-dragon. That undoubtedly indicated that his bloodline was not as pure as they had imagined. Can the seal be broken with such a weak bloodline? In any case, the arrow had been released and there was no turning back now. They could only suppress the doubts in their hearts and quietly watch how things unfolded. Inside the Grand Array, Yang Kai could feel the power of the dragon vein in his body surging violently and the vitality in his chest churning fiercely. A mouthful of blood essence was then forced from his throat and splattered onto the Grand Array. After the Grand Array had been stimulated by blood essence of Qing Wan and the others, the lights had been flashing and flickering endlessly. With the addition of Yang Kai's dragon blood, the light shone even more brightly than before. Numerous patterns inside the Grand Array lit up and linked together to become one. Furthermore, the dragon and phoenix blood that was sprayed across the Grand Array wriggled about within its patterns, like some sort of living thing. With the passage of time, the illusory phantom of a heavy set of gates appeared in the sky above the Grand Array. The magnificent gates stood in the sky between the heavens and the earth. There had been no trace of these gates before, and it was not until this moment that they were revealed in all their glory. Many of the divine spirits looked up with excited expressions on their faces. The demon sealing land was not a restricted area, and many among the younger generation of divine spirits liked to cultivate here. Most of the older generation of divine spirits had also investigated this place in the past, but regardless of their identities, nobody had ever discovered any traces of this gate before. Be that as it may, this gate had appeared when the dragon and phoenix blood mixed with each other. In other words, there was a high possibility that the seal could be broken. The predicament that had plagued the divine spirits in the ancestral land for countless years was finally showing signs of being resolved. How could they not be eager and excited? As time passed, the gate that stood in the sky became more and more solid. It was almost as though it actually existed. However, everyone could see that the gate was not a solid entity, but the manifestation of great energy. It was the seal itself. What was contained behind the gate were the secrets that had been hidden from the ancestral land for countless generations. An hour later, the light shining from the Grand Array gradually showed signs of growing dim. However, the gates showed no signs of opening in the slightest. Kuan Ao shouted, "Qing Wan, it's not enough." Upon hearing those words, Qing Wan and the 3 others spat out another mouthful of blood essence while in the center of the Grand Array, Yang Kai did the same. The light of the Grand Array that had faded slightly was instantly revived to its full glory. The 2 forces intertwined and entangled inside the Grand Array, spreading towards the heavy gates like vines. The divine spirits could clearly sense that the 2 forces were none other than the bloodline powers of the Dragon Clan and the Phoenix Clan. There seemed to be a pair of large invisible hands that pushed and shoved at the heavy gates. Accompanied by a creaking sound that reverberated throughout the world, the heavy gates slowly opened by a crack. The eyes of Kun Ao and the other divine spirits immediately brightened in excitement as they stared fixedly at the gate. Extremely pure force emerged from the gap that had opened. It was ancestral strength. It was just that none of the divine spirits had ever felt the existence of such a powerful ancestral strength in many, many years. Thus, they couldn't help feeling warm and protected when the force enveloped them. Standing in the middle of the grand array, Yang Kai felt these changes even more clearly. Under the stimulation of that force, he could feel the power of his dragon vein boiling furiously. His bloodline was becoming purer and purer at a speed that he could detect. The most notable change was that his huge body that had originally reached its limits had grown again, and the bloodline in his body burst out like the roar of the rushing river. The heavy gate opened at a very slow speed. It took more than an hour just to open up a crack that was no more than 3 fingers wide. It was obvious that even more of the bloodline power from the dragon and the phoenix clans were needed to break the seal. Qing Luan, Yang Kai, and the others forced out their blood essence once more to stimulate the power of the grand array. After 3 days, the gates were finally mostly opened, and it would not be long before the seal was broken. Unfortunately, Yang Kai was starting to reach his limits. Releasing this seal had required the consumption of his blood essence, and such consumption was so great that it was damaging his vitality. Compared to Qing Luan and the others, his bloodline was no stronger than that of a juvenile dragon in the first place. His bloodline might be pure enough, but he simply could not withstand the consumption. Besides, Qing Luan and the others had 4 people working together while he was alone. The consumption he experienced was 4 times that of Qing Luan and the others. At this moment, his complexion was very pale, and even his large figure seemed a little shaky and unsteady, like he could collapse at any moment. There was no doubt that Kun Ao had also discovered this fact. He would glance at the gate from time to time before he glanced back at Yang Kai. An inexplicable light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Qing Luan naturally noticed this and shouted, "Don't even think about it, Kun Ao. If anything happens to him, for Phoenix Pavilion will never break the seal." Kun Ao's face twitched at those words, but he soon just chuckled. "You're overthinking things, Qing Luan. I'm just worried about whether this brat can persevere until the end. Since you've said as much though, I'm sure there will be no problems on his part." The truth was that he had indeed thought about it. If Yang Kai could no longer withstand the pressure of releasing the seal, he could simply slaughter him on the grand array itself. After all, based on the current situation, it would seem that the seal could be broken as long as there was an adequate amount of Dragon Clan blood. The life or death of the Dragon Clan member providing the blood had nothing to do with him. However, seeing as Qing Luan had already warned him, Kun Ao could only give up on his idea. All his efforts would be in vain if 4 Phoenix Pavilion refused to cooperate again because he killed this Dragon Clan member. Qing Luan looked at Yang Kai in concern. "Take some time to recover. There's no hurry." Yang Kai nodded quietly and sat down in the middle of the grand array without further ado. He silently activated his secret technique and frantically devoured the ancestral strength that was pouring out of the seal. His physique wriggled while at the same time, his bloodline steadily became purer and purer. Even his half-dragon form experienced huge growth. Over the past few days, his half-dragon form had grown by at least 30 meters, and that was with him not even concentrating on cultivating. What's more, this was the result when the seal was not broken completely. If he could release the seal completely, how much more would the ancestral strength benefit him? Yang Kai could somewhat understand why the divine spirits in the ancestral land was so eager to break the seal now. The ancestral strength was simply far too beneficial to the cultivation and growth of divine spirits. Not many divine spirits could resist in the face of such a temptation. Even Qing Luan and the others were not that repulsed by the idea of releasing the seal, or they would never have been so cooperative in the first place. Half a day later, Yang Kai stood up and spewed out another mouthful of blood essence on the grand array. The heavy gates had opened by more than half at this point, and with the help of this mouthful of dragon blood, the gap widened a little more again. Another day passed by in the same manner. 7 whole days after they began releasing the seal, The grand array shone brightly when Yang Kai spewed out one last mouthful of dragon blood. Then, the heavy gates finally opened completely. Yang Kai immediately collapsed to the ground, his enormous half-dragon form shrinking rapidly to transform back into his human form. Qing Luan and the others quickly released their true body transformations and rushed to his side to help him up. "How are you feeling?" Yuan Chu asked. Yang Kai was as pale as a sheet, but he slowly shook his head. "I just consumed too much energy. It's not a big problem." Qing Luan nodded, "As long as you have not damaged your foundation." After saying that, she looked up at the gates. The gates were opened, and an abundance of ancestral strength was pouring out of them. Be that as it may, when the time came, all the divine spirits simply stood there motionlessly. Nobody scrambled to be the first to enter the gates. After all, nobody knew what was waiting for them. Kuan Ao turned to look behind him. In that direction, a figure stepped forward with a hideous expression on his face. It was none other than Qing Yang, who had stumbled into the ancestral land while pursuing Yang Kai and Xia Lin Lang. He had not been present when the divine spirits rushed here earlier, and there was no telling when he had arrived at this place. When all the divine spirits in the surroundings turned to look at him, he felt his skin tightening in apprehension, even though he was in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm. "Don't forget what you promised me, Kuan Ao," Qing Yang shouted grimly. Kuan Ao smiled. "Of course. I will ask Kuan Yu to escort you out of the ancestral land after this. You will not be able to leave the ancestral land without the escort of a divine spirit." Qing Yang coldly snorted. He would never have agreed to Kuan Ao's demands if not for his wish to leave the ancestral land. It was just that he was currently living under their eaves, so he had no choice but to bow down to their wishes. Looking up at the heavy gates, Qing Yang drew the power of his small universe to wrap around his body. Then he soared into the sky and plunged through those gates to vanish out of sight. After seeing this exchange, how could the divine spirits not realize that Kuan Ao had sent Qing Yang to scout the way ahead? Bright Sun Divine Monarch was in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, so even if the situation inside was very dangerous, it was impossible for him not to survive and return with some useful information. Therefore, the divine spirits waited silently. Less than an incense stick later though, Qing Yang returned from within the gates. It was just that his complexion was extremely pale and his aura was especially chaotic, almost as though he had suffered a huge blow. Martial Peak, Chapter 4710, Ancestral Spirit Fruit. Under the watch of the many divine spirits, Qing Yang rushed out of the demon sealing land. His complexion was incredibly pale and his aura was in disarray. There were faint traces of scales appearing on his exposed skin, and the nails on both his hands grew rapidly. "Monster transformation!" Qing Luan shouted from where she stood beside Yang Kai. The ancestral land was the origin of all divine spirits, and there was an extremely peculiar force in this land that was highly beneficial to the reproduction and growth of those divine spirits. However, this force was a poison that could become lethal to living creatures that were not divine spirits. This was something that Qing Luan mentioned to Yang Kai previously. That was why the living creatures existing in the ancestral land were generally divine spirits or those with the divine spirit bloodline. It was impossible for a pure human cultivator to stay in the ancestral land for a long time, as once the ancestral strength invaded their bodies, there was a high possibility that they would suffer from horrible consequences. Those consequences were monster transformation. Qing Yang was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and his strength was incredibly powerful. Even so, he was already being eroded by the ancestral strength and showing signs of monster transformation after spending less than an incense stick inside the demon sealing land. It was conceivable just how abundant and intense the ancestral strength in the demon sealing land was that even a master like Qing Yang could not resist. That was why many of the divine spirits rejoiced at the sight of his miserable state. The stronger the ancestral strength in the demon sealing land, the better it was for them. "What's inside?" Kuan Ao asked while looking at Qing Yang. Qing Yang shook his head while resisting the ancestral strength that was invading his body. "It's too vast. I couldn't investigate much, but it shouldn't be dangerous for divine spirits like you. Kuan-ao, I need to leave this place. The sooner, the better. Before entering the demon sealing land, his strength was enough that he could easily resist the erosion of the ancestral strength of the ancestral land, even though it had been gnawing at him without pause. Now that he had fallen into this state, though, the symptoms of monster transformation would become irreversible if he did not leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would become an existence that was neither monster nor human. Kuan-ao stared at Qingyang deeply as though trying to judge whether the latter was speaking the truth, but a short while later he shouted, Kuan-yu. The white-robed youth who fought Yang Kai on several occasions previously came forward. Send him away. Kuan-ao waved his hand dismissively. Although he was a domineering man, he was not a dishonest person. Yes. Kuan-yu accepted the order and gestured to Qingyang politely. Qingyang coldly snorted and turned around to leave. He did not wish to spend another moment in this place. Nevertheless, he cast a glance at Yang Kai with an inexplicable look in his eyes before he departed. He had pursued Yang Kai deep into the ancestral land because of the World Spring. As a result, not only did he fail to obtain the World Spring, but he also brought great trouble down upon himself. It was truly very unlucky. Now that Yang Kai was in the ancestral land, obtaining the World Spring had become nothing more than a dream. Just Yang Kai's identity as a Dragon Clan member was enough to frighten Qingyang greatly. If he had known that Yang Kai was a Dragon Clan member beforehand, he would never have interfered in this chaos. After Kuan-yu sent Qingyang away, Kuan-ao finally turned a hungry gaze at the heavy gates that stood wide open in front of him and grinned. What do you all think? Qingyang had returned safely, which indicated that there were no dangers inside. Therefore, the many divine spirits were eager to make a move. Some could barely hold themselves back at this point. It was just that the Phoenix clan and the Kuan clan had not made any moves yet, so they could not act so indiscreet. Qin Luan voiced her opinion. Since the seal has already been broken, we should go inside and take a look. Kuan-ao laughed. In that case, this king will go on ahead and scout the way for you. He beckoned with his hand while speaking, leading the masters of the Kuan clan to plunge through the gates and vanish out of sight. How could the rest of the divine spirits hold back after seeing that? They all rushed forward and entered the gates one after another, and in the blink of an eye, only the Phoenix clan remained. Qin Luan lowered her head to look at Yang Kai and ask, How are you? Yang Kai shook his head. It's nothing serious. What do you plan to do next? If you wish to leave, I will arrange for someone to escort you out of the ancestral land. However, Yang Kai looked up at the seal gates and declared, I want to go inside and have a look. Qin Luan nodded. You contributed greatly to the breaking of the seal, so there's no issue if you wish to go inside and have a look. However, you should come with us and not act on your own. This junior understands. Many thanks, senior. Yang Kai nodded. Only then did Qin Luan lead the masters of the Phoenix clan into the seal gates with great fanfare. A vast land spread out in front of their eyes as soon as they stepped into the demon sealing land. Strictly speaking, this world was not much different from the ancestral land. It was just that the ancestral strength here was extremely rich. All the Phoenix clan members couldn't help taking a deep breath. Stimulated by this power, their clear and piercing cries rose and fell one after another as colorful Phoenix clan members of various different shapes and sizes revealed their true bodies and fluttered their wings. Even Yang Kai couldn't help relaxing mentally and physically. He felt like a wanderer who finally returned home after traveling the world for many years. His weakened body also recovered its vitality more rapidly, filling him with a sense of satisfaction. This place is still part of the ancestral land. Qin Luan murmured under her breath while looking around her surroundings. Having lived in the ancestral land for countless years, it was only natural that she was familiar with the situation in her home. The land behind the seal gates was part of the ancestral land, and there was essentially no difference between this place and the outside. Yuan Chu seemed pensive. Did the Dragon and Phoenix clans split the ancestral land into two parts in ancient times? Did they then turn this place into the demon sealing land? Yuzhua nodded. That's probably it. There's no other way to explain this phenomenon. The ancestral land had been divided into two parts in ancient times. One part became the place where the various divine spirit clans lived for many years, and the other part became the sealed land known as the demon sealing land. Hence, it was no wonder such pure ancestral strength spilled out from the demon sealing land. It was because this place was part of the ancestral land in the first place. Due to various unpredictable reasons, the ancestral strength in the outside half of the ancestral land was growing weaker and weaker. Even the reproduction and survival of the various divine spirit clans were facing issues as a result. On the contrary, the ancestral strength in the demon sealing land remained well preserved. The mysterious force was rich and abundant. Cheng Yang had entered this place for a brief period earlier, and when he returned, he claimed that the inside was extremely vast. At the time, nobody understood what he meant, as this place was a sealed land after all, so how big could it be? It would now seem that it was certainly very large. The various divine spirits that entered this place earlier were nowhere to be seen, making it obvious that they had ventured deeper to investigate the situation. If there are no dangers in this land, then there will be no need to worry about the futures of the divine spirits in the ancestral land again, Hong Hu said softly. The intensity of the ancestral strength was so great that it was enough to satisfy the needs of the growth and reproduction of the various divine spirit clans. If the infant Phoenix Tower was relocated here, the little ones would surely be born healthy. This place must be known as the demon sealing land for a reason. There might be dangers that we don't know about lurking around. We must investigate carefully. Qing Yuan maintained a vigilant attitude. Under her command, Yuan Chu, Yu Zhua, and Hong Hu each led a team of clansmen and set off in different directions. On the other hand, she traveled only with Yang Kai. There were no abnormalities during their travels, but when Qing Yuan turned around to see Yang Kai, she saw him hesitating to speak. Thus, she smiled and said, "If you have something to ask, go ahead and speak freely. You are part of the Dragon Clan, which has a deep connection with my Phoenix Clan. There's no need to be so reserved." Yang Kai laughed awkwardly for a moment before he said, "Senior, I have many friends with divine spirit bloodlines. It's just that we came from a remote land, and without a proper cultivation method, they have been unable to solve the issue of promoting their bloodlines. Therefore, I wish to bring them to the ancestral land after things have settled here. This place will be of immense help to their growth. Will the divine spirits in the ancestral land reject them?" Qing Yuan shook her head and said, "All divine spirits have the qualifications to enter the ancestral land. That is because this place is the origin of all divine spirits. If you can come, then so can the others. Miameng only entered the ancestral land 100 years ago, and nobody criticized her for anything." Yang Kai quickly pointed out, "Senior Miameng is powerful." Qing Yuan chuckled in response, "That's true. Are your friends not strong?" According to the classification of the divine spirits, they are all considered as juveniles. Most importantly, many of them are Dragon Clan members. Qing Yuan immediately understood the issue. The Dragon Clan and the Kuan Clan were bitter enemies, so if a bunch of juvenile dragons were to enter the ancestral land, the Kuan Clan would not sit back and do nothing. At that time, how could those juvenile divine spirit defend themselves? Qing Yuan pondered in silence for a moment before offering, "You may send them to 4 Phoenix Pavilion. With the Phoenix Clan watching over them, the Kuan Clan will not be able to act rashly." "Many thanks, Senior." Yang Kai bowed and thanked her. She waved her hand lightly, "It's nothing. But only by becoming strong themselves will they prevent others from causing trouble for them." Yang Kai nodded, "I will tell them to cultivate hard." While they were conversing with each other, a large tree suddenly appeared on the horizon. The tree had branches that were thick with leaves, and among the lush foliage, there were also some colorful fruits that were just vaguely out of sight. A strange fragrance filled the air. Both of them revealed surprised expressions, and upon approaching the tree, they stopped and studied it. Yang Kai could not recognize these fruits, but he instinctively sensed that they would be highly beneficial to him. Qing Wan furrowed her brow tightly at first, but a short while later, she seemed to recall something. Raising a hand, she picked one of the spirit fruits and examined it carefully, exclaiming in astonishment after a moment, "Ancestral spirit fruit! I can't believe that there are ancestral spirit fruits here." Yang Kai asked curiously, "Is it something good?" Qing Wan took a breath to steady herself before explaining, "This is an excellent treasure for all divine spirits. As you know, the ancestral land is filled with a mysterious force we call ancestral strength. This force is highly beneficial to the growth, reproduction, and cultivation of the divine spirits. The reason the others were so adamant about unsealing the demon sealing land is that the ancestral strength has been weakening steadily. They wanted to find a solution to the problem." Yang Kai nodded in understanding. These ancestral spirit fruits contain large amounts of pure ancestral strength, so they can practically be said to be a condensed ancestral strength. Yang Kai's expression changed. Qing Wan continued, "Even the ancestral land that we lived in used to have ancestral spirit fruits in ancient times. It's just that the ancestral spirit fruits went extinct as the ancestral strength gradually weakened. I can't believe they still exist in this place. It's my first time seeing one." Looking up at the tree, she added, "There are 8 more fruits. Let's pick them first." Yang Kai quickly nodded and left in a flash. A short while later, he returned with 4 fruits in each hand. Qing Wan handed the fruit in her hand over to him and declared, "Take this too." Yang Kai was flabbergasted. Naturally, he wanted something as amazing as the ancestral spirit fruit. However, he never imagined that Qing Wan would give all of them to him, so he asked in astonishment, "Senior, why don't we split these equally between us?" Martial Peak, Chapter 47:11, Black Giant Spirit God. It was bad manners to take everything for oneself. Besides, the ancestral spirit fruits were extremely precious and would surely be useful to Qing Wan too. Qing Wan, however, just smiled and said, "Take them. With how far my bloodline has advanced, it is no longer something that eating an ancestral spirit fruit or 2 can help. It is similar to one's growth in the open heaven realm. The higher one's order, the longer it will take to slowly accumulate one's strength. Now that the demon sealing land has been opened, the ancestral land will not lack for ancestral strength in the future. My cultivation will not be a problem thanks to that. On the other hand, your bloodline purity has a lot of room for growth. These ancestral spirit fruits will be very useful to you. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Many thanks, Senior." Yang Kai happily put the ancestral spirit fruits away. They then continued onward. Yang Kai looked around carefully, hoping to find more ancestral spirit fruits. Unfortunately, even for this region of the ancestral land that had been sealed away for countless years, ancestral spirit fruits were not something that could be found everywhere. Aside from the fruit tree earlier, the pair did not find another one no matter how far they went. As they ventured deeper into the land, both Yang Kai and Qing Wan detected an unusual phenomenon. The ancestral strength in this land seemed to be guided by some unknown force to converge in a certain direction. The signs were not particularly obvious when they first entered the demon sealing land, so no one had noticed immediately. Nevertheless, the signs became increasingly obvious as they ventured deeper into this land. Feeling slightly apprehensive, they began traveling in that direction. About an hour later, both of them involuntarily narrowed their eyes slightly. As far as they could see, an enormous chain stretched out into the distance, penetrated deep into the void, and disappeared out of sight. The chain was hundreds of thousands of kilometers long and so thick that it more closely resembled a mountain. What was even more shocking was that this chain was not an actual solid object, but rather the manifestation of pure energy. Moreover, the aura radiating from those chains was extremely familiar to both Qing Wan and Yang Kai. After coming up to the end of the chain and quietly scanning it for a moment, Yang Kai's expression changed. "Senior, is this chain comprised entirely of ancestral strength?" Qing Wan nodded heavily with a serious expression. "Indeed." Yang Kai drew a sharp breath. The ancestral strength in the demon sealing land was extremely strong. Compared with the ancestral land outside, It was as different as night and day, and now there was a huge chain manifested from ancestral strength in front of them. If they had not witnessed this sight with their own eyes, they would not have dared to believe it possible. In ancient times, the dragon and the phoenix clans had split the ancestral land and sealed the demon sealing land. Not to mention, the ancestral strength had been transformed into these chains. Just what secrets were hidden in this place, and what was being restrained by this chain? Qing Wan looked in the direction where the chain extended, and her deep gaze seemed to break through space. However, even with her powerful eyesight, she could not see what was on the other end of the chain. As far as she could see, the other end of the chain was shrouded in a dense mist that blocked her vision. Let's go take a look. With no other option, she surged her power to wrap around Yang Kai before speeding off in that direction. It took 2 whole hours for them to arrive in front of a behemoth. Standing in the air, the two of them stared blankly at the gargantuan figure before them in stunned surprise. The behemoth had a humanoid figure and a distinctly bald head. Sitting upon the earth, he resembled a great deity. What's more, there were numerous chains penetrating his chest. The chain that Qing Wan and Yang Kai saw earlier was only one of the chains, and there were actually 15 others. At this moment, many divine spirits had already arrived at this place. Like Qing Wan and Yang Kai, they had clearly ventured deep into the demon sealing land, noticed one of the 16 chains, and followed it to investigate the situation. Many of the divine spirits had transformed into their true forms, their large figures ranging from 1,000 meters to over 10,000 meters tall, yet all of them still seemed as insignificant as ants in front of this behemoth. They flew around the giant like a gathering of flies and mosquitoes. A giant spirit god? Yang Kai murmured. The behemoth in front of him was a giant spirit god, but this giant spirit god looked very different from the giant spirit god, Ada, whom he met outside the star boundary in the past. Mainly, this giant spirit god in front of him was as black as ink. Yang Kai did not know much about the giant spirit god clan. Ada was not this color, but he did not dare to say that there were no such clansmen in the giant spirit god clan. It was just that. A giant spirit god was sealed in the middle of the demon sealing land. It was truly a shock and discovery. Yang Kai had met a giant spirit god in the past, so he knew just how tyrannical this race could be. The giant spirit gods were among the strongest beings in the world. Even the divine spirits were not their opponents. Fortunately, the heavens were fair in all things, so there were very few giant spirit gods in the 3,000 worlds. Each giant spirit god was an invincible existence, but all of them were very mild-mannered and innocent, almost like little children. The giant spirit god clan fed on dead universe worlds and never caused trouble for others. Even if other people were to provoke or attack them, such actions were akin to a mosquito biting a human to them. In any case, the questions regarding the chains had been answered. The chains turned out to be restraining a giant spirit god. Yang Kai could not imagine just what had happened in the ancestral land back then for the divine spirits to actually restrain a giant spirit god here. This giant spirit god was also clearly dead. So many years had passed after all, so even for an existence as strong as a giant spirit god, it would be impossible to survive under the constant erosion of the omnipresent ancestral strength here. Besides, Yang Kai did not sense the slightest trace of vitality from the giant spirit god. A figure flew over. It was Yuan Chu of the Phoenix clan. Standing beside Qing Luan's side, she called out, "Big sister." Qing Luan nodded and asked with a solemn expression, "What is the situation?" Yuan Chu reported, "I only arrived in incense before you. According to my investigation, the giant spirit god's vitality has been completely extinguished, but it would be better to err on the side of caution. We should carry out a more thorough investigation. After all, it would be a disaster for the ancestral land if he turns out to be still alive." "Good." Qing Wan nodded. While speaking, she suddenly turned her head to the side. Kuan Ao was walking over from that direction and came to stand beside her before speaking in a low voice. "The situation in the demon sealing land is rather unexpected indeed." Qing Luan remained silent. Kuan Ao thus continued, "Although I don't know what happened in the past, The divine spirits in the ancestral land must have fought a grand battle against this giant spirit god. In the end, they split the ancestral land into two parts. This place was sealed as the demon sealing land, and the ancestral strength was used to restrain this giant spirit god. Cut the nonsense, Qing Wan snapped coldly. Kuan Ao grinned. You have always been worried that releasing the seal would bring about undesirable consequences to the ancestral land, and it seems that your worries were not unfounded. Something amazing was indeed sealed within the demon sealing land. But it would seem that it's not such a big deal after all. The giant spirit god's vitality has been extinguished and he has been dead for countless years. It's still better to be careful. Qing Wan's brow furrowed slightly. The giant spirit gods have tenacious vitality. No matter how many years have passed, as long as they retain the slightest trace of life, they can revive themselves. We do not know why this giant spirit god was sealed here, but we had best act with due caution. Of course, it's better to act carefully. I am planning to enter his body to investigate the situation. Will you come with me, Qing Wan? He suggested. Good. She readily nodded in agreement. The two did not hesitate to gather a few other divine spirits, including Mie Meng, Tao Tai, and Bayan. Then 8 figures rose into the sky in an impressive manner and entered the giant spirit god's body via his giant nostril. The rest of the divine spirits waited quietly. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood beside Yuzhua and observed the giant spirit god. All of a sudden, he narrowed his eyes and looked towards the ends of the chains. The 16 chains penetrated the giant spirit god's body, but there seemed to be something acting as a kind of source or anchor at the end of each chain. These objects attracted the ancestral strength from all over the ancestral land and transformed it into these chains. Among these objects, there was a palace that resembled an illusory and transparent crystal, a big tree burning with a fiery light, and a pearl glimmering with a soft light. Yang Kai's gaze soon fixed on the palace that was as transparent as a crystal. He could sense a resonance with that palace from deep within his bloodline. That is probably the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace. Yu Zhuo commented. Crystal Palace? Yang Kai raised a brow curiously. Yu Zhuo saw his confusion and explained, there are many divine spirit clans living in the ancestral land, and according to the records in the ancient books, each divine spirit clan has their own respective sacred treasure. These sacred treasures contain the inheritance of each clan, so they are of great help to the cultivation of the clansmen. It is just that nobody has ever seen the sacred treasures of their respective clans for generations. We always assumed that the Dragon and the Phoenix clans took the sacred treasures away with them when they left. I can't believe that these sacred treasures have remained here. It would seem that many of the divine spirits in the ancestral land took part in sealing this giant spirit god. The sacred treasures were left here to guide the ancestral strength to suppress and seal the giant spirit god. She then pointed at the large tree burning with a fiery light. That is probably the Phoenix clan's Immortal parasol tree. And that is probably the Golden Crow clan's Fu Sang divine tree. Even though she had only heard of these sacred treasures and never seen them before, she named each of them carefully with seemingly great familiarity. Yang Kai silently memorized them all. Unlocking the demon sealing land could be said to be a series of unexpected occurrences. In any case, just seeing so many sacred treasures that only existed in legends made this trip worthwhile to the divine spirits in the ancestral land. The sacred treasures represented the inheritance of each clan. The existence of these sacred treasures meant that their respective inheritances remained unbroken. Not to mention, the abundance of the ancestral strength in the demon sealing land. In the future, the divine spirits in the ancestral land would never need to worry about the continuity of their clans again. 3 days later, Qing Wan, Kuan Ao, and the others finally reappeared again. Big sister, how is the situation? Yu Zhuo stepped forward with Yang Kai in tow. Qing Wan replied, he is probably dead. We didn't detect any vitality inside his body. That's good. Yu Zhuo breathed a sigh of relief. Nobody knew what kind of grudges or hatred existed between this giant spirit god and the divine spirits, but even so, There must have been some kind of dispute between them for the giant spirit god to be suppressed and sealed in this place. If this giant spirit god were still alive, then unlocking the demon sealing land would have been the wrong decision. Fortunately, over countless years of suppression and erosion by the ancestral strength, the giant spirit god's vitality had been completely extinguished. Qing Wan, I'm taking the Kuan clan's sacred treasure with me. I don't care what the Phoenix clan does. Kuan Ao suddenly turned around to look at Qing Wan. Qing Wan frowned. This giant spirit god might be dead, but the sacred treasures are clearly acting as the sources for its suppression. It would be inappropriate to rashly take them away. Kuan Ao simply sneered. That's what you said when we wanted to unlock the demon sealing land. The sacred treasures of each clan is here. If you wish to stop me, you will have to see if they are willing to agree with you. If they agree with you, then the Kuan clan will have nothing to say. Martial Peak, Chapter 47:12, The Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace. Qing Wan looked around. When she met the gazes of all the divine spirits from various clans, how could she not know that their thoughts were similar to Kuan Ao's? She could not fault them for thinking that way. Not only were the sacred treasures extremely important to their respective clans, but they had also been missing for a long time. Now that the sacred treasures had been found, there was no reason to just leave them lying around in this place. If the giant spirit god still had some remaining vitality in him, the divine spirits in the ancestral land would never have dared to entertain such thoughts. However, it had been confirmed that the suppressed black giant spirit god was as dead as he could possibly be. It would be a waste to leave the sacred treasures here. After a moment of silence, she sighed, "It's up to you, but be careful." It was difficult even for the powerful Phoenix clan to go against public opinion. Seeing as they could not stop the people, they could only allow nature to take its course. The divine spirits were overjoyed to hear those words. Rushing to the location where their respective sacred treasures were located, they quickly began researching the method to retrieve them. They had only heard of these sacred treasures in legends but had never seen the genuine articles before, so it was only natural that they did not know the method to retrieve their respective sacred treasures. Be that as it may, they were powerful divine spirits, so figuring out a method should not be too difficult. The Phoenix clan did not move. The immortal parasol tree burned brightly, like the flames of nirvana that were only spoken of in legends. Nonetheless, as long as Qing Wan did not say anything, nobody dared to act rashly. "Aren't you going to take a look?" Qing Wan suddenly turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai had been staring at the Crystal Palace all this while, so when he heard her question, he couldn't help asking her, "Can I?" Qing Wan smiled lightly. "You are the only Dragon Clan member in the ancestral land. If you don't go, who will?" "Then I'll go have a look." Yang Kai scratched his nose before his figure flashed and he eagerly rushed towards the Crystal Palace. It didn't take long before he arrived in front of the sacred treasure. Looking at the Crystal Palace from afar had given him the impression that it was really carved out of crystal. It was one integrated structure that was extremely beautiful, and it was even more stunning when seen from up close. Although Yang Kai was seeing the Crystal Palace for the first time, he could be certain that the Crystal Palace was related to the Dragon Clan. That was because there was an indescribable connection between his bloodline and the Crystal Palace. He circled around the Crystal Palace a few times, but forget entering, he couldn't even locate an entrance. The conundrum left him scratching his head in confusion for a while. Looking around him, he saw the other divine spirits spewing out their blood essence to refine their respective sacred treasures. Thus, he quickly imitated them. After a whole day, he finally managed to refine a trace of the Crystal Palace. A door immediately appeared from the perfectly seamless Crystal Palace with a slight nudge of his thoughts, and he quickly slipped inside. When he stepped into the Crystal Palace, Yang Kai felt as though his entire body was wrapped in warmth. It was an indescribable feeling of comfort. Moreover, the ancestral strength's intensity inside the Crystal Palace was many times greater than the outside. The sacred treasures of each clan had the effect of attracting the ancestral strength in the ancestral land. If not for that, The divine spirits in ancient times would not have placed these sacred treasures here to gather and transform the ancestral strength into chains to suppress and seal the black giant spirit god. It was precisely because the sacred treasures gathered and attracted the ancestral strength that the 16 huge chains stretching for millions of kilometers could exist. The ends of the chains protruded into the void, connecting the entire demon-sealing land as a single whole. It could be said that one's cultivation efficiency would improve greatly if they were to cultivate with the help of a sacred treasure. That was also the biggest reason as to why the divine spirits were so adamant about retrieving them. Yang Kai did not immediately begin cultivating even though he was inside the Crystal Palace, but even so, the rich and abundant ancestral strength continuously poured into his body and integrated with his bloodline to enhance the power of his dragon vein. The Crystal Palace did not look particularly large from the outside, so it was not until Yang Kai entered that he learned how the Crystal Palace had the mysterious effect of containing something enormous despite its small size. The space inside was much larger than it seemed from the outside. Yuan Chu had mentioned that the sacred treasures of each clan contain the inheritance of each divine spirit clan. Yang Kai navigated through the countless halls in the Crystal Palace as he searched for this inheritance. Although he didn't discover any inheritance, Yang Kai did discover some strange crystals. These crystals were condensed on the walls of the halls. Some were large and some were small. The largest were the size of basins, and the smallest were the size of eggs. There were many of them. In the beginning, Yang Kai paid no attention to them, initially thinking that they were mere decorations. It was not until he walked through several of the halls that he realized something was wrong. If they were mere decorations, they would not be so unesthetically pleasing or randomly placed. Therefore, he tentatively broke off one of the crystals. After a careful examination, he made a shocking discovery. These crystals were pure, condensed ancestral strength. An ancestral spirit crystal. Yang Kai did not know whether ancestral spirit crystals actually existed, but the crystals in front of him were indeed worthy of the name ancestral spirit crystals. After all, their existence was essentially identical to the chains that suppressed and sealed the giant spirit god outside. For countless years, the Crystal Palace continuously attracted and transformed the ancestral strength in the ancestral land into chains to suppress and seal the giant spirit god. It was just that there were no Dragon Clan members cultivating inside the Crystal Palace, so the ancestral strength gathered inside the Crystal Palace had nowhere to go. Hence, when the ancestral strength in this place became saturated to a certain degree, the energy would transform into ancestral spirit crystals that were left behind. This was the same concept as the birth of spirit or saint crystals. Saint crystals were generally born at places where world energy was extremely abundant. These were great treasures. The ancestral strength was an energy that was unique to the ancestral land, so it was almost impossible to find outside the ancestral land. Be that as it may, it was impossible for him to remain in the ancestral land forever without leaving. Yang Kai had been a little worried about how he would further enhance the power of this dragon veins after he left the ancestral land. Fortunately, there was nothing to be worried about with these ancestral spirit crystals. Regardless of where he was, he could enhance his bloodline by relying on these ancestral spirit crystals. Yang Kai was absolutely overjoyed, so much so that he couldn't be bothered to look for the Dragon Clan inheritance anymore. Harvesting the ancestral spirit crystals as soon as possible was far more important. Countless ancestral spirit crystals had condensed along the walls and even the floors of every hall inside the palace. For that reason, Yang Kai was busy for some time. He collected at least 1,000 ancestral spirit crystal of all sizes, the largest among them reaching the size of a big water tank. Thinking about the sacred treasures belonging to the other divine spirits, Yang Kai grinned and laughed. It seemed that only the Dragon Clan's sacred treasure was a palace. In comparison, the sacred treasures of the other divine spirits did not meet the conditions for ancestral spirit crystals to form, no matter the type of sacred treasure. Take the Phoenix Clan's Immortal Parasol tree, for example. There was no way the tree could condense ancestral spirit crystals. There were countless halls in the Crystal Palace, and as he swept through each and every room, It could be said that he made a fortune in silence. At the same time, at the place where the Kun clan was located, known as the Northern Deep, the Kun clan's sacred treasure was a vast ocean that had been shrunk countless times over. It was rumored to be the place where the Kun clan originated. As the clan head of the Kun clan, the retrieval of the sacred treasure would naturally fall on Kun Ao's shoulders. It took 10 days of hard work and a large quantity of blood essence before the sea of the Northern Deep suddenly shone brightly and became closely connected with his aura. Clan head has done it. The masters of the Kun clan cheered at the sight. Similarly, Kun Ao laughed happily. He could clearly sense that he had completely refined the Northern Deep. This sacred treasure was connected to him in heart and mind now. With a wave of his hand, he tried to retrieve the Northern Deep. However, he was extremely surprised to discover that it remained motionless. Kun Ao's brow furrowed deeply as he did not know what had gone wrong. Despite trying a few more times, the results remained the same. The smiles of the Kun clan's masters involuntarily stiffened on their faces. Over the next few days, the various divine spirit clans encountered the same situation. Their respective sacred treasures had been completely refined, and they could sense that the sacred treasures were connected to them, but even so, they could not retrieve them. Therefore, the clan heads of each divine spirit clan gathered together to discuss the issue and finally found the source of the problem after some time. The Phoenix clan was gathered not far from the Immortal Parasol Tree, and under the watch of Yuan Chu and the others, Qing Wan continuously forced out her blood essence to refine the Immortal Parasol Tree. Although she originally opposed the idea of retrieving each clan's sacred treasures, the other clans had already begun taking action, so it would be meaningless for the Phoenix clan to insist. The Immortal Parasol Tree was very important to the Phoenix clan, so while she had concerns in her heart, she could only refine the sacred treasure for now. At this point, she had almost finished. Just as she was preparing to retrieve the Immortal Parasol Tree, she encountered something unexpected. She faced the same situation as the other divine spirits. The Immortal Parasol Tree could not be taken away. The 16 sacred treasures have long become one, so they can only be removed as a set. We need to refine them all before we can take them away. Kun Ao explained as he strolled over from a distance. That was the conclusion he reached after various discussions with the rest of the clan heads. Qing Wan immediately revealed a look of understanding. When she tried to collect the Immortal Parasol Tree earlier, she had a strange feeling. It felt as though there were other forces of resistance coming from all around her and preventing her from collecting the Immortal Parasol Tree. It would now seem that this resistance did not originate from the Immortal Parasol Tree itself, but rather from the rest of the sacred treasures. Where is that Dragon Clan member? Kun Ao asked. Inside the Crystal Palace. While speaking, Qing Luan glanced towards the Crystal Palace. The rest of the sacred treasures have been refined, so the only one left is Crystal Palace. He needs to hurry up. Qing Luan shrugged. It's useless for you to tell me that. In that case, I'll tell him myself. After saying that, Kun Ao turned and headed in the direction of the Crystal Palace. He stood outside a short while later and shouted, "Young dragon, come out now." Qing Wan couldn't help feeling worried, so she followed along. When she heard those words, she scowled. Unfortunately, it was not wise to cause a dispute with Kun Ao over something so trivial. Inside the Crystal Palace, Yang Kai stored all the ancestral spirit crystals in his small universe. It was a pity that he did not find the Dragon Clan's inheritance after he explored the entirety of the Crystal Palace. Thus, he couldn't help wondering whether the rumors were wrong. Nevertheless, the Crystal Palace itself was an incredibly amazing artifact. It was the Dragon Clan's sacred treasure after all. This item was several ranks higher than the Heavenly Sword Palace in terms of quality. Yang Kai had tried to refine the sacred treasure, and his bloodline had received the approval of the Crystal Palace, which allowed him to open its doors. It was just that his strength wasn't sufficient to truly refine the sacred treasure. When he tried to, his progress was extremely slow. Based on his estimation, it would take him several dozen to 100 years to refine the Crystal Palace completely, if he could do so at all. This was related to his bloodline. Although it was pure, it was simply not strong enough. He was just a juvenile dragon, so it was only natural that he would require a long time to refine the sacred treasure. Seeing as he could not refine the sacred treasure for the time being, Yang Kai didn't bother agonizing over the idea. It was not as if the Crystal Palace could go anywhere. It would not be too late for him to come back to refine the sacred treasure once he enhanced his bloodline further. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Kun Ao's shout. He looked up only to see Kun Ao and Qing Wan standing outside the Crystal Palace, side by side. The Crystal Palace was extremely mysterious. Standing inside the palace, his vision of the outside was not blocked in any way. He could clearly see everything outside the palace from where he stood. On the other hand, judging by the reactions of Kun Ao and Qing Wan, they could not see him. Martial Peak, Chapter 47:13, Can you get any more biased? The Crystal Palace had the ability to prevent others from spying on what happened within. On the other hand, the people inside the palace could see everything that was happening outside. Since Qing Wan was here, Kun Ao would not be able to do anything. Therefore, Yang Kai strolled out boldly without fear and asked with a frown, "What is it?" Kun Ao asked, "Brat, let me ask you this, how far have you gotten with refining the Crystal Palace?" Yang Kai thought to himself, this guy sure cares about many things. The Crystal Palace is the Dragon Clan's sacred treasure. Why is he asking about this? Is he planning to take the Crystal Palace for himself? He glanced at Qing Wan questioningly, so she explained, the 16 sacred treasures have been integrated into one whole after spending countless years together. As long as one of them is not taken away, the rest of the sacred treasures cannot be taken away either. At present, all the clans have refined their respective sacred treasures. Only the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace remains. After listening to her explanation, Yang Kai immediately understood. He replied honestly, I can refine the Crystal Palace, but it will take a long time. How long? Kun Ao asked with raised eyebrows. Several decades, maybe 100 years, Yang Kai responded. That long? Kun Ao scowled. Whatever, it doesn't matter. You may refine it peacefully. We will wait for you. A span of several decades or even 100 years might not be a short time, but it was nothing to the long-lived divine spirits. Forget 100 years, even if it took several 1,000 years, Kun Ao could afford to wait. Waiting for some time was nothing at all if he could retrieve the sacred treasure. I don't plan to spend so much time refining the sacred treasure. Yang Kai shook his head. Kun Ao narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? Yang Kai explained, coming to the ancestral land was an accident. I still have matters to take care of in the outside world. I can't afford to spend too much time here. This trip had gone on for long enough. There was no need to worry about Voidland as the two divine spirits, Old Man Bai Shi and Zhu Jiao-yin, were watching over it. As long as none of the cave heavens and paradises attacked, there was nobody in the 3,000 worlds who could harm Voidland. On the contrary, the World Tree and the new great territory in the star boundary required more of his attention. What's more, his two disciples were still in his small universe. Yang Kai needed to bring them back to the star boundary as soon as possible to aid their growth. Not to mention that he had been suppressing Zhao Ya's cultivation for the past many years to prevent her from growing too quickly. The star boundary was the best cradle to produce open heaven realm masters. Compared to growing up in his small universe, growing up there would give her greater future potential and would allow her to ascend higher in the martial Tao. However, the flow of time in his small universe was twice as fast as in the outside world. If he got held up in the ancestral land for several decades or even 100 years, Zhao Ya might already have advanced to the Emperor realm. In that case, she would not receive much benefit from the World Tree even if she entered to the star boundary. That was why he originally planned to rush back to the star boundary once he finished everything in the ancestral land. That's not up to you. Kun Ao sneered. Don't think that you can do whatever you want in the ancestral land just because you have the protection of the Phoenix clan. This matter involves the sacred treasures of all the clans. Even the Phoenix clan cannot shield you. Qing Yuan frowned slightly, but unfortunately, what Kun Ao said was the truth. This matter was indeed related to the interests of all the clans, so if the Phoenix clan insisted on doing things their way, they would only cause public outrage. Can you speed things up? She asked. Yang Kai nodded. Refining the Crystal Palace is related to my bloodline, which is too weak right now. That's why the seniors have finished refining their respective sacred treasures while I am helpless to do so. To speed things up, I would need to improve my bloodline first. If I can enhance my bloodline to the level of a Grand Dragon, I have the confidence to finish refining the Crystal Palace within half a year. However, this is not something that can be done in a short time. Kun Ao said, the ancestral strength in this land is so rich, you can cultivate inside the Crystal Palace with peace of mind and improve your bloodline. You should know that this is something all the juniors in the ancestral land yearn for but cannot get. Yang Kai rolled his eyes and ignored Kun Ao. Qing Yuan spoke up pensively, there might be a way to improve your bloodline rapidly. Yang Kai looked at her, Senior, do you mean? Qing Yuan abruptly turned to face Kun Ao and asked, the Kun clan probably obtained many ancestral spirit fruits, right? Kun Ao was taken aback for a moment. Then, he immediately came back to his senses and shook his head vigorously, I don't know what you're talking about. Qing Yuan simply laughed. The ancestral spirit fruits contain large amounts of pure ancestral strength. If he consumes them, he will be able to improve his bloodline quickly. In the past, we used to hear about how the ancestral land had ancestral spirit fruits, but none of us have actually seen one before. When the demon sealing land opened, each clan probably obtained a certain number of ancestral spirit fruits. If each clan makes a small contribution, it will be enough to fulfill his requirements to become a Grand Dragon. Kun Ao was furious. Qing Yuan, even if the Dragon and the Phoenix clans have always been connected since ancient times, your heart is too crooked. This young dragon may be a divine spirit, but are the other divine spirits in the ancestral land not also divine spirits? It was not easy for us to obtain the ancestral spirit fruits. And which clan does not have juniors that need them? Why should we give them to him? Yang Kai rubbed his chin. If there are enough ancestral spirit fruits, I can give it a try. Kun Ao glared at Yang Kai with narrowed eyes. Junior, stop trying to take advantage of the situation. This king strongly wishes to kill you. Yang Kai spread his hands wide. Without the ancestral spirit fruits, I won't be able to become a Grand Dragon quickly. I'm afraid there's nothing I can do. Do you really think I won't dare to kill you? Kun Ao snarled coldly. Yang Kai raised his head to the sky and looked down his nose at Kun Ao. He arrogantly said, kill me, and you will never retrieve your sacred treasures. Why don't you ask if the various divine spirit clans will agree with you? Kun Ao was absolutely livid. He never imagined that the day would come where he was bullied by a mere young dragon. It felt like the biggest humiliation in all the long years that he spent cultivating. Qing Yuan said, why don't we ask the rest for their opinions? Arguing back and forth is not going to make a difference. While speaking, she cast a secret technique to send out various transmissions. It didn't take long for the representatives of each clan to gather around and for her to explain the current situation to them. The expressions of all the divine spirits became extremely strange when they looked at Yang Kai. It's not like he can't cultivate without the ancestral spirit fruits. We might not know what the intensity of the ancestral strength is like in the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace, but I'm sure it's extraordinary. It will only take a slightly longer time to cultivate in the Crystal Palace. Why should we waste such precious ancestral spirit fruits on him? One of the divine spirits yelled out. That's right. It was not easy to obtain these ancestral spirit fruits. They should be used in the right place. In my opinion, this brat is trying to scam us. It has always been said that the Dragon Clan is greedy. I've never met one before, but this incident today has proven those sayings right. Who would agree to such ridiculous demands? Just press a blade against his neck if he dares to refuse to cultivate. Let's see if he is willing to cultivate then. The many divine spirits clamored to express their opinions, so Qingwan suffered a terrible headache just listening to them. Meanwhile, Yang Kai stood in front of the Crystal Palace. His posture seemed to say that he would hide inside the moment the situation turned sour. Clasping his hands behind his back calmly, he waited until everybody finished speaking before he spoke up. "You are the ones who want me to refine the Crystal Palace. I don't want to do it. Since you are forcing me to do something I'm not willing to do, then you should offer me some compensation. Otherwise, you can all just sit there and wait." Kuan Ao sneered. "Are you planning to hide in the Crystal Palace for thousands of years?" "That's hard to say. That will depend on who has more patience between us." Qingwan said, "Enough. I didn't call you here to argue. All of you are adults. What's so fun about squabbling with a junior?" Yang Kai is right. If you want him to improve his bloodline, then it's only natural that you should offer him some compensation. I was the one who suggested the ancestral spirit fruits. In that case, the Phoenix clan will make the first move. While speaking, she beckoned with her hand. Hong, who stepped forward, took out 13 ancestral spirit fruits and handed them to her. "I'm not asking you to hand over all of your ancestral spirit fruits. Half should be acceptable, right? The Phoenix clan's half is right here." Kuan Ao rolled his eyes. "Qingwan, can you get any more biased?" She replied with a smile. "In the matter of releasing the seal, the Phoenix clan went along with your wishes. Likewise, in the matter of retrieving the sacred treasures, the Phoenix clan bent to public opinion again. The Phoenix clan has taken the lead in this matter, so if you refuse to show respect, then don't ever look to the Phoenix clan for help again if another disaster strikes the ancestral land." The divine spirits looked at each other awkwardly after hearing those words. Qingwan had already said so much, so it would be bad if they did not express their sincerity in return. Although they were reluctant to part with the ancestral spirit fruits, they had no choice but to do so. One by one, they took out different amounts of the ancestral spirit fruits. Although there was no guarantee that they really took out half of what they had collected, there were almost 200 ancestral spirit fruits in total when all the offerings were gathered together. Qingwan flicked her wrist and tossed a space ring containing the ancestral spirit fruits to Yang Kai. Yang Kai happily took the space ring and cupped his fist. "Please rest assured, seniors. This junior will immediately begin cultivating in seclusion. I will definitely live up to your expectations and become a grand dragon as soon as possible, so that you may all bring your sacred treasures home." Many of the divine spirits secretly ground their teeth when they looked at Yang Kai, but they could only maintain a smile on the surface and pretended to display the friendly demeanor of a senior expert. Yang Kai nodded at Qingwan and turned to head inside the Crystal Palace, but before he entered, he abruptly recalled something and turned back again. "Senior, I have something to ask of you." "Speak." Qingwan nodded. "The process of advancing to become a grand dragon is not something that can be completed in a short time. I do not know how long it will take. My friend is a human cultivator, and now that the demon sealing land is open, the ancestral strength in the ancestral land will become richer. It's not suitable for her to remain here for long. Please arrange for somebody to escort her from this place." The ancestral strength in the ancestral land had been weak previously, so there were no issues for Xia Linlang to remain in the ancestral land for a short while. However, the situation was different now. Even Qing Yang, who was in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, began showing signs of monster transformation after spending less than an incense stick inside the demon sealing land. How much longer could she resist? Needless to say, Qingwan knew who he was referring to and nodded at his words. "Don't worry, I will arrange for somebody to send her out." "Many thanks, Senior. Also, please tell her to head to Voidland in the Void Territory if she is willing." Pearflower Cave Heaven was gone, and Xia Linlang no longer had a place in the Shattered Heaven, not unless she found another Universe Paradise or Universe Cave Heaven without a master. Although Yang Kai asked Qingwan to pass the message, Xia Linlang would probably be reluctant to head to Voidland. As a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, she would be forced to act according to the circumstances as soon as she appeared outside the Shattered Heaven. If not for that, She would not have escaped into the depths of the shattered heaven with him. She could have left the shattered heaven with him instead. In any case, Yang Kai could only do what he was able. Xia Lin Lang was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, not a child. As for where to go or what to do, she would have her own thoughts on the matter. The Crystal Palace closed once more. Yang Kai entered one of the spacious halls and sat down cross-legged. Although he wanted to hurry back to the star boundary to let his 2 disciples settle down properly, things had already come to this point, so he could only improve his bloodline for now. Otherwise, he would not have a reasonable explanation for the divine spirits waiting outside. Martial Peak, Chapter 47:14, like a dream that was not a dream. Yang Kai had obtained 9 ancestral spirit fruits when exploring the demon sealing land with Qingluan. Combined with the over 200 fruits that the various divine spirit clans gifted to him, he had almost 230 ancestral spirit fruits in total. Even so, he did not know whether these ancestral spirit fruits were enough for him to become a grand dragon. He estimated that they might not be enough as, although the current power of his dragon vein was not bad, he was only a bit over 3,000 meters tall after transforming into his half-dragon form. To become a grand dragon, he would need to grow to 10,000 meters at the very least. Dale Ligerkeys, the author, a long time ago, intentionally or otherwise, messed with continuity to reduce the size of Yang Kai's dragon form. For a while we attempted to amend it to maintain continuity. Unfortunately, at this point he has made the whole size thing so complex that it would be a nightmare to keep making corrections, especially considering the implications to everyone else's sizes. Please suspend your annoyance and go with it. Nevertheless, he was not too worried. The ancestral strength in the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace was extremely rich. Not to mention, he had harvested many ancestral spirit crystals earlier. If the ancestral spirit fruits were not enough, he could use the ancestral spirit crystals to make up the difference. Yang Kai took out an ancestral spirit fruit and an ancestral spirit crystal that was about the same size. Then he placed them in front of him. He wanted to figure out the differences between them and see which one was more effective. He picked the ancestral spirit fruit first. The fruit was brightly colored and gave off a peculiar aroma that aroused his appetite. When he bit down on the fruit, it felt as though he had barely used any strength, but the skin of the fruit split open. The sweet and tart juice immediately flooded his mouth. Before he could react, the entire ancestral spirit fruit had burst, leaving only the skin behind. He swallowed the juice and smacked his lips, enjoying the unforgettable taste. He didn't waste the skin of the fruit either, stuffing it all into his mouth before chewing and swallowing. After waiting in silence for a moment, his expression became strange. There was no obvious change aside from a slight burning feeling in his abdomen. However, his expression changed drastically in the next moment. The slightly burning feeling suddenly became scorching hot. It felt as though there was a smoldering iron in his belly. Immediately after that, a huge amount of energy erupted in his abdomen and spread throughout his body at lightning speed. His physique squirmed, and a golden dragon head that manifested behind his back released a deafening dragon roar. It was followed by a series of cracking sounds that came from all parts of his body as his physique swelled up without warning. A suppressed growl escaped his throat. The power of the ancestral spirit fruit had caused him to transform into his half-dragon form without his consent. Bursts of suppressed roars came from his throat as his physique wriggled madly and dragon blood rushed through his meridians with a faint dragon roar. At the same time, overwhelming dragon pressure permeated the air. By the time everything calmed down again, almost 2 days had passed. The medicinal efficacies of the ancestral spirit fruit Yang Kai consumed had been completely absorbed. He briefly examined his body and raised his eyebrows at the sight. A single ancestral spirit fruit had made him grow nearly 100 meters in just 2 days. The result was a pleasant surprise indeed. Seeing as he about 3,000 meters tall at present, there was a difference of roughly 7,000 meters before he could be considered a mature grand dragon. This was not a small gap, and it had to be said that he only managed to cultivate to a height of 3,000 meters from the time he obtained his dragon source until now. Be that as it may, A single ancestral spirit fruit turned out to have such profound effects, so Yang Kai quietly made some calculations. With just 70 to 100 fruits, wouldn't he become a grand dragon? However, Yang Kai knew that these calculations had taken too many things for granted. If any kind of resource or treasure was consumed repeatedly over a long period, its effects would gradually weaken. Fortunately, he had over 200 ancestral spirit fruits in his possession. It might just be enough to satisfy the requirements for him to become a grand dragon. Now that he had confirmed the effects of the ancestral spirit fruit, Yang Kai picked up the ancestral spirit crystal that was about the same size as the ancestral spirit fruit. When he was in his human form, the ancestral spirit crystal had fit perfectly in the palm of his hand. Now that he was in his half-dragon form though, holding the ancestral spirit crystal felt like he was holding a tiny green pea between his claws. He could barely feel the presence of the ancestral spirit crystal in his hand unless he concentrated carefully. Yang Kai focused his mind and silently activated the power of his dragon vein in his body to wrap around the ancestral spirit crystal in his hand. Then he refined and absorbed the ancestral strength within. Time flowed slowly, and 5 days later he finally opened his eyes again. When Yang Kai spread open his palm, the ancestral spirit crystal had already been refined cleanly and vanished. He then examined the condition of his body again and saw that he had grown another 50 meters or so. After some comparisons, the differences between the ancestral spirit fruit and the ancestral spirit crystal became clear to see. The two objects were around the same size. However, he had spent less than 2 days refining an ancestral spirit fruit that made him grow about 100 meters in total, whereas it had taken him 5 days to refine the ancestral spirit crystal even though its effects only made his height increase by 50 meters. Be it in terms of both the time required for refining or overall effect, the ancestral spirit fruit was far better than the ancestral spirit crystal. Still, the ancestral spirit crystal was more durable in a sense. Now that he knew the differences between the two objects, Yang Kai did not continue experimenting, picking up another ancestral spirit fruit to consume and refine. Inside the demon sealing land, the various divine spirit clans sat around their respective sacred treasures and cultivated quietly. To them, a land with such abundant ancestral strength like the demon sealing land was a cultivation paradise that they used to dream about in the past. After unlocking the demon sealing land, the divine spirits couldn't help feeling as though they had gotten rich overnight. It was almost as though a person who was accustomed to living in poverty suddenly found a mountain of gold in their backyard. Inside the Crystal Palace, Yang Kai continuously consumed the ancestral spirit fruit to stimulate the dragon vein in his body. 20 days later, his dragon form reached a height of 4,000 meters. After 3 months, he reached 5,000 meters. After 7 months, he was 6,000 meters. After 1 year, he reached a height of 7,000 meters. Inside the Crystal Palace, Yang Kai's enormous body could no longer stand up straight, so he could only rest on his side while his dragon tail swung side to side without him noticing. With such a large body, he was already more than twice the size he was when he started. His dragon claws were sharper, his dragon scales were tougher, and his golden brilliance shone even brighter and more dazzlingly than before. His dragon pressure was so thick it almost materialized. When he reached out to grab another ancestral spirit fruit, Yang Kai discovered that all the fruits had been consumed and couldn't help being taken aback for a moment. At the beginning, it had taken him approximately 2 days to refine a single ancestral spirit fruit. Following the growth of his bloodline though, the time needed for refinement reduced, but the growth he experienced thanks to an ancestral spirit fruit also weakened accordingly. It had only taken him 1 year to finish consuming all the ancestral spirit fruits. Unfortunately, he did not achieve the expected results of becoming a grand dragon. On the contrary, he was only 7,000 meters tall now. It was still very far from becoming a grand dragon, so he couldn't help feeling a little disappointed, though this result was still within his expectations. He was stuck in a daze for quite a long time before he recalled what he was doing. As the purity of his bloodline increased and the power of the dragon vein grew stronger, continuous bursts of dragon roars resounded in his mind. He initially thought that he was hallucinating, but after listening carefully for a few days, he confirmed that it was not just his imagination. The bursts of dragon roars resounding in his head was the mysterious dragon language and seemed to be the dragon clan's inheritance. It came from the golden divine dragon's source strength and the depths of his bloodline, and it was only when his bloodline had reached a certain level of purity that it emerged from the hidden depths. Yang Kai began studying this newfound inheritance, and his entire mind was practically immersed within it, but he always had the feeling that there was a layer of mist blocking him from getting a clear picture. Even his reactions became slower as a result. The might of his bloodline was not enough. He was faintly aware of this fact. Only by further enhancing his bloodline could he finally tear apart the mist that was blocking his vision. The ancestral spirit fruits had been consumed completely, so Yang Kai immediately placed many ancestral spirit crystals by his side. His enormous dragon form curled up around the ancestral spirit crystals. After that, he fell into a deep sleep. Even in his sleep, the ancestral strength in the ancestral spirit crystals continued to be guided into his dragon vein and continuously flooded his body. From time to time, the sound of crunching bones would reverberate throughout the crystal palace. It was his half-dragon form expanding in size. In his dreams, the dragon language resounded softly in his ears without pause. Consequently, Yang Kai's brow would furrow tightly on occasion and relax again at other times. His expressions changed constantly. All of a sudden, a spot of light broke through the mist and a wide world appeared in his field of vision. Yang Kai looked up to see a behemoth towering into the skies. The behemoth was bald and his entire body was completely black in color. He looked like an endless black hole that devoured everything around him. A giant spirit god. Yang Kai stared at the giant spirit god blankly, and only after a long time did he wonder to himself, "Where have I seen this guy before?" Yang Kai felt as though his current state was a little strange. His reactions were particularly slow, almost like he was stuck in a dream that was not a dream. He did not know why he was here, much less recall where he had seen this black giant spirit god before. Nevertheless, he instinctively knew that he was inside a dream. It was just that the feelings he received from his surroundings felt incredibly real. The ink-black giant spirit god was running across the ground. With every step that he took, the ground shuddered violently. Meanwhile, there were numerous divine spirits in their true forms surrounding him and attacking him in a frenzy. Each divine spirit was a mature divine spirit who was at least equivalent to a 7th-order open heaven realm master. Yang Kai saw many dragons and phoenix clan members with their wings spread outward, 3-legged golden crows that blazed like great suns in the sky, and kunpangs whose bodies covered the sky. The divine abilities of the divine spirits blasted out, each one containing heaven-destroying and earth-shattering power. All the attacks landed on the giant spirit god, but be that as it may, the ink-black pigment on his skin wriggled like living creatures to form sturdy shields that defended against all the attacks. Suddenly, the black giant spirit god reached out his hand and captured a divine spirit that looked like a Baizé. Ignoring the Baizé's struggles, he clenched his large hand and crushed the powerful divine spirit in his grip. The blood of the divine spirit splattered across the ground. The ground was covered in countless dead divine spirits, their enormous bodies crushed and mangled beyond recognition. Their deaths were incredibly brutal. The mighty divine spirits were as vulnerable as 3-year-old children in front of this seemingly invincible giant spirit god. Capturing a grand dragon in both hands, the giant spirit god gave a sharp tug and ripped it in two. A beautiful fire phoenix was killed on the spot with a slap of his palm and turned into a phoenix egg only to be crushed under his foot. Despite such a huge disparity in numbers, the divine spirits were suffering a catastrophic defeat in this battle. This scene was extremely shocking. Even so, Yang Kai simply watched quietly. It wasn't that he was willingly being so detached, but rather that his current state did not allow the slightest fluctuation in his emotions. It was an extremely bizarre sensation. He did not know what caused this battle or how long it had lasted. All he knew was that the divine spirits suffered countless casualties. At last, a mighty dragon roar shook the skies and a gigantic golden dragon head protruded from the clouds to look down on the world. The dragon eyes gleamed with a golden radiance that was exceedingly sharp. Beside this enormous dragon stood a pure white ice phoenix that radiated with a bone-chilling cold. She spread her wings wide and threw her head back with a shrill cry. The invincible giant spirit god seemed to sense some sort of danger and finally stopped running to look up at the sky. Martial Peak, Chapter 47:15, Grand Dragon. Under the leadership of the Golden Divine Dragon and the White Ice Phoenix, the divine spirits of various clans that suffered heavy casualties previously began fighting even more vigorously against the Black Giant Spirit God. The Giant Spirit God showed neither joy nor sorrow. He simply went on a silent killing spree. Divine spirits died one after another, their vitality completely erased. The blood of divine spirits rained down and watered the ground. Finally, the powerful giant spirit god stumbled. The golden grand dragon that was over 100,000 meters long swooped down from high above, shaking his head and flicking his tail. His enormous body wrapped around the giant spirit god firmly to restrict his movements. Likewise, the white ice phoenix swiftly swooped down from above, her sharp talons clasping onto the giant spirit god's physique tightly. One after another, the sacred treasures that exuded monstrous power were summoned by the various divine spirit clans. Their auras were closely connected to each other. The sacred treasures included the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace, the Phoenix Clan's Immortal Parasol Tree, the Kuan Clan's Northern Deep, the Golden Crow Clan's Fu Sang Divine Tree. The 16 sacred treasures formed a grand array, causing the world to split apart in an instant. At the same time, the ancestral strength condensed together and gigantic chains took shape. These chains pierced the giant spirit god's body and immobilized him. Afterward, all the divine spirits quickly retreated while the dragon roared and the phoenix wailed. When the divine spirits looked back, all they saw was the scene of the world shattering apart. All the blood essence in the golden grand dragon and the white ice phoenix burst into flames and transformed into a powerful force of imprisonment that suppressed the giant spirit god on the spot. The black giant spirit god was too overpowering, so much so that even the divine spirits were unable to kill him. The golden divine dragon and the white ice phoenix were nowhere to be seen. Only a small golden radiance and a small white light flickered amidst the void turbulence before vanishing out of sight. Yang Kai woke up the next moment. 3 years had gone by in the blink of an eye. When he opened his eyes again, he felt as though he had experienced a very long dream, and for a time, he could not break out of his reverie. He spent a long time in a daze before he finally recalled the last part of his dream. He seemed to have witnessed the scene of the black giant spirit god being suppressed and sealed. It was something the Dragon Clan's Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Clan's Phoenix Empress had done at the expense of burning their blood essence and sacrificing themselves. Only the strongest divine dragons of the Dragon Clan could receive the title of Dragon Emperor. Only the strongest masters of the Phoenix Clan had the right to be titled Phoenix Empress. Following the deaths of the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress, their sources were swept up by the void turbulence caused by the splitting of the ancestral land and vanished without a trace. In this way, the sources that Yang Kai and Su Yan obtained back at Tongxian Realm were the inheritances of this Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress. The reason Yang Kai saw these memories in that dreamlike state was clearly related to the Dragon Emperor's source. The source strength was the inheritance left behind from the battlefield back then after all. Qing Wan was right. Each clan's sacred treasure represented their inheritance. It was just that the inheritance was not hidden within the sacred treasures themselves. On the contrary, each divine spirit's bloodline contained their respective inheritances, and they would naturally be revealed when their bloodline reached a certain level of purity. Cultivating with the help of their respective clans' sacred treasure simply made it easier to stimulate the inheritance in their bloodline. If Yang Kai had not cultivated in the Crystal Palace, he would never have seen these memories. At this point in time, the truth of what actually happened in the far past had been lost to history. Although Yang Kai had seen snippets of what happened when the giant spirit god was suppressed and sealed through his source inheritance, The reason behind such a ferocious battle between the giant spirit god and the divine spirits remained a mystery. On the other hand, he now understood the origins of his golden divine dragon source and Su Yan's ice phoenix source. Shaking his head to get rid of the distracting thoughts, Yang Kai examined his body. All the ancestral spirit crystals he took out earlier were nowhere to be seen, so it was obvious that they had been refined and absorbed. As a result, his body had grown again. He was now 9,999 meters long. He was just one step away from becoming a grand dragon. Unfortunately, it would seem that this final step was not so easy to overcome. If this were 3 years ago, he might have been helpless in the face of this problem. However, the long dream had made him aware of quite a fair amount of the Dragon Clan's inheritance. Among them included the Dragon Clan's cultivation techniques. As for how to take the final step, he already had a plan. Reclining on his back in the Crystal Palace, Yang Kai took out another handful of ancestral spirit crystals. This time around, he did not place the ancestral spirit crystals around him and instead stuffed them directly into his mouth. Following the crunching sounds, the rock-hard ancestral spirit crystals were swallowed into his belly and an enormous energy erupted in the next moment. Yang Kai continued to devour the ancestral spirit crystals endlessly, and it was not until he used up nearly 80% of them that he stopped. The amount of ancestral strength accumulated in his body was indescribably large by now, and this energy stimulated his dragon vein greatly. The mysterious dragon language sounded from Yang Kai's mouth, and at the same time, he activated the power of his dragon source, supplemented by the Dragon Clan's cultivation technique, to refine the ancestral strength and enhance his bloodline. Yang Kai gradually felt a searing heat below his jaw. It felt like a scorching iron brand was pressing against him. The discomfort caused him to shake his head vigorously. The huge half-dragon head knocking against the walls of the Crystal Palace, causing loud rumbles to reverberate through the air. With the passage of time, the scorching heat below his jaw became more and more noticeable. All the power of the dragon vein in his body seemed to be gathering in that spot, and Yang Kai vaguely sensed that something amazing was forming beneath his jaw. All of a sudden, the energy fluctuations reached a peak and a thunderous roar exploded in Yang Kai's mind as his entire being suddenly became clear-headed. Beneath his jaw, a round bead of condensed source strength came into being. Gotcha! His huge body that had been stagnant at 9,999 meters suddenly swelled slightly at this moment, and he abruptly crashed through the 10,000 meters threshold. He had given birth to a dragon bead and became a grand dragon. Opening his mouth, Yang Kai let out a roar. At this moment, he felt as though he had shed his former body and been reborn. Both his body and mind were cleansed by a strange baptism, and his entire physique wriggled. The sound of his bones dislocating and reforming once more echoed throughout the Crystal Palace. His dragon pressure filled the entire Crystal Palace like a solid substance. A powerful force flowed through every corner of his body, so strong that it almost felt as though this force could break the world. By the time everything calmed down again, more than half a month had passed. Yang Kai activated his divine sense and examined his body once more. It had to be said that the changes he experienced after he became a grand dragon were extremely drastic. Whenever he used his dragon transformation secret technique in the past, although he had a dragon form, he still retained some human characteristics. It could be said that he was half dragon and half human. However, he no longer had the slightest trace of human characteristics at this moment. He was now a genuine grand dragon with a 10,000 meters long smooth body that was covered in golden dragon scales. His dragon claws were so sharp that they left a scar in the void with a light swipe, and a swing of his dragon tail could conjure a violent force. These changes were unexpected. Qing Wan had mentioned that it didn't matter what his background was since he obtained the golden divine dragon source. He could be said to be part of the pureblood dragon clan. Looking at himself now, Yang Kai didn't know whether he was human or dragon anymore. With a shift of his thoughts, his enormous body rapidly shrank and returned to his human form. It was just that his current appearance was slightly different from the usual. At this moment, he was wearing a dazzling golden artifact armor. This artifact armor was formed from his dragon scales, so it had an incredibly strong defensive ability. He did not have such an ability before. Be that as it may, after learning various secrets from the Dragon Clan inheritance, the ability to transform his dragon scales into dragon armor was nothing more than a petty trick. But this golden artifact armor is a little too flamboyant and conspicuous. I practically resemble the sun radiating such a dazzling brilliance wherever I go. Yang Kai focused his thoughts, and the brilliance of the artifact armor subsided considerably. Although the appearance was still incredibly luxurious, at the very least, it was not embarrassingly radiant anymore. After examining himself again, Yang Kai finally nodded in satisfaction. He was in no hurry to refine the Crystal Palace. Opening his mouth, he spat out a bead that emitted a faint golden light. The bead floated down to land on his palm. It was a dragon bead. The most important step for a juvenile dragon to become a grand dragon was to condense a dragon bead in their body. Juvenile dragons had no dragon beads. Only mature grand dragons had them. A dragon bead was similar to a monster beast's monster core. It was the crystallization of a grand dragon's power and the manifestation of their source. Looking at the golden bead in his hand, Yang Kai could clearly sense the horrifying strength contained within. Even though that power belonged to him, he couldn't help feeling a little frightened. His current strength was a little strange. In his human form, he was no more than a sixth-order open heaven realm master. However, if he transformed into a grand dragon, he was equivalent to a seventh-order open heaven realm master in strength. Moreover, both powers did not clash or interfere with each other. It was most likely that he was the only person in the world in this situation. A similar situation would not occur in the other Dragon Clan members. Absorbing the dragon bead back into his body, Yang Kai exhaled a long breath. His trip to the ancestral land could be said to be an unexpected surprise. While fleeing for his life previously, Yang Kai never imagined that a place like the ancestral land existed in the depths of the shattered ruins. Furthermore, he only spent several short years to advance from a juvenile dragon to a grand dragon. It could be said to be a huge harvest. Nevertheless, he had consumed many ancestral spirit fruits and ancestral spirit crystals in the process. He used up all the ancestral spirit fruits and 80% of all the ancestral spirit crystals he found inside the Crystal Palace. There was no other divine spirit who could achieve such a feat. After all, both the ancestral spirit fruit and the ancestral spirit crystal were extremely rare. If not because the demon sealing land was unsealed for the first time in countless eons, where would he find so many ancestral spirit fruits and ancestral spirit crystals? Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked outside. Everything was peaceful as the various divine spirit clans were guarding their sacred treasures and waiting for him to come out of retreat. A few trivial years was not enough to exhaust their patience. Now that he had become a grand dragon, it was time for Yang Kai to refine the Crystal Palace. The Dragon Clan's sacred treasure was of great help in terms of both cultivation and awakening the inheritance within one source. If the Dragon Clan members in Voidland were sent here to cultivate in the future, the Crystal Palace would become their greatest support. Yang Kai sat down cross-legged and activated the power of his dragon vein to connect with the Crystal Palace. He had attempted this feat in the past, but unfortunately, his bloodline had been too weak at the time. His refinement speed was far too slow, so he gave up on the attempt. Now that he was a grand dragon, his speed was much greater. Half a year later, Kun Ao, who was cultivating in the demon sealing land, suddenly felt an abnormality. He opened his eyes only to see light flashing constantly from within the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace. The flashing lights were accompanied by cracking sounds. The anomaly alarmed all the divine spirits nearby. Likewise, Qing Yuan immediately looked in the direction of the Crystal Palace with a strange light in her eyes. That brat's speed is quite something. Is he about to finish refining it so soon? One of the divine spirits smiled. He initially thought that he would need to wait for a few more years. However, the sight before him clearly indicated that Yang Kai was about to finish refining the Crystal Palace. With so many ancestral spirit fruits, even a waste can become a grand dragon. Another divine spirit scathingly spat out with a twitch of his brow. The ancestral spirit fruits were such precious treasures that he was still heartbroken over being forced to offer up half of his supply. Martial Peak, Chapter 47:16, Speculation about the Divine Ability C. It took half a day for the anomalies of the Crystal Palace to settle down. After that, a figure flashed out from within. It was none other than Yang Kai. Feeling many pairs of eyes staring at him expectantly, he nodded at the crowd of divine spirits. Fortunately, I have not failed your expectations. Kuan Ao burst into laughter. That's good. Let us retrieve our sacred treasures now that the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace has also been refined. Then he worriedly reminded Yang Kai, Brat, don't forget to cooperate with us later. Yang Kai responded. The divine spirits had been waiting for this day for a long time now. At this moment, they eagerly hurried over to their respective sacred treasures and activated their power. When the powers of these divine spirits fluctuated, the 16 sacred treasures that had long since been integrated into one were stimulated by the various divine spirits. There was a rumble that shook the entire world, and a series of cracking sounds rang out repeatedly. A short while later, the 16 sacred treasures turned into 16 rays of light that were recovered by the various divine spirit clans. Yang Kai toyed with a miniature palace in his hand that was countless times smaller than the Crystal Palace. The entire body of the palace seemed to be carved from a single exquisite piece of crystal. It was none other than the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace itself. His expression revealed his slight astonishment. He had not expected the Crystal Palace to be able to change its size freely. After the sacred treasures were retrieved, the ancestral strength in the world lost its source of attraction. The huge chains penetrating the giant spirit god slowly disintegrated and changed back into the rich ancestral strength that permeated the world. The sight of the chains disintegrating was extremely overwhelming. During this period, all the divine spirits watched the giant spirit god warily. Qing Wan, Kuan Ao, and the others had previously investigated the situation inside the giant spirit god's body and determined that he was as dead as could be, but even so, it was a matter related to a giant spirit god after all. Who knew whether he had some sort of mysterious ability that would allow him to be brought back to life? Fortunately, the giant spirit god showed no movement even after the chains fell apart and the sacred treasures were retrieved. It looked like even the giant spirit god could not withstand the erosion of the ancestral strength over the countless years of suppression. There seemed to be an unusual change taking place in the world. Nobody could put a finger to the strange feeling, but all the divine spirits living in the ancestral land could clearly feel one thing. The ancestral land that was split into two in ancient times was slowly merging back into one entity at this moment. Kuan Ao, I believe that it would be better for this place to be listed as a restricted area. What do you think? Qing Wan stared at the giant spirit god for a moment before she turned to look at Kuan Ao. Kuan Ao pondered in silence for a moment and nodded in agreement. Good. Naturally, the other divine spirits would not object to what the Phoenix clan and the Kuan clan had agreed on. Under Qing Wan's leadership, many divine spirits joined forces and worked together to set up a powerful barrier around the giant spirit god with their blood essence. The first reason was to turn this place into a restricted area to prevent any divine spirit from approaching carelessly. The other reason was to guard against any unexpected changes that might occur to the giant spirit god. By the time they finished working, 10 days had passed. The various divine spirit clans had benefited greatly from this trip to the demon sealing land. There was no need to mention the benefits gained by those who retrieved their sacred treasures. Even those without sacred treasures could enjoy the abundant ancestral strength brought about by merging the two halves of the ancestral land. They would no longer need to worry about the continuation of their respective clans or the impurity of their descendants' bloodlines. Yang Kai followed Qing Wan and the others back to Four Phoenix Pavilion, and after consulting Qing Wan, he decided to place the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace in one of the mountain valleys with beautiful scenery. The Crystal Palace might be an extraordinary palace artifact, but it played a more important role as the Dragon Clan's sacred treasure. The Dragon Clan members from the Star Boundary would be coming to the ancestral land to cultivate, and leaving the Crystal Palace here would significantly help their growth. If not for these considerations, he would have taken the Crystal Palace away with him. Yang Kai sat opposite Qing Wan and the others inside the main hall, telling them about the dream that he saw while cultivating in the Crystal Palace back then. After much deliberation, he decided that he should inform the Phoenix clan about this matter. Who could say? The Phoenix clan might know something about the secrets from the ancient times. Unfortunately, Qing Wan and the others could not think of any useful information even after listening to his story. On the contrary, they were quite shocked by certain events that he revealed to them. From what you've said, the giant spirit god did indeed fight a ferocious battle with the divine spirits in ancestral land back then. In the end, it was the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress of that generation who sacrificed themselves by burning their blood essence to mobilize the ancestral strength through the various sacred treasures to suppress and seal the giant spirit god. That's what I saw, Yang Kai nodded. The ancestral land was torn apart and divided in two. At the same time, the sources of the Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress were caught up in a void turbulence and vanished out of sight. That was until many years ago when this junior had the opportunity to obtain the Dragon Emperor's source in a small and weak world. Qing Wan sighed in amazement. The Dragon Emperors are the strongest masters of the Dragon Clan, and there are often generations where no Dragon Emperor rises to power. No wonder your source is a divine dragon source. Only a divine dragon is qualified to be a Dragon Emperor. Yuan Chu asked, if the Dragon Emperor's source of that generation is with you, then what about the Phoenix Empress source? Have you seen it? If the two of them were caught up in a void turbulence, they might have appeared in the same place. Yang Kai replied, if I'm not mistaken, the Phoenix Empress source is with my senior sister, Su Yan. They were really together? Qing Wan and the others became excited. Yuzhua asked, where is that senior sister of yours right now? She lives in Void Land located in the Void Territory. Yang Kai answered, following my return this time, I plan to send her and some of my divine spirit friends to the ancestral land. I hope you can help to take care of them when they arrive, seniors. Qing Wan smiled, you've already mentioned this matter before, so of course it won't be a problem at all. Feel free to send them here. While speaking, she turned to look at Hong Hu, please go with Yang Kai, fourth sister. Hong Hu nodded. Yang Kai quickly said, there's no need to trouble you, senior. I know the position of the ancestral land now, so I only need you to tell me how to safely pass through the divine ability sea. Qing Wan said, the return of the Phoenix Empress is an important event for the Phoenix clan. We cannot be sloppy. Please let Hong Hu go with you. Seeing as she had already said so much, Yang Kai did not refuse her again. Besides, he would like nothing more than having a master like Hong Hu accompanying him on his travels. The information about how he had obtained the World Spring would probably have spread across the Shattered Heaven by now, so there was no saying what kinds of troubles he might face when he returned to the Shattered Heaven again. When do you plan to leave? She asked. I wish to say goodbye to Senior Miemeng first. As you should. Qin Luan nodded. The next day, Yang Kai strolled over to the place where Miemeng lived. It was obvious that Miemeng had detected his presence because the doors were wide open. He did not see the great general anywhere, and Miemeng claimed that it was because the boy was working hard to cultivate. However, according to Yang Kai's understanding of great general's character, he had the feeling that the little chicken had been forced into seclusion by his mother. In any case, he did not say anything regarding the matter. Before he departed, Yang Kai left behind several ancestral spirit crystals so that Miemeng could pass them on to Great General. Great General was still very young, so these ancestral spirit crystal would help him to reduce many years of intense cultivation and allow his bloodline to develop rapidly. Yang Kai no longer had many ancestral spirit crystals left on hand, as during his advancement to become a Grand Dragon, he had used up 80% of them in one go. Therefore, he only had slightly more than 200 of them left. He gave half of them to the Phoenix clan. After all, he would need the Phoenix clan's help to take care of the divine spirits who came from Void Land later. Then, he left the remaining half in the Crystal Palace. If Su Yan and the others needed the ancestral spirit crystals, they could help themselves to them. When all the preparations were done, Yang Kai prepared to leave the ancestral land with Hong Hu. A figure flew over from a distance and landed in front of Hong Hu. It was the white-robed youth from the Kun clan who bowed and cupped his fist. Kun Yu greets Senior Hong Hu. Hong Hu nodded. I will have to trouble you. Kun Yu nodded faintly. Without even glancing at Yang Kai, he soared straight into the sky. Hong Hu shot a glance at Yang Kai, and the two of them quickly followed. Having lived in the ancestral land ever since she had been born, Hong Hu had never left the ancestral land before. She only knew that the ancestral land was surrounded by the Divine Ability Sea. Unfortunately, the Divine Ability Sea was so dangerous that even a mature divine spirit might succumb to its dangers and fail to pass through safely. Out of all the divine spirits in the ancestral land, only the Kun clan knew of a safe passage through the Divine Ability Sea. That was something the Kun clan discovered after relying on many masters to explore the Divine Ability Sea. It was by relying on this knowledge that Kun Yu managed to travel through the Divine Ability Sea safely even though he only had the strength of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. When the Phoenix clan came forward to make a request, the Kun clan naturally had nothing more to say about this matter. In the end, they assigned Kun Yu to escort Hong Hu and Yang Kai through the Divine Ability Sea. Even if the Kun clan had decided to ignore the matter, with Hong Hu's strength, there was a great chance that she would simply force her way through the Divine Ability Sea. That was how Qing Yang entered the ancestral land. Although he encountered all sorts of dangers and wound up quite battered, he was still able to pass through the Divine Ability Sea. Following behind Kun Yu, Hong Hu and Yang Kai quickly left the ancestral land and plunged into the Divine Ability Sea. The various divine abilities and secret techniques were unleashed one after another, but their power was not too strong. Whether it was Kun Yu leading the way or Hong Hu and Yang Kai following behind, none of them had any trouble dealing with the divine abilities and secret techniques. It must have been difficult for the Kun clan to discover this route. Hong Hu sighed in amazement. Kun Yu's personality was generally on the colder side, so he had remained taciturn for the most part of the journey. Nevertheless, Hong Hu was his senior, so seeing as she had started the conversation, he could not ignore her and responded, in order to find this passage, the Kun clan paid a heavy price several thousands of years ago. 2 seniors lost their lives in the Divine Ability Sea. In terms of strength, they were comparable to the humans' 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. She nodded. I've heard of that. Yang Kai suddenly spoke up. Senior, don't you think that the Divine Ability Sea is acting as a gigantic cage? Hong Hu was stunned for a moment. If he had not mentioned this matter, she would never have thought about it. Now that she heard those words though, she couldn't help thinking that the possibility was rather high. Yang Kai had this feeling the last time he saw the Divine Ability Sea, and after seeing the giant spirit god being suppressed and sealed in the demon sealing land, his conjecture only became more certain. These divine abilities and secret techniques were left behind countless years ago, and despite going through the erosion and baptism of time, they still contain such fearsome power. It's difficult to imagine just how strong they were at their peak. It might be that even 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would not come out unscathed if they ventured deep into this place. Hong Hu pondered in silence for a moment before she asked, Are you saying that the Divine Ability Sea was created as a protective barrier to prevent the giant spirit god from escaping? Yang Kai nodded. That's the only possibility. Her eyes flashed at those words. If it's as you said, then the battle in ancient times should have shown traces of human participation. After all, many of the divine abilities in the Divine Ability Sea do not come from divine spirits. Did you see any humans in the memories? Yang Kai shook his head. I did not see any, but that is not strange either. The ancestral strength is extremely dangerous to non-divine spirits. If the giant spirit god was causing havoc in the ancestral land, only the divine spirits could fight back against him. Fortunately, the divine spirits won that battle even though they paid a heavy price for their victory. Regardless, the great experts of the human race must have set up the Divine Ability Sea outside the ancestral land just to be on the safe side. Marshall Peak, Chapter 47:17. A Scourge Never Dies. Too much time had passed. It was so long ago that even a long-lived race like the divine spirits did not know what had happened back then. Nevertheless, Yang Kai's conjecture was reasonable. It might be the truth of what had happened back in ancient times. The only thing that confused Yang Kai right now was why a giant spirit god, being from a race which was generally innocent, mild-tempered, and would never take the initiative to provoke others, had started such a ferocious battle in the ancestral land. Yang Kai had personally witnessed countless divine spirits dying at the hands of that giant spirit god during that battle. Even the dragon and the phoenix clans had suffered heavy casualties. The Dragon Emperor and the Phoenix Empress of that generation even went so far as to burn all their blood essence to activate a massive grand array using the sacred treasures of 16 clans to condense the ancestral strength in the ancestral land to suppress and seal the black giant spirit god. It had been a mighty battle indeed. Following behind Kuan Yu, they navigated through the Divine Ability Sea and made steady progress. All the divine abilities and secret techniques unleashed along the way were easily resolved by the three of them. A few days later, the view in front of them abruptly widened. The three of them had made their way out of the Divine Ability Sea. Kuan Yu halted in his tracks, turned to Hong Hu, and cupped his fist. "Senior, we're out of the Divine Ability Sea now. This junior will only escort you up to this point. Simply follow the way we came earlier when you return. Go back and thank your clan head on my behalf. Tell him the Phoenix clan owes him a favor." Hong Hu nodded. She had memorized the route along the way here and even used her power as a divine spirit to leave a mark along the trail, so there was no need to worry about how she was going to return. Kuan Yu lowered his head and said, "This junior will definitely relay the message. I shall take my leave now." While speaking, his figure shifted and he rushed back into the Divine Ability Sea. After Kuan Yu departed, Yang Kai and Hong Hu continued their journey. It was Hong Hu's first time leaving the ancestral land, so although her cultivation was impressive, she couldn't help being curious about the outside world. Looking around though, she saw nothing but the vast and desolate void. Hence, it was inevitable for her to feel disappointed as she asked, "Is everything in the outside world like this?" Yang Kai laughed. "The situation at the Shattered Heaven is special. You will see a different scenery once we arrive back at a prosperous great territory, senior." She nodded. "In that case, I look forward to it. Let's go." He took the lead while speaking. He and Xia Lin Lang had fled deep into the Shattered Heaven back then, so it would take quite some time for him to leave. Traveling through the void was extremely boring. Fortunately, they could chat with each other along the way. Yang Kai told her about various things in the outside world. Regardless of the importance of the matter, Hong Hu listened with great relish. Ever since leaving the Divine Ability Sea, Yang Kai vaguely noticed that he had developed a peculiar feeling. This feeling came from the depths of his bloodline. It felt as though there was something located somewhere far away that was closely connected to him. At the beginning, he did not understand what this feeling was. Nevertheless, it didn't take long before he abruptly realized that this feeling was the connection he felt with the Dragon Clan's dragon altar. It was once said that he would be able to sense the location of the dragon altar when his bloodline reached a certain level. That was the inheritance found deep within every Dragon Clan member's bloodline. In the past, his dragon form had only been 3,000 meters long. Moreover, he had been half human, half dragon. It made sense that he could not sense the dragon altar in such a state. However, this perception came into being now that he had advanced from a juvenile dragon to a grand dragon and his dragon form was 10,000 meters long. Even if he was separated by a great distance, that feeling would never be severed. Yang Kai was certain that he would eventually find the Dragon Clan's dragon altar one day if he followed in the direction of this feeling. Thus, he suddenly felt a little excited. Ever since coming to the 3,000 worlds, he had been trying to locate the dragon altar. Unfortunately, the dragon altar was very hidden. Despite being one of the 36 cave heavens, nobody knew the location of the dragon altar. At this moment, the connection coming from the depths of his bloodline was undoubtedly pointing the way for him. It was a pity that he had urgent matters to take care of right now. Seeing as it was inconvenient for him to search for the dragon altar immediately, Yang Kai could only delay this matter for the time being. The shattered heaven was vast. Furthermore, there were no universe temples that they could use to transfer from place to place. Despite flying for a whole month, the two of them remained inside the shattered heaven. One day, Jianghu suddenly noticed something. She turned to look in a certain direction and frowned after a moment. There are people fighting over there. Yang Kai followed her gaze and sure enough, he saw several streams of light darting around in a relentless pursuit. Jianghu's cultivation was higher than his, so it was only natural for her to detect the anomaly before him. The shattered heaven is unlike the other great territories in the 3,000 worlds. It is very chaotic and fights are very common here. Yang Kai explained, but showed no intention to intervene. Although Yang Kai had no intention to intervene in the fight, one of the parties in the fight seemed to have taken notice of their presence and was rushing directly in their direction. Yang Kai furrowed his brow slightly as this was also a common occurrence. When one party was losing a battle, they often liked to divert their opponent's attention to another person. Or they could be trying to ask for help. Regardless of the situation, the person who was unwittingly dragged into the mess would be the one troubled. It was not his first time encountering an incident like this, so it was only natural that Yang Kai understood the other party's intentions. Nevertheless, he had no intention to flee. Jianghu was right next to him, so who in the shattered heaven would dare to act presumptuous in front of her? Ha! All of a sudden, Yang Kai exclaimed in surprise. When the leading figure approached, he detected a familiar aura. A short while later, he finally confirmed his suspicions when he had a good look at that person's appearance. It truly was a person that he was acquainted with. It was Qin Fun. He was one of the few open heaven realm masters among Xia Lin Lang's subordinates. Why is he here? Where is Xia Lin Lang? Seeing as it was an acquaintance, Yang Kai could not ignore the situation anymore. He raised his hand and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. After that, he charged towards Qin Fun. Jianghu quickly followed closely behind. On the other hand, there was no doubt that Qin Fun had also recognized Yang Kai. A complicated gaze immediately entered his eyes as he gritted his teeth and rushed over. A short while later, they brushed past each other. Yang Kai raised his spear and stabbed forward. With the power of a spear, the world collapsed and the expressions of the two figures chasing from behind changed greatly as they quickly defended themselves. The collision of the world force swept across the void and Yang Kai's figure stumbled slightly before he steadied himself once more. On the other hand, the two chasing figures were involuntarily sent flying backward at the same time. Even though they were also in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, they failed to defend against the attack of somebody in the same order as them despite combining both their strengths. If they had not personally experienced something like this, they would not have dared to believe that such a thing was possible. They stabilized their figures with great difficulty, but before they could declare their names, a horrifying pressure descended upon them. The pressure was so strong that their figures slumped slightly and their expressions changed drastically. A divine spirit? One of the middle-aged men stared at Jianghu, who was standing quietly in the void, with an expression of fear and horror. The power of this divine spirit was too immense. As Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, how could they fail to sense such a thing? This pressure was so strong that it was comparable to an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Why did we run into a divine spirit here? The two of them looked at each other with a bitter taste in their mouths. Meanwhile, Qin Fun returned. His complexion was pale and there were traces of blood on his clothes. His aura was weak, so it was obvious that he was injured. Why are you here? Yang Kai turned around and asked, Where is Xia Lin Lang? Qin Fun clenched his fists tightly and responded with his head lowered, Madame was captured. Yang Kai scowled, By who? Xia Lin Lang was a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master. As long as an Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Master did not make a move, who in the Shattered Heaven could capture her? Bright Sun Divine Monarch. Qin Fun gritted his teeth. When we were sent out of that place, Cheng Yang appeared out of nowhere before we could go very far. He was probably lying in ambush all this while. Madame was no match for him, so she could only escape. She lured Qingyang away so that we could have a chance to flee. Unfortunately, we've gotten separated after several years of running around. That old thing. Scourges never die. Yang Kai scowled deeply. Qin Fen looked at Yang Kai. Qingyang said that you should go and meet him if you want the madam to be returned safely. Yang Kai sneered. Is he so certain that I will go looking for him? Qin Fen became furious. Are you going to ignore madam's life or death situation? If not for you, Lin Lang Cave Heaven would never have been destroyed. With the protection of Lin Lang Cave Heaven, even Qingyang would not have been able to harm the madam. Yang Kai glanced at Qin Fen. Xia Lin Lang brought me back because she wanted the world spring. Everything that happened afterwards was simply a means to protect myself. To be honest, the destruction of Lin Lang Cave Heaven was the result of Xia Lin Lang's actions. Qin Fen clenched his teeth and glared furiously when he heard those words. His expression looked like he wanted to bite Yang Kai to death. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and snorted, but there is no denying that we have gone through difficult times together. Qingyang only captured her because of the world spring. Eche, how troublesome. Turning to look at the two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who didn't even dare to move a muscle, he asked, are they Qingyang's men? Qin Fen replied, that's right. The middle-aged man quickly explained, we have no malicious intentions. It's just that Xia Lin Lang is worried about their safety, so the Divine Monarch asked us to invite him back as a guest. The others are already with the Divine Monarch. Qin Fen coldly snorted, no malicious intentions, my foot. If not because this Qin has some ability, I would have died at your hands a long time ago. The middle-aged man said, when have we ever directed our murderous intent at you throughout our pursuit? I'm afraid you don't know your own situation right now. All the masters in the Shattered Heaven have set out, but the world spring remains nowhere to be seen. The rumors claim that Xia Lin Lang has gotten the world spring, so if you had encountered anybody else, you would have died a miserable death a long time ago. Yang Kai raised a hand to interrupt their argument. He then looked at the middle-aged man and said, the world spring is with me. It's useless even if Bright Sun Divine Monarch captures Xia Lin Lang. But, since he is so desperate to meet me, I'll go and pay him a visit. The middle-aged man exchanged a glance with his comrade. They did not dare to believe that things would be so simple, so he asked incredulously, really? Yang Kai gestured, lead the way. The middle-aged man responded as though his dreams had come true, this way. After saying that, he and his companion turned around to lead the way. Yang Kai glanced at Qin Fen, what are you going to do? Qin Fen quickly said, I'm coming with you. Yang Kai nodded and quickly chased after those two. Hong Hu came over in a flash, her eyebrows furrowed slightly. Qingyang knows that you are a Dragon Clan member. Why is he trying to target you? What reckless bravery! Yang Kai smiled and said, the divine spirits have not left the ancestral land in a long time. It is only natural that my identity as a Dragon Clan member does not frighten him. He is an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master after all, so he can be considered quite capable. Hong Hu sneered at those words. It is not that the divine spirits are unable to leave the ancestral land, but that they don't want to. I'm curious to see what gives him the confidence to act so brazenly in front of a divine spirit. Looks like he is going to suffer greatly. Yang Kai took intense pleasure in the other party's approaching misfortune. Martial Peak, Chapter 47:18, Guests from Afar. Several figures stopped in the void. Yang Kai looked left and right for a bit before he asked, is this the place? The middle-aged man in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm nodded, yes. Announce our arrival. Yang Kai gestured. A trace of struggle crossed the middle-aged man's face, but he called out loudly nonetheless, Divine Monarch, Yang Kai is here. Please open the portal, Divine Monarch. The void remained silent, and there was no reaction. He shouted once more, but there was no movement. Yang Kai turned to look at the middle-aged man and narrowed his eyes slightly, turning the middle-aged man as pale as a death sentence prisoner. His voice trembled as he shouted again, "Please open the portal, Divine Monarch." "Are you sure this is the place?" Yang Kai asked impatiently. The middle-aged man nodded nervously, "It's right here." Yang Kai frowned slightly. He did not understand the reason for the middle-aged man's reaction. In any case, if Bright Sun Divine Monarch was really hiding here but refused to reveal himself, then it could only mean that he was afraid of Jianghu. He probably never imagined that the Phoenix clan would show up. Even if he was in the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, he was bound to suffer a loss against a master like Jianghu. Space principles began fluctuating with a single thought from Yang Kai. Like a pebble thrown into a calm lake, a circle of ripples spread out into the surroundings with him as the center. Consequently, the void became distorted everywhere the ripples passed. Beside him, Jianghu watched with bright eyes. She raised her hand slightly to feel the mysteries of space principles. It was her first time seeing such a strange power, so she couldn't help being curious. At the beginning, nothing much changed, but as time passed, the space principles that spread out like ripples on the surface of the water began to show a weak fluctuation. It was as though the swift river current had encountered a large boulder. Yang Kai's gaze shifted in a certain direction. At the same time, he urged the space principles more and more fiercely. The weak fluctuations gradually became more and more obvious as a result. About an incense stick later, even Jianghu and the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters who did not understand anything about the Tao of space could detect the anomaly. Under the agitation of space principles, it soon became clear that there was a large space at that spot in the void which was different from its surroundings. That location was none other than the entrance connecting the universe cave heaven where Bright Sun Divine Monarch lived to the outside world. Yang Kai was just about to increase his efforts to forcibly break open the entrance when space distorted and opened to reveal a portal. Immediately after that, Qing Yang's figure stepped out from within and he loudly said, "I was not aware of your arrival, Lady Jianghu. Please forgive this Qing for my lack of hospitality." After saying that, he turned to look at his two subordinates. His voice became cold and ruthless, "Incompetent good-for-nothings. What's the use of having you?" The expressions of those two changed greatly when they heard those words, and they immediately begged for mercy. Nonetheless, Cheng Yang ignored their pleading and raised his hand. When he slammed his palm down, the power of an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master flooded out and a mighty world force filled the void. With the power of a single palm strike, the heads of the two 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters were crushed on the spot. Their headless corpses swayed slightly, then their small universes collapsed and their world force dissipated. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes slightly. Jianghu coldly snorted, "How impressive, Divine Monarch." Cheng Yang had decisively killed two of his subordinates in front of her without any hesitation. It was clearly a demonstration of his strength. Although she lived in the ancestral land for a long time and this was her first trip to the outside world, even she knew that a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was not just some useless cabbage to discard at will. A 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master had more than enough strength to stand on their own in the 3,000 worlds. As long as the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters of the various cave heavens and paradises did not step forward, 6th Order Masters could be said to be the strongest. "Lady Jianghu, please calm your anger. Cheng Yang's actions are not what you think. You've lived in the Divine Spirit's ancestral land for a long time, so you're not familiar with the situation in the Shattered Heaven." Yang Kai's eyes flashed slightly as he vaguely realized something and came over to Jianghu's side to explain in a low voice. "To the masters hiding in the Shattered Heaven, their hideouts are their strongest and final layer of defense. Therefore, the location of their hideouts must never be exposed to outsiders, as it will only bring endless troubles to them otherwise." It would have been bad enough if those two 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had brought Yang Kai to this place. However, they even brought Jianghu along with them. Unable to silence the witnesses, Cheng Yang could only vent his anger on his subordinates in a fit of rage. If they could bring Yang Kai and Jianghu here, then wouldn't they bring his enemies home if they were captured by them in the Shattered Heaven? Or worse, the masters of the cave heavens and paradises in the future? Where would bright sun divine monarch hide then? Having said that, Yang Kai was the only person in the world who could easily force open the portal of a universe cave heaven thanks to his proficiency in the Tao of space. Even if an 8th order open heaven realm master from the cave heavens or paradises were to show up here, they would not have such an easy time despite knowing the location. Cheng Yang had remained hidden and refused to come out earlier due to his fear of Jianghu. It was not until he saw that his hideout was about to be forcibly opened that he had no choice but to reveal himself. Those who come from afar are guests. Lady Jianghu, this way please. Cheng Yang gestured forward. Jianghu nodded faintly and stepped inside. Yang Kai shot a look at Qin Fun and quickly followed after Jianghu. Upon entering the portal, Cheng Yang immediately took the lead while Yang Kai looked around and raised his brow at the sight. Divine Monarch, is this place a universe cave heaven? Indeed. Cheng Yang nodded. This universe cave heaven was left behind by an unknown senior. When this monarch first arrived at the shattered heaven, I once fought a battle here and accidentally discovered traces of this universe cave heaven during that fight. However, it took me 300 years just to find the portal and another 100 to get inside. After saying that, he gave Yang Kai a meaningful look. I've long heard about the extraordinariness of the Tao of space, but I've never had the honor to witness its greatness before. Having seen it today, this monarch is truly amazed. He had spent hundreds of years just to open the universe cave heavens portal and occupy this place. Meanwhile, Yang Kai had only spent an incense to nearly forcibly open the portal. The contrast nearly made Cheng Yang spit blood in distress. Nevertheless, he knew that there was nothing to envy. The Tao of space was not something just anybody could cultivate. Yang Kai smiled. Many thanks for your high praise, Divine Monarch. I simply specialize in my own field. Cheng Yang raised his brow and commented, You are too humble, little brother. Perhaps we can work together on a certain project. Yang Kai was astonished. Cooperate on what? Cheng Yang continued, The shattered heaven is vast and boundless, and there are many opportunities coexisting with various risks. Universe cave heavens and universe paradises are abundant here. Unfortunately, not many of them have been discovered and explored because we do not have the knowledge or ability to do so. Most of them remain hidden in the void. However, this monarch knows of no less than 5 locations where there's a high possibility that universe cave heavens or universe paradises exists. It's a pity, but I am unable to confirm my suspicions. If you cooperate with this monarch and join forces to explore these 5 areas, then there is no need to worry about not finding anything good. As far as I know, the world spring in your possession was found in one of these universe cave heavens, right? Yang Kai was indeed tempted by those words. If what Cheng Yang said was true, it might be a good idea to work together in this matter. Be that as it may, it was not good to reveal how keen he was about the idea lest he was bullied by Cheng Yang as a result. Even though he was tempted, Yang Kai responded calmly, That may be so. Unfortunately, I don't have much time. I will be truthful with you, Divine Monarch. I've been away from home for quite a while, and my heart yearns to return. If I had not met your subordinates along the way and learned that Xia Lin Lang was staying at your place as a guest, I would have left the shattered heaven by now. Cheng Yang chuckled. It turns out that you are quite a family man, little brother Yang. Their conversation afterward was not worth mentioning. While the two of them were talking, Jianghu followed along silently. She showed no intention of expressing her opinion on anything. Not long afterward, the 4 of them arrived and landed on a certain spirit peak. Several figures immediately rushed out of the palace. It was Xia Lin Lang and her subordinates. They were startled and looked worried upon seeing Qin Fun and Yang Kai arriving together. However, Xia Lin Lang immediately felt relieved when she recognized Jianghu. She had been a guest at 4 Phoenix Pavilion during her time in the ancestral land, so she knew Jianghu's identity. Hurriedly stepping forward, she gave an elegant bow. Greetings, Lady Jianghu. Jianghu nodded lightly. No need to be so polite. They did not know each other well, and could even be said that they were mere passing acquaintances, so there was nothing much to say between them. Xia Lin Lang seemed a little confused by the situation at hand, so she glanced at Yang Kai inquiringly. Yang Kai smiled and said, "I met Brother Qin by chance when I came out of the ancestral land. After hearing that you are staying with the Divine Monarch as a guest, I decided to come and pay you a visit." She immediately understood the situation and nodded. "Knowing that my residence has been destroyed, the Divine Monarch kindly invited me to stay for a while. The Divine Monarch is so hospitable that I couldn't refuse. I'm afraid I've caused trouble for the Divine Monarch." Cheng Yang smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "If you're willing, you can stay here as long as you want." He seemed extremely friendly and hospitable, and if someone who did not know the truth were to witness the scene, they would probably believe that Xia Lin Lang had really been invited to stay here as a guest. "It's inappropriate to bother you for too long, Divine Monarch." While speaking, she glanced at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded. "I also have important matters at hand, so I can't stay for long." Cheng Yang quickly said, "You've come from so far away, please allow this monarch to show you some hospitality. To be honest with you, this monarch rarely has people coming to visit as guests. I've already instructed my people to prepare a banquet. It won't be too late to leave after." Yang Kai turned his head to look at Hong Hu, who nodded lightly in response. Cheng Yang was an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and although he was forced to buckle to the pressure and could not do anything to them, it was still better to show him some respect. Only then did Yang Kai nod in agreement. "Since you've already said so much, Divine Monarch, it would be impolite for us to refuse." Cheng Yang laughed heartily. "As it should be. Please come this way." He led the crowd to a grand hall located on another spirit peak where, sure enough, a banquet had been prepared. When they all took their seats, an endless number of delicacies were served to the table. There were also beautiful young women singing and dancing below them to enhance the atmosphere. Yang Kai and Cheng Yang were like old friends who had not seen each other in a long time, drinking and toasting with each other frequently. Hong Hu was not interested in alcohol, singing, or dancing. On the contrary, she fell in love with the beautiful and delicious fruits placed in front of her, which she ate in small bites. Meanwhile, Xia Lin Lang and the others had complicated expressions on their faces. Just yesterday, they were prisoners. They never imagined that they would become guests of honor in the blink of an eye. Their statuses had changed so quickly that they felt extremely uncomfortable. It gave them the feeling of being in a dream. After several rounds of drinks, Cheng Yang was flushed red due to alcohol and raised his glass and said, "Little brother Yang, if I have to say it myself, we have a friendship born from fighting each other. This monarch rarely admires anybody, but I truly admire you. You are the first 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to escape from this monarch." Martial Peak, Chapter 4719, Bargaining. Cheng Yang was absolutely ecstatic when he first heard the news that the World Spring had fallen into the hands of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. With his strength, what was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in comparison? He initially assumed that it would be easy pickings if he took action himself. Who could have known that Yang Kai would give him such a huge and unpleasant surprise instead? The strength of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master was certainly nothing in front of Cheng Yang, but the other party was not only proficient in the Tao of space, but also an expert at escaping. He failed to capture Yang Kai as a result. When Cheng Yang's chase brought him into the Divine Ability Sea, he became stuck in an impossible situation. It was a miserable experience. If not because Yang Kai wanted to borrow his strength to leave the Divine Ability Sea, Cheng Yang was certain he would have been abandoned in that shattered space. If that had happened, even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like himself would have been trapped inside. It would have been impossible for him to turn his fate around again. After all, he had personally experienced the strangeness of the shattered space himself. That was why it was not a complete lie when Cheng Yang claimed that he admired Yang Kai. There was some truth and sincerity to his words. After staying in the ancestral land for some time, he learned that Yang Kai was not only closely related to the Dragon Clan, but he was now being personally escorted by a master from the Phoenix Clan. At this point, there was no longer any need to yearn for the World Spring again. Cheng Yang did not have the guts to make an enemy of the Phoenix clan in the ancestral land, as they were in existence even stronger than the Kun clan. Having gone through so much, though, it might be possible to make up for some of his losses if he could work together with Yang Kai. It was for that reason that he opened the portal of his cave mansion so enthusiastically. After several rounds of drinks, Cheng Yang brought up the topic again. Little brother, I have connections and resources while you have the ability. If you and I work together, I'm sure we will profit enormously. Won't you consider it? Yang Kai raised his glass and looked at Cheng Yang with a smile. Are you talking about the matter regarding the universe paradises and universe cave heavens, divine monarch? Naturally. Cheng Yang nodded. In the shattered heaven, only such valuable prizes would interest an 8th order open heaven realm master like him. There was no saying what good things he might discover inside. Yang Kai was about to refuse when he suddenly recalled that Xia Lin Lang seemed to be homeless after the destruction of Pear Flower Cave Heaven. The destruction of Pear Flower Cave Heaven was more or less related to him. Not to mention, she was reluctant to leave the shattered heaven. What would happen to her once he left? Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment before he said, You mentioned that you know 5 or 6 locations suspected to have universe cave heavens or universe paradises, right, divine monarch? Seeing that Yang Kai was interested in this matter, Cheng Yang immediately raised his brow. That's not all. The possibility of these 5 or 6 locations is just higher. If I include the areas with a lower probability, then there are more than 10 locations. This monarch might be in 8th order open heaven realm, but my cultivation is useless in this regard. I have no access to them, much less the ability to determine whether a portal exists in these places. However, things would be different if you are involved, little brother. The portal of his cave mansion had been found easily by Yang Kai, and if Cheng Yang had not revealed himself in time, there were signs that the portal would have forcibly opened. The fact that the portal could even persist for that long was thanks to Cheng Yang's years of work to reinforce and conceal it. On the other hand, the universe cave heavens and universe paradises scattered around the shattered heaven were completely unoccupied. These places would be even easier to open. Yang Kai took a small sip of his wine with an expression of indecision. Cheng Yang struck while the iron was hot. Rest assured, little brother. I won't let your efforts be in vain. Lady Hong Hu is here too. We can ask her to be our witness. Yang Kai looked up at Cheng Yang. Divine monarch, do you mean? Every undiscovered universe cave heaven or universe paradise contains the assets and property of its former owner. If you help me determine the location and open the portals, little brother, this monarch is willing to share all the proceeds with you in a 30/70ths ratio. Yang Kai looked at Cheng Yang with a smile. 70 for me and 30 for you, divine monarch? Cheng Yang responded seriously, You must be joking, little brother. Exploring the universe cave heavens and universe paradises will require massive amounts of time and energy. They might even contain unpredictable risks. It is only natural that this monarch will take the largest slice of the pie. Your role is only to open the door after all. You don't need to worry about everything that comes afterward. You only need to sit back and wait for the rewards. Yang Kai shook his head. 30% is too little. If that's the case, I might as well go home, bring a group of people over, and search on my own. That way, no matter how many discoveries we unearth, they will all belong to me. Cheng Yang chuckled. I will not deny that you are capable, little brother. Otherwise, I would not have asked you to cooperate with me. But, even if you are proficient in the Tao of space, how many universe cave heavens and universe paradises can you find over the years without any clues? The shattered heaven is vast, so even if you spend hundreds or thousands of years searching, you might not find a single one. On the other hand, it will be different if you cooperate with this monarch. I can point you to several likely locations, which will save you precious time and effort. Yang Kai nodded. Your words make sense, divine monarch. Be that as it may, you will need to show me some sincerity if you want to cooperate with me, divine monarch. 30/70ths is unacceptable. Cheng Yang showed a pained expression. After hesitating for a long while, He gulped down a glass of wine and slammed his glass on the table forcefully. He quickly said, 40/60ths. This monarch will take 60 and you will take 40. Let's just say this monarch is your friend now, little brother. Yang Kai shook his head again and raised his palm, 50/50. We'll split the profits evenly. Cheng Yang bitterly said, little brother, you are trying to take the lion's share. Yang Kai rapped his knuckles against the table lightly, that's my bottom line. If it's not okay with you, divine monarch, we can remain friends, but don't bother speaking of this matter again. I will be honest with you, divine monarch, I do have something urgent to attend to, so I need to return home as soon as possible. Lady Hong Hu is here for that reason. Cheng Yang glanced at Hong Hu as though trying to determine whether Yang Kai was speaking the truth. It was just that Hong Hu was eating the spirit fruit in her hands with her head lowered, so there was no way to read her expression. After a brief struggle, he finally spoke again. 50/50 is not impossible, but this monarch has two conditions that both little brother and Lady Hong Hu will need to accept. Hong Hu raised her head to look at him and smiled. The affairs between the two of you have nothing to do with me. Why did I get pulled into this? Cheng Yang, however, replied seriously, this matter requires you to come forward yourself, Lady Hong Hu. Curious now, she asked, go on. Cheng Yang abruptly ripped open his shirt and exposed his chest. Everybody immediately looked in that direction, and Xiao Lin Lang gasped in shock while Yang Kai revealed a look of understanding. Cheng Yang's chest area was covered in what looked like fish scales. They grew densely on his skin, spreading from his chest all the way down to his waist. He quickly explained, after venturing deep into the divine spirit's ancestral land, this monarch's body began showing signs of monster transformation caused by the erosion of the ancestral strength. Although I managed to withdraw in time, I did not come out unscathed. Following years of recuperation, I managed to resolve most of the ancestral strength in my body. However, a small portion remains. Like maggots on rotting bones, I am unable to get rid of them. I would like to ask Lady Hong Hu to help me resolve this calamity for me. The ancestral land's ancestral strength was an extremely bizarre force. It was a force that could even suppress and seal a being as mighty as a giant spirit god. Cheng Yang might be in the 8th order open heaven realm, but he suffered greatly for the past few years after being contaminated by the ancestral strength. It would have been nothing if he was a divine spirit, as the ancestral strength would have been highly beneficial and contained no drawbacks for him. Unfortunately, he was pure human, so the ancestral strength was nothing more than poison to him. Cheng Yang was lucky that he had not been exposed to too much of the ancestral strength, otherwise, he would have undergone complete monster transformation, losing his conscious mind as a result. Hong Hu examined him with a frown. A long while passed before she said, I will need to check your condition thoroughly before I can be certain whether I can help you. To which Cheng Yang nodded, no problem. After saying that, his figure flashed as he came to stand in front of her. She raised her hand and lightly touched the scales on his chest. Bits of fluorescent light flashed at the tips of her fingers and wandered across each of those scales. A short while later, she withdrew her hand. He looked at her nervously. Hong Hu lightly said, thanks to your powerful cultivation, you not only dispelled most of the ancestral strength, but also prevented the remaining ancestral strength from eroding too deeply into your body over the past few years. Otherwise, it would have been useless even if I tried to help you. Cheng Yang was elated to hear those words. Do you mean that you can help me dispel the rest of the ancestral strength, Lady Hong Hu? She nodded. Give me 3 days. Many thanks. He breathed out deeply, feeling as though a large weight had lifted from his heart. Ever since leaving the ancestral land, the past few years had not been pleasant for him. The ancestral strength was extremely peculiar and difficult to dispel. It did not affect his daily life for the most part, but it caused great inconvenience when it came to his cultivation. Every time he tried to exert his power, the ancestral strength would show signs of movement. This phenomenon made him extremely nervous. Now that he received Hong Hu's guarantee, the depressed mood that shrouded over him for so many years lightened considerably. The way the Kuan clan handled this affair is wildly inappropriate. I will reprimand them for you when I get back, she said. Cheng Yang jumped in fright at her words and hurriedly waved his hands. No, no. It's simply caused by my lack of ability. Although he was exposed to so much ancestral strength because the Kuan clan had forced him to venture into the demon sealing land, he did not dare to voice his dissatisfaction despite the grievances in his heart. He would not have enough lives to survive the ordeal if the Kuan clan came out of the ancestral land to cause trouble for him. Yang Kai spoke up. The first condition has been fulfilled. What is your second condition, Divine Monarch? Qing Yang chuckled. The second condition is indefinite and may never be fulfilled. Please speak freely, Divine Monarch. Yang Kai gestured politely. I became acquainted with you thanks to one of the 4 universe pillars, the world spring, so I will be truthful with you, little brother. I believe that there might be other 4 universe pillars contained within the universe cave heavens and universe paradises hidden in the shattered heaven. After all, the profound fish appeared in the world 3,000 years ago, only for the world spring to appear now. These incidents indicate that the 4 universe pillars might be rare, but they were not extinct in ancient times. My second condition is that, if we find any of the 4 great universe pillars or 12 minor universe pillars during the period of our cooperation, this monarch will be the one to receive them. For me, most ordinary items are no longer useful. On the other hand, the 4 great universe pillars and the 12 minor universe pillars are extremely useful to me. Of course, if we come across such an opportunity, this monarch will not take these items for free. You can consider it as part of my share. This request was not excessive. Cheng Yang was probably still obsessed over the world spring, but Yang Kai was closely connected to the divine spirits in the ancestral land, so he could not make any moves on him. In that case, he could only settle for the second best option. Yang Kai nodded readily. Good. After a pause, he added, but, since you have 2 conditions, Divine Monarch, I also have a condition of my own. I wonder if you will be able to grant my request, Divine Monarch. Cheng Yang smiled and said, Since you agreed so readily, little brother, this monarch will not take advantage of your good intentions. Please speak freely if you need something, little brother. Yang Kai said, I need one of the universe cave heavens after we finish exploring them. Moreover, I want you to promise me that you will never expose the location of that universe cave heaven to anyone, Divine Monarch. Martial Peak, Chapter 4720, Do Me a Favor. Cheng Yang was about to ask what Yang Kai wanted to do with a fully explored universe cave heaven. It was no secret that these places were valuable when they remained hidden in the void, but they quickly became of little value once somebody discovered them. However, he suddenly noticed Xia Lin Lang sitting by the side and immediately understood the situation. He smiled and nodded. Of course, that's not a problem. Even if you want 2 or 3 of them, you can go ahead and take as many of them as you want, little brother. This monarch will never give this information to anybody else. Likewise, Xia Lin Lang caught on to the situation and nodded at Yang Kai gratefully. Yang Kai was obviously asking for the universe cave heaven for her sake. At the same time, she couldn't help feeling a little complicated. She was the one who kidnapped and brought him to Pear Flower Cave Heaven back then. It had not been many years since that incident, but now he was talking and laughing on friendly terms with masters like Qing Yang. Not to mention, he also had a close relationship with the Phoenix clan of the ancestral land. The negotiations were settled, and everybody was satisfied. When the banquet ended, Qing Yang arranged accommodation for everybody and agreed to depart with Yang Kai after 3 days. The reason for the delay was that Hong Hu needed 3 days to help him dispel the ancestral strength in his body. Moreover, Yang Kai had repeatedly stated that he had urgent matters to deal with and could not be delayed for too long. That was why they decided to proceed as soon as possible. It was late at night when a knock on the door sounded. Yang Kai got up and opened the door. Xia Lin Lang was standing outside the door, so he smiled lightly when he saw her and said, I was just about to look for you myself. While speaking, he stepped sideways and let her into the room. Xia Lin Lang asked curiously, Did you need me for something? Take a seat. Yang Kai gestured before he poured a cup of tea for her. Sitting down opposite her, he said, Why don't you speak first? Did you need me for something? I came to thank you. She gave a soft laugh. I wanted to thank you for worrying about my living situation and even asking Bright Sun Divine Monarch for a universe cave heaven. It's only proper. After all, I am partly responsible for the destruction of Pear Flower Cave Heaven. But the root cause lies with me. If I had not captured you back then, what happened afterward would not have taken place at all. It's my own fault for falling into this situation. It would have been perfectly reasonable for you to ignore my circumstances. Therefore, no matter what, I owe you my gratitude. Yang Kai waved his hand. It's no big deal. Xia Lin Lang fell silent for a moment before she looked up at him and asked, Did you need me for something? Yes. The thing is, Yang Kai sat up straight and looked at her seriously. I need you to do me a favor. What do you need? She was puzzled. He explained, You heard my negotiations with Qing Yang during the day. If I cooperate with him, every universe cave heaven or universe paradise we discover will mean large amounts of treasures falling into our hands. There might even be all sorts of rare or extinct items. Greed brings out the worst in people, and although Qing Yang is an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, I cannot trust him on his word alone. I need somebody I trust to help me supervise the process, lest he engage in mischief without my knowledge. It is not convenient for me to stay in the Shattered Heaven for long, so after considering everything, I came to the conclusion that I can only ask you for help. Xia Lin Lang exclaimed in astonishment, You don't trust Qing Yang, but you trust me. Yang Kai smiled, You and I have faced life and death together multiple times. I have faith in you. Xia Lin Lang stared at him calmly for a moment before she burst into laughter. You've already said so much, so I can only do my best to help you. Yang Kai nodded. Of course, I will not ask you for help without giving you anything in return. My agreement with Qing Yang is a 50-50 share. You can take 10% out of my share. How is that? Xia Lin Lang simply shook her head. If you didn't come here in person, I would have suffered a tragic fate. It was also you who brought me out of the shattered space back then. This Xia Lin Lang might not be a righteous woman, but I will never forget how you saved my life twice now. I will help you manage your earnings and hand them over to you untouched when you return to the Shattered Heaven in the future. As for my compensation, you've already paid me, haven't you? Needless to say, she was referring to the fully explored universe cave heaven that he previously requested from Qing Yang. To the cultivators living in the Shattered Heaven, having a safe place to stay was their greatest refuge. But, in what capacity do I perform this task? Xia Lin Lang asked. Yang Kai briefly pondered before saying, I am Voidland's Lord. If you don't mind, I can appoint you as Voidland's high-rank guest elder right here and now. What do you think? She pursed her lips into a smile. I don't mind. I'm just afraid of causing trouble for you. That won't be a problem. Yang Kai shook his head. Raising his teacup, he gestured at her. So, have we come to an agreement? Yes, we have. Xia Lin Lang raised her glass in a toast, and they drank to their agreement. After seeing Xia Lin Lang off, Yang Kai sat down cross-legged, immersed his mind in his small universe, and manifested his soul clone. He quickly figured out the situation in his small universe with a single thought. Several years had passed since he left the shattered space, and during this period he had been too busy to pay attention to what was happening inside his small universe, though he did try to keep an eye on his 2 disciples, Zhao Ye and Zhao Yibai. Over the years, Zhao Ye had advanced to the transcendent realm from the immortal ascension realm and was on the verge of advancing into the saint realm even though her cultivation was constantly being suppressed. Her aptitude was simply heaven-defying. Furthermore, the world energy in his small universe world was so rich that her cultivation continued to improve slowly even if she did not cultivate. What's more, the flow of time in his small universe was twice that of the outside world. So the several years delay that he experienced in the outside world meant that nearly 8 years had passed in his small universe. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai, whom Yang Kai initially had high hopes for and expected to inherit his legacy one day, seemed like a worthless potato in comparison. After returning from their training experience, Zhao Ye had advanced to the Immortal Ascension boundary and after less than a decade was on the verge of breaking through to the Saint Realm. In contrast, Zhao Yibai had only just advanced from the Qi Transformation Realm to the Separation and Reunion boundary and was about to reach the True Element boundary. Although they had both advanced by nearly 2 great realms, Zhao Ye was doing so in much higher realms. Moreover, she had accomplished that feat whilst under suppression. Meanwhile, Zhao Yibai had spared no effort in his cultivation. The gap between them could be seen at a glance. Despite Zhao Yibai's slow advancement in cultivation, there was one aspect that satisfied Yang Kai immensely. The young boy had an unparalleled affinity for the Tao of space. Every time Zhao Yibai cultivated, Yang Kai could more or less detect signs of the space Tao essence in his small universe being stimulated. Yang Kai had never told them about the situation outside of his small universe, but now that they were on the way back to the star boundary, it was time to give them more information about the outside world lest they fail to adapt once he brought them back. When he summoned the both of them, the 2 little ones were naturally surprised to see their honored master and quickly bowed in greeting. He briefly told them about the 3,000 worlds, followed by information on Voidland. Lastly, he told them about the situation in the star boundary. He also told them that the star boundary was the best place for them to cultivate before they reached the open heaven realm. Zhao Ye and Zhao Yibai listened with great fascination, looking absolutely entranced by his tales. They never imagined that the world outside could be so vast and interesting. After spending half a day explaining the situation in the outside world to them, he also answered some of their questions about their daily cultivation. Only then did he prepare to leave. "Honored Master!" Zhao Yibai suddenly called out to Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked back. "Will my mother and my grandma also go to the star boundary?" Zhao Yibai asked. Yang Kai shook his head. "Both your mother and your grandma are ordinary mortals who have never cultivated. If they are in my small universe, I can ensure that they remain alive and well so long as I do not perish. However, they will not live long once they leave my small universe." Zhao Yibai's expression turned a little sad. He had guessed that the reason his mother and his grandma remained so young and beautiful was related to his honored master. His grandma was already well over 100 years old, but her body remained healthy and her hair even turned from white to black. Be that as it may, he could not help feeling a little depressed when he heard those words being spoken out loud. If you have time on your hands, you should go down the mountain to spend more time with your mother and your grandma. If you teach them some breathing techniques, they can use them to enhance their health even if they have passed the best age to cultivate. In addition, your small universe will change from ethereal to corporeal once your cultivation reaches the 7th order open heaven realm. When you reach that stage one day, you can transfer your mother and your grandma into your own small universe. Then, you can meet them whenever you want. Zhao Yibai immediately shouted excitedly, "This disciple will work hard to cultivate. I will not let you down, honored master." Zhao Ye swiftly kicked him. "Honored master has already left." He scratched his head and chuckled in embarrassment. "I'm sure honored master can hear me. We are inside his small universe after all. He knows everything." She glanced sideways at him, "Including how there was a junior sister who waited for you at the foot of the mountain and handed you a letter recently?" Zhao Yibai turned pale with fright. "You saw that, Xiaoya?" She clasped her hands behind her back and turned her back towards him. 3 days later, a portal opened wide and a large number of people rushed out from within. Cheng Yang and Yang Kai stood side by side while Hong Hu stood close behind them. Further behind came Xia Lin Lang, Qin Fun, and the others. Bringing up the rear were dozens of Qing Yang's subordinates. Yang Kai glanced behind him. "You sure have a mighty army with the finest of arms under you, divine monarch." Cheng Yang was in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, and there were 2 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters under his command. Furthermore, he had more than 10 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters while there were several dozen 5th and 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters below them. No one was below the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm. Such a lineup was something that not even the current Voidland could compare to. Of course, These people were nothing if Zhu Jiaoyin and Old Man Bai Shi were included in Voidland's forces. Cheng Yang alone had such an impressive army under his command, so it was reasonable to assume the other two 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven had equivalent forces. Just how many Open Heaven Realm Masters were hidden in the Shattered Heaven? Needless to say, Yang Kai was the one to request for so many people to be mobilized at once. He could not afford to linger in the Shattered Heaven for too long, so he could only ask Qing Yang to dispatch more people. After hearing what Yang Kai said, Qing Yang chuckled. Everyone knows that the cave heavens and paradises have as many masters as there are clouds in the sky, but nobody knows that there are many capable people in the Shattered Heaven too. It's just that the existence of the people in the Shattered Heaven are secrets that can never be brought to light. Yang Kai's heart trembled. Do you know the reason why the cave heavens and paradises make things so difficult for high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters like yourself? Qing Yang burst into laughter. Will you believe me if I say that I don't know much either, little brother? Yang Kai nodded. Of course, I believe you. Cheng Yang nodded. There are rumors saying that the cave heavens and paradises do this to strengthen their dominance over the 3,000 worlds. That's why all the cultivators who advance into the high-rank Open Heaven realm but do not originate from the cave heavens and paradises will be invited to join them. They either become part of the cave heavens and paradises or they disappear without a trace. But this monarch does not believe that the cave heavens and paradises, which have endured for countless eons and remained so powerful and prosperous, could be so spineless and underhanded. Martial Peak, Chapter 4721, 5 Portals. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Likewise, this was something he had always thought to be strange. The cave heavens and paradises boasted an inheritance that was passed down for countless generations. Not to mention, there were many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in those sects to begin with. Why would they need to use such despicable means to strengthen their dominance over others? It might have been a plausible reason if it involved only one or two of the cave heavens and paradises. However, all 108 cave heavens and paradises carried the same attitude. It was only natural for people to wonder about the actual reason. This monarch has always believed that the major cave heavens and paradises are hiding some huge secret. Moreover, this secret is something only the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters have the qualification to know. That is why all the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters who do not originate from the cave heavens and paradises tend to suffer a tragic fate. There are no exceptions. Why else would we hide in the Shattered Heaven for so many years? The 3,000 worlds is vast and magnificent, so why wouldn't we wish to travel the world and witness the wonderful sights? A secret, Yang Kai murmured under his breath. Although he could not determine whether Qing Yang's speculation was true or false, his limited knowledge of the situation indicated that there was some truth to those words. Qing Yang turned to the side and smiled. Little brother, you are different from this monarch. Your potential is great. If you can figure out the truth one day, please let me know. It will answer all the questions that have been swirling around in this monarch's heart for so many years. Good. Yang Kai nodded. Now that he was in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm, advancing into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm was something in the near future. Despite bearing the title of Yin-Yang Cave Heaven's son-in-law, he was not actually from any of the cave heavens and paradises. There was no saying whether he might actually learn the secret mentioned by Qing Yang when he advanced into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. A sudden thought struck him. The proprietress had been in retreat for so many years now. It was certain that she would advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm when she came out of retreat, so what kind of difficulties would she face at that time? If the cave heavens and paradises really did come forward, what would happen if he refused their demands? Several days later, a group of people came to a stop in the void. Cheng Yang carefully observed his surroundings before he nodded at Yang Kai in confirmation. If this monarch is not mistaken, there's a high probability that a portal is hidden here. When this monarch passed through this place in the past, the portal showed faint signs of opening only to vanish in the next instant. This monarch has been searching for a long time, but my efforts have proven to be in vain. That's why I could only mark down the location for the time being. Over the years, I would come here from time to time to investigate only to come up empty-handed. It's up to you now, little brother. Yang Kai nodded and immediately manipulated his space principles. Just like the previous occasion, a layer of ripples that were visible to the naked eye gradually spread out into the surroundings with him at the center. Everywhere the ripples passed, space would become distorted. The several dozen subordinates under Qing Yang's command watched with interest. The same was true even for Qing Yang. Although he had vaguely seen some of the scenes when he was hiding in his home previously, that experience was far less profound than this time. The layer of ripples created by the space principles was undoubtedly the best wayfinding stones in the void. If there was a portal hidden in this place, the ripples that swept over the portal were bound to produce a different reaction compared to the other areas. This scene amazed Qing Yang greatly. Space principles sure are useful in this situation. If only I was proficient in the Tao of space, I'm certain I could discover all the universe cave heavens and universe paradises hidden in the shattered heaven with enough time. It had to be said that these universe cave heavens and universe paradises were relics left behind in ancient times, so there was a high possibility that valuable treasures were hidden in them. After all, both the profound fish that appeared 3,000 years ago and the world spring that appeared recently had emerged from universe cave heavens left behind in ancient times. 2 of the 4 universe pillars had already appeared, so who could say whether more would be found? An incense stick later, Yang Kai abruptly turned to look in a certain direction. There was a slightly different fluctuation in the void coming from that direction. Cheng Yang followed Yang Kai's gaze, but could not detect any anomalies. Nevertheless, another incense later, with Yang Kai diligently focusing his space principles in that direction, the anomaly in the void was finally revealed. It became obvious that there was a large area that was different from the surrounding space. There is one here after all. Cheng Yang exclaimed in excitement. Yang Kai replied lightly, I wonder whether it is a universe cave heaven or a universe paradise. If it was a universe cave heaven, then it was the legacy left behind by an 8th order open heaven realm master or even a 9th order open heaven realm master. If it was a universe paradise, then it was the legacy of a 7th order open heaven realm master, so the value would not be as great as the former. Even so, every single universe cave heaven or universe paradise would at least contain the Tao essence cultivated by the original master. Yang Kai had devoured the Spear Tao essence in Pearflower Cave Heaven and improved his mastery over the Spear Tao by leaps and bounds. These Tao essences were undoubtedly a huge treasure for cultivators who cultivated that particular Tao. Another hour passed by, and a huge gaping hole suddenly appeared in the void, becoming a black hole with a clear aura of a small universe radiating from within. The portal was open. Yang Kai and Qing Yang exchanged a glance with each other before the 2 of them moved at the same time and plunged into the portal. Hong Hu and Xia Lin Lang followed closely behind. Meanwhile, the rest stood outside waiting. An hour later, 4 figures emerged. It was Yang Kai and the others. Sir, what is the situation inside? One of the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters under Cheng Yang quickly asked about the situation. Cheng Yang replied, This is a universe paradise. The former master was probably proficient in the Sword Tao. The Sword Tao essence is quite abundant. After saying that, he picked out a few people and instructed, You will stay behind to explore this universe paradise. Any harvests must be organized and recorded. Pocketing anything privately will not be forgiven. Yes. Those people accepted the orders. Afterward, he turned to Yang Kai and added, I will leave the rest to you, little brother Yang. Yang Kai nodded and reached out his hand to cover the portal. Under the urging of space principles, the obviously abnormal void gradually repaired itself and became indistinguishable from the surrounding environment after a while. Taking out a token, he injected his aura and engraved some space principles into it. I've used a secret technique to conceal the portal so that outsiders will not be aware of it even if they pass by this place. You can explore this place with peace of mind. In order to enter and exit through the portal, you will need this token. Recklessly trespassing into this place will most likely get you exiled to the void. The expressions of the open heaven realm masters picked out by Cheng Yang immediately became unpleasant. Yang Kai's actions clearly indicated that he did not trust them, otherwise, why would he create the token? Even the eyes of Cheng Yang flashed slightly at those words. He never expected Yang Kai to pull out such a card. Yang Kai ignored them, however, and simply handed the token to Xia Lin Lang before saying, "Gather up some people to stay behind to help with the exploration." Xia Lin Lang nodded and glanced at Qin Fun. "Qin Fun, you stay here." Qin Fun took the token and quickly said, "Yes." Yang Kai turned to the side and looked at Cheng Yang. "The next spot." Cheng Yang gave a slight smile. "Please follow me, little brother." They set off again with great energy while Qin Fun and Cheng Yang's subordinates stayed behind, watching the group's departure. It was not until the departing group was out of sight that they finally entered the universe paradise under Qin Fun's lead. Cheng Yang had been living in the Shattered Heaven for over 10,000 years. He spent most of his time in seclusion, sometimes spending up to several hundred or even 1,000 years in retreat. Even so, when it came to familiarity with the Shattered Heaven, there was nobody better than him except maybe the two other 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. After so many years, it was only natural for him to know various bits of information that other people might not know. For example, the locations where the portals of various universe paradises and universe cave heaven might be hidden. Under Cheng Yang's guidance, Yang Kai searched no less than 10 locations in the short span of 3 months. All of these locations were suspected to have hidden universe cave heavens or universe paradises. In the end, they discovered a total of 5 portals. The other 5 locations came up empty. Nevertheless, a success rate of 50% was very high. It could be said that Cheng Yang's information was extremely accurate. No matter how proficient Yang Kai was in the Tao of space, he would never have found any of these portals within the Shattered Heaven without Cheng Yang's guidance. During his escape with Xia Lin Lang previously, he had tried looking for a hidden universe cave heaven or universe paradise to seek refuge, but his efforts had been fruitless. Among these 5 portals, 3 of them were universe paradises while the other 2 were universe cave heavens. The harvest was bound to be plentiful if all of them could be fully explored and developed. Yang Kai had nothing to worry about after leaving Xia Lin Lang to supervise the proceedings here. Regardless of the valuable treasures that might be discovered in these 5 locations, he and Cheng Yang would split the gains equally among them. As for where Xia Lin Lang would eventually decide to choose as her residence, that would be up to her own consideration. "Little brother, are you sure you don't want to stay in the Shattered Heaven for a few more days?" After seeing what Yang Kai could do, Cheng Yang was reluctant to let him leave so easily. "I will be honest with you, little brother. I'm certain that Ku Yen and Tian Luo also know where some likely portals are located. If you can stay for a little while, this monarch can ask them about these locations." The names Ku Yen and Tian Luo that he mentioned were the names of the other 2 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven. There was a total of 3 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in the Shattered Heaven, and while they could not claim to be close friends, there was bound to be some communication between them. Yang Kai smiled. "There's no need to be so anxious, Divine Monarch. I will probably visit the Shattered Heaven again in the future. If you wish, you might as well make some inquiries first. It won't be too late for us to cooperate again when I return next time." Cheng Yang raised his eyebrows. "That's a promise then." Yang Kai nodded and turned to look at Xia Lin Lang. "If anything comes up, send Qin Fun to Void Land to find me." Xia Lin Lang nodded. "I will. Take care." Only then did Yang Kai turn to Cheng Yang and cupped his fist. "Until we meet again. Come back soon, little brother. This monarch will be waiting to hear from you." Yang Kai shot a glance at Hong Hu, and the two of them rushed into the depths of the void together. After watching the 2 figures disappearing into the distance, Cheng Yang finally smiled and said, "Young lady Xia, have you decided which universe cave heaven you want yet?" Xia Lin Lang replied, "Not yet. I wish to have a better look at them first." As it should be. You have to shop around before buying something, even more so when it comes to choosing a place to stay. Take your time to compare between them. You only need to inform this monarch once you have decided. Since little brother Yang and I have an agreement, I will not go back on my word. You should also rest assured. I will definitely keep my men tight-lipped about the location you choose as your residence. I will never reveal a word to the outside world. Xia Lin Lang gave an elegant bow. Many thanks for your kindness, divine monarch. Two figures transformed into streams of light that sped through the void as swiftly as the wind. A month later, Yang Kai and Hong Hu finally came out of the shattered heaven. It was not until this moment that Hong Hu, who only recently left the ancestral land after living there for her entire life, could be regarded as having seen the splendor of the 3,000 worlds. Unlike the desolation found everywhere in the shattered heaven, each great territory that they passed through was filled with countless twinkling stars and flickering lights. Moreover, the vitality nurtured by the many universe worlds and spirit provinces could clearly be felt. Martial Peak, Chapter 4722, Purple Heaven Palace. Returning to Voidland from the shattered heaven was a long journey that took an extensive amount of time. That was because it was Hong Hu's first time leaving the ancestral land, so she had never left her imprint in any of the universe temples located throughout the great territories before. They had no choice but to travel through each great territory with their strength alone. As a result, the time spent on their journey was undoubtedly longer than Yang Kai's initial trip. Yang Kai did not return directly to Voidland either. Instead, he first took a trip to Great Evolution territory. He had not forgotten about the palace artifact he previously commissioned Grandmaster Ma Fan to refine. So many years had passed since then, so the palace artifact should have been refined by now. Ever since witnessing the wonders of Heavenly Sword Union's Heavenly Sword Palace, he had been green with envy towards those with palace artifacts. Although the Dragon Clan's Crystal Palace could be said to be a palace artifact, and a supremely high-end one at that, it was related to the Dragon Clan's cultivation and inheritance, so it was not something he could wield carelessly. That was why he left the Crystal Palace in Four Phoenix Pavilion before he departed from the ancestral land. Inside Great Evolution territory, Yang Kai found the portal of Great Evolution Paradise with ease. Cupping his fist, he shouted in a loud voice, "Grandmaster, this junior is here per our agreement. Please open the way." Following that, the portal opened. Yang Kai and Hong Hu slipped inside and a figure came to greet them. It was a young and beautiful girl. "Junior Sister Tsin." Yang Kai nodded. He recognized that person as one of the remnants of Great Evolution Paradise known as Tsin, who was in the Fourth Order Open Heaven Realm. During his last visit here, he had gotten to know several Open Heaven Realm Masters of Great Evolution Paradise, and Tsin was one of them. There was also another person called Nailin Lu Shui, who was in the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. At the moment, Nailin Lu Shui was nowhere to be seen. There was no saying where she had gone. "Senior brother Yang." Tsin returned the greeting and shot a curious glance at Hong Hu, who was standing behind Yang Kai. "Is the Grandmaster here?" Yang Kai asked. She nodded. "He's here. Old Ancestor has been waiting for you. What you asked for has been completed, but..." "But what?" A feeling of panic gripped Yang Kai's heart as he secretly wondered whether something had gone wrong with his palace artifact. She whispered, "Old Ancestor has been in a terrible mood recently." Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter as he asked, "Why?" "A bunch of hateful people arrived." Tsin pouted, "You'll see for yourself once you've met Old Ancestor." While speaking, she took the lead and showed them the way. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling surprised. Not many people knew about the remnants of Great Evolution Paradise. He only knew about them from the proprietress, so who would come here? Not to mention with Grandmaster Ma Fan's cultivation and status, who could put him in a terrible mood. The pair followed behind Tsin and soon arrived at Grandmaster Ma Fan's personal meditation area. Before they even got close though, Hong Hu whispered in Yang Kai's ear, "Be careful, there are quite a few powerful little ones inside the room." Yang Kai raised his brow at those words. Hong Hu was on par with a top 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in strength. Therefore, people that she would consider powerful would not be just any stray cat or dog by the side of the road. They were definitely in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm or above. What's more, high-rank Open Heaven realm masters could only be from the cave heavens and paradises. Tsintsin stopped in front of them and turned around to speak. Old Ancestor is inside. Please enter on your own, senior brother. Many thanks, junior sistersin. She then darted her eyes back around a bit before saying, if you really want to thank me, then please speak to Old Ancestor on my behalf. Bring me along when you return to the star boundary. It has been so long since I last met senior sister Lan. I miss her greatly. I'll do my best. Yang Kai smiled. Tsintsin pumped her fists and cheered for him. I'm counting on you. After Tsintsin departed, Yang Kai finally took a step forward with Honghu. Many eyes instantly turned to look at him as soon as he entered the hall. Yang Kai looked up and couldn't help revealing a look of surprise. Staring at one of the old men, he laughed. Elder Yu? The old man was Yu Changdao of Free and Unfettered Paradise. He was also High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder on paper. Having taken a fancy to a baby with the innate Dao body back in the star boundary, Yu Changdao had wanted to take the child on as his legacy disciple. However, the baby's mother had insisted that her deceased husband's dying wish was for the child to join High Heaven Palace. No matter how he tried to persuade her, she had refused to change her mind. In the end, Yang Kai came up with a brilliant solution to the problem. He invited Yu Changdao into High Heaven Palace to become the supreme high-rank guest elder. In this way, the child would remain as a High Heaven Palace disciple even though his master was Yu Changdao. Not only would Yu Changdao get his wish, but High Heaven Palace would also receive an additional 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master as a supreme high-rank guest elder. It could be said to be a win-win solution where everybody was happy. After Yang Kai left the star boundary, the first thing he did was to study and repair several broken universe temples scattered across the 3,000 worlds. Next, he went to the Black Prison to transport stars from its depths to its periphery. Then, he cultivated inside the astral wind divine ability in the shattered heaven. When he obtained the world spring, he was pursued relentlessly and entered the ancestral land as a result. Inside the ancestral land, he unlocked the demon sealing land and improved his dragon vein to become a grand dragon. In the blink of an eye, several decades had passed. Yang Kai never imagined that he would run into Yu Changdao here, and it was not just him either. The other people in the room were also very familiar to him. They were the foreign affairs envoys from the major cave heavens and paradises who should be watching over the star boundary. Leaving aside Yu Changdao of Free and Unfettered Paradise, there was also Hong Xiangling of Azure Void Cave Heaven, Duan Ruishan of Clear Mind Cave Heaven, and Lu Zhenyang of Azure Nether Paradise. Hong Xiangling had persistently tried to matchmake Yang Kai in the past, so Yang Kai had a deep impression of the old man as a result. There were a total of 4 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, and each of them was more or less the representatives of their respective cave heavens and paradises. These 4 people were no strangers to Yang Kai either, as they had all gone to the star boundary and met him before. On the other hand, Grandmaster Ma Fan was nowhere to be seen. Sect Master. Yu Changdao stood up. Although his cultivation was higher than Yang Kai's, he still held the title of High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder. He could also be regarded as part of High Heaven Palace, so it was only natural for him to be a bit polite towards Yang Kai. Hong Xiangling laughed heartily. Young boy. Senior Hong. Yang Kai cupped his fist and asked curiously, why are you here? Hong Xiangling chuckled. Why can't we be here? What about you, kid? Why did you come here? Yang Kai replied, I previously commissioned the Grandmaster to refine an artifact for me, so I am here to collect it as promised. Hong Xiangling nodded and exclaimed, the world tree sure is amazing. I can't believe it actually made the Iron Rooster move. I was wondering why he brought a group of his disciples to the star boundary several dozen years ago. It turns out that you had already made a deal. Who are you calling an Iron Rooster? A dissatisfied voice rang out as Grandmaster Ma Fan walked out of the room in the back and glared at Hong Xiangling. Hong Xiangling slapped his mouth lightly and shamelessly responded, I was talking about myself. Umph. Grandmaster Ma Fan coldly snorted. Only then did he turn to look in Yang Kai's direction. It was just that he did not look at Yang Kai, but rather at Hong Hu, who was standing behind him, asking in a solemn tone, "This is..." Yu Changdao, Hong Xiangling, and the others had also been curious about Hong Hu's identity. Despite being in the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm, they couldn't help feeling a slight pressure from the woman in front of them, even though the other party was not even exerting the slightest bit of strength. Under these circumstances, it was only natural that they were concerned about her identity. It was just that Yang Kai did not take the initiative to introduce her, so they could not ask. Although they could not ask, Grandmaster Ma Fan was forced to. He was the master of this place after all. Besides, he would not have revealed himself if he had not detected this woman's unique aura. Yang Kai quickly introduced Hong Hu. "This is Senior Hong Hu." Afterward, he introduced everybody else to Hong Hu one by one. Hong Hu smiled and nodded. Yu Changdao raised a graying brow at those words. "I've heard that there are 5 phoenixes. Red Phoenix, Azure Qing Wan, Yellow Yuan Chu, Purple Yuzhua, and White Hong Hu. Your aura seems a little different." He only had this association after seeing that she was dressed in white. She smiled and said, "I am the White Hong who you're thinking of." Everybody turned pale without exception. Yu Changdao said solemnly, "Forgive us for our disrespect." Meanwhile, Hong Xiangling asked seriously, "Why did the Phoenix clan return?" Hong Hu looked at him in confusion. "What?" He frowned. "Didn't you return from that place?" "What place?" she queried. "I came from the Divine Spirit's ancestral land in the Shattered Heaven." The high-rank Open Heaven realm masters in the hall exchanged glances before Hong Xiangling quickly said, "I must have made a mistake. Please forgive me." Hong Hu gave Hong Xiangling a strange look and seemed pensive. Likewise, Yang Kai looked confused. When Hong Hu revealed her identity earlier, they had such a look of despair on their faces that one would have thought that the sky was falling. When Hong Hu explained that she was from the ancestral land in the Shattered Heaven, though, they became extremely relieved instead. "Where is this place that Hong Xiangling mentioned? What does it have to do with the Phoenix clan?" Just as Yang Kai was pondering these questions, Grandmaster Ma Fan stretched out his hand and tossed out something. An object came flying towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai instinctively caught the object, and when he looked down, he saw that it was a miniature palace countless times smaller than normal. His eyes immediately lit up at the sight and he exclaimed in delight, "Grandmaster, is this Purple Heaven Palace?" Grandmaster Ma Fan replied casually, "It can be said that it lives up to its name." Refining this item cost an arm and a leg. However, these materials were provided by High Heaven Palace and Void Land. As for the details of how many resources were used, you only need to ask your head manager for the details. I also integrated the Purple Heaven Divine Thunder that you left with me back then. You can slowly explore the specific effects after you finish refining it. Yang Kai played with the palace lovingly and said, "Many thanks, Grandmaster." The Crystal Palace could not be used carelessly, so it could be said that the Purple Heaven Palace was his first palace artifact. As for how much this palace artifact had cost, Yang Kai currently owned a first-class star city and a large stake in a superstar city. He also occupied the New Great Territory and the Black Territory, so how could he be troubled by something like cost? What's more, Qing Yang and Xia Lin Lang were currently exploring the 5 universe cave heavens and universe paradises. Once these places had been fully explored, Yang Kai would gain yet another source of income. The Void Land of today was no longer the same Void Land that used to worry about resources. There was an abundance in the storage and distribution of cultivation materials. "Your skills are amazing indeed, Grandmaster," Duan Rue Shan of Clear Mind Cave Heaven praised. As one of the 36 cave heavens, it was a given that Clear Mind Cave Heaven had its own skilled artisans. It was not difficult for them to refine a palace artifact, but doing so as skillfully as Grandmaster Ma Fan was not easy. The palace artifact he refined was so small and exquisite that it could be held in one hand. That was the gap in their skills. Moreover, it was a gap that was absolutely impossible to overcome. Yang Kai was happily playing with the palace artifact that Grandmaster Ma Fan had named the Purple Heaven Palace when he heard Grandmaster Ma Fan's voice ringing throughout the room. Allow me to be honest with you all. I am now High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder. I cannot make the final decision regarding your request. You should discuss it with the sect master instead. Yang Kai's delighted expression turned to surprise as he instinctively felt as though he had been tricked. It was an ominous feeling indeed. Martial Peak, Chapter 4723, Good Fortune Divine Furnace. As an artifact refining Grandmaster, Ma Fan naturally had superb skills. There were only a handful of people throughout the vast 3,000 worlds whose artifact refining skills could compare with his. When others refined a palace artifact, it was almost a certainty that several dozens or even hundreds of artifact refiners would need to work together to complete the project. Even if their skills were superior, it would still be a collaboration between a dozen people at the least. In contrast, Grandmaster Ma Fan had refined the Purple Heaven Palace all by himself from start to finish. The number of people across the 3,000 worlds who could achieve such a feat could be counted on one hand. Therefore, an artifact refiner with such superb skills like him was a rare and precious talent for any of the cave heavens or paradises. Forget Yang Kai's yearning to recruit him, even the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises coveted him. It was not that nobody had tried to recruit him. In fact, almost every cave heaven and paradise had sent representatives to recruit him over the past many years. Even though they offered generous and bountiful rewards, Ma Fan rejected every single offer without exception. In his opinion, Great Evolution Paradise was his route. He was born as part of Great Evolution Paradise, and he would die as part of Great Evolution Paradise. Yang Kai had the same idea at the beginning, so he tried to recruit Grandmaster Ma Fan as a supreme high-rank guest elder of High Heaven Palace. After gaining insight into the current situation of Great Evolution Paradise, he even used the existence of the World Tree as bait to lure Grandmaster Ma Fan into working for him. It was just that Grandmaster Ma Fan never accepted the offer to serve as a supreme high-rank guest elder, though he did agree to refine the palace artifact for Yang Kai. In this matter, Yang Kai had never pressured him into making a decision either. Who could have known that Grandmaster Ma Fan would make such a shocking statement when Yang Kai was completely clueless about the current situation? For that reason, Yang Kai's first reaction was not joy, as he felt that something extremely troublesome had fallen into his hands. He was still reeling from the shock when Yu Changdao looked at him with bright eyes. "You're part of the family, Grandmaster? That's great. Sect Master, we need to take good care of our family." Meanwhile, Hong Xiangling went one step further. He stood up and walked over to Yang Kai. "Young boy, I have a disciple in the 6th Order Open Heaven realm. Not only is she as beautiful as a flower, but she also has a gentle temperament. It's just that she has yet to meet a suitable life companion. More importantly, she has never been exposed to love and romance. She has always been obsessed with cultivation, so much so that she is showing signs of cultivation dissonance. I believe she needs a young and handsome man like you to save her." Before Hong Xiangling could finish speaking, Duan Ruishan slapped his palm on Hong Xiangling's face and pushed the latter aside. "Sect Master Yang, feel free to mention any conditions you want. I will not refuse as long as your demands are within Clear Mind Cave Heaven's abilities to fulfill." Lu Zhenyang of Azure Nether Paradise also chimed in. "Does High Heaven Palace need another supreme high-rank guest elder?" This Lu has always felt a sense of kinship with High Heaven Palace. "It's a pity that you've been away for such a long time, Sect Master Yang. I could not join even though I wanted to join High Heaven Palace so badly." All 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters stared at Yang Kai with burning gazes, like starving ghosts faced with a table full of delicacies. They practically scrambled over each other to speak in their excitement. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling dumbfounded as he hesitantly asked, What are you talking about?" Seeing Yang Kai's confused expression, which did not seem fake, the 4 high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't help looking at each other. Hong Xiangling was the one who eventually asked, "Kid, you still don't know." "What should I know?" Yang Kai countered, I just returned from the Shattered Heaven and only came here to retrieve my artifact from Grandmaster Ma Fan. Lu Zhenyang frowned and turned to look at Grandmaster Ma Fan. Grandmaster, can Sect Master Yang really call the shots on this matter? He doesn't seem to know anything. Grandmaster Ma Fan just sat there and watched them with a smile. Reaching out his hand, he took out a wine bottle and took a sip before he nodded. Of course, he can. Well, even if he couldn't before, now that I've said so, he has the authority to make the decision. The four masters' gazes became scorching hot once more. Yang Kai's expression turned bitter. Grandmaster, just what is this situation? The least you could have done was to inform me about it beforehand. Grandmaster Ma Fan pondered in silence for a moment before he stood up. Follow me. After saying that, he strode outside. Yang Kai put the Purple Heaven Palace away and hurriedly followed. Hong Hu wanted to come along, but he waved her away and asked her to stay behind. Following Grandmaster Ma Fan out of the Grand Hall, he walked deeper into the void. Grandmaster Ma Fan's voice came from the front. Great Evolution Paradise has two core treasures. One of them is a replica of the Universe Furnace. The genuine Universe Furnace is practically impossible to find. Moreover, it contains the Universe Essence and produces innate Open Heaven pills. Consuming innate Open Heaven pills will allow any Open Heaven Realm Master to break through their shackles and reach the next order, without any limitations or drawbacks. The Open Heaven pills that are commonly used in the world today were created by the ancient great experts who extensively studied the Universe Furnace's Open Heaven pills and consequently developed a pill recipe based on their research. The genuine Universe Furnace shakes the very foundation of the 3,000 worlds every time it appears in the world, but nobody is capable of possessing it. The ancestors of Great Evolution Paradise were fortunate enough to see the Universe Furnace in person and threw themselves into long years of research. As a result, they spent countless years and resources to create a replica of the Universe Furnace. Although it is not nearly as profound as the real Universe Furnace, it is quite extraordinary in and of itself. This old master performs artifact refining with its help. You've seen that for yourself. Yang Kai nodded. When he first came here with the proprietress to commission Grandmaster Ma Fan for an artifact, he had seen the latter activating the power of the sun's true fire to refine an artifact using the replica of the Universe Furnace. The second treasure is known as the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. Grandmaster Ma Fan's voice became solemn. Good Fortune Divine Furnace? Yang Kai raised his brow at those words. This one is not a replica or imitation, but a naturally formed treasurer. There was a sense of pride in Grandmaster Ma Fan's voice. According to the records written by my ancestors, the Good Fortune Divine Furnace suddenly appeared in Great Evolution Paradise one day. It can be considered a gift from the heavens. The world's blessings are infinitely mysterious after all. Yang Kai asked curiously, what makes the Good Fortune Divine Furnace so special? Grandmaster Ma Fan replied, you'll know when you see it for yourself. Yang Kai did not ask any more questions. A short while later, they arrived in the depths of the void. There was a barrier shrouding over this area and Yang Kai could sense an extremely hostile aura before he even approached, naturally terrifying him. It had to be said that even though he was only in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, he could rival a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master in strength when he transformed into his Grand Dragon form. Therefore, for him to have such a reaction only went to show the ferocity of the barrier. This place was originally Great Evolution Paradise's highest level restricted area. Non-members of Great Evolution Paradise would never be allowed to enter. However, with the passage of time, Great Evolution Paradise has become desolate, so there is no reason to hold on to such rules anymore. Grandmaster Ma Fan explained while taking out a crude and simple token. Forming a seal with his hands, a mysterious light penetrated the token before shooting out and transforming into a tunnel of light. Grandmaster Ma Fan took the lead to enter the passage, and Yang Kai followed closely behind. The two of them walked along the tunnel that seemed tens of thousands of kilometers long, and at the end of the passage, a three-legged furnace that was as tall as a person and carved with intricate patterns that covered the entire surface entered Yang Kai's vision. Is this the good fortune divine furnace? Yang Kai observed the furnace curiously. At first glance, there was nothing particularly strange or special about the good fortune divine furnace. The only thing that caught Yang Kai's attention was the gray fog that permeated the interior of the furnace. It was extremely strange, and when his divine sense penetrated the gray fog, it was like a rock sinking deep into the sea. The gray fog filled the entire good fortune divine furnace. Moreover, it crept about slowly like a living thing. Yang Kai frowned slightly and asked, "Is it alive?" For a moment, he could swear that he detected a peculiar vitality from the good fortune divine furnace. Grandmaster Ma Fan shook his head. "It is neither alive nor dead." Even the ancestors of Great Evolution Paradise could not determine whether the good fortune divine furnace was considered a living thing or not. They couldn't even figure out why it appeared here in the first place. There were no signs before its sudden appearance, and nobody could move the furnace after it appeared here. What a strange thing. Yang Kai observed for a while before he asked, "What is so special about the good fortune divine furnace?" Grandmaster Ma Fan said, "I'll show you." While speaking, he made a sweeping motion with his hand, and a large number of materials that exuded rich wood element power were thrown into the good fortune divine furnace. Yang Kai could clearly tell that the wood element materials were of rather good quality. All of them were fifth-order materials. Furthermore, there were also quite a lot of them, as many as 10. After the many fifth-order wood element materials were thrown into the good fortune divine furnace, the gray fog wriggled and swallowed them whole. In the next moment, they vanished out of sight. Grandmaster Ma Fan waited quietly for a while before he took out another fifth-order wood element material and threw it into the gray fog. There was still no movement, so he tossed in another. After repeating his actions 4 more times, the gray fog suddenly began writhing violently. Even the color of the fog changed. The gray and dirty-looking fog suddenly became crimson red. In the next moment, the red fog shrunk abruptly before expanding violently again, and an object came flying out of the fog. Grandmaster Ma Fan was clearly prepared for this situation. He reached out his hand and caught the object lightly before glancing it over and nodding. "Seems like my luck isn't too bad today." Then he casually tossed the object to Yang Kai. Yang Kai caught the object and carefully examined it, his eyes contracting slightly at the sight. "A sixth-order material?" Grandmaster Ma Fan affirmed, "This is what makes the good fortune divine furnace special." Yang Kai stared at Grandmaster Ma Fan in dumbfounded amazement. "How is that possible?" Grandmaster Ma Fan replied, "If you're asking me how this works, then I don't know either. Even the ancestors of Great Evolution Paradise could not figure it out. The world is full of mysteries, and there are many things that cannot be understood just because your cultivation is powerful. Hence, the reason why the good fortune divine furnace is called the good fortune divine furnace." Yang Kai felt his breath becoming short and ragged. What he was holding in his hand was a genuine sixth-order wood element material. He turned to look to the side only to see that the crimson-red fog had gone back to a dull gray color after spitting out this sixth-order material, and his throat suddenly went dry. "Grandmaster, does the good fortune divine furnace produce materials with higher orders after consuming enough from the order below?" Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded. "Did Elder Yu and the others come here because of the good fortune divine furnace?" Grandmaster Ma Fan laughed. "Of course. What else is there in Great Evolution Paradise that is worth a trip here in person? After all, they don't expect to recruit this old man." Yang Kai swallowed nervously. "With this divine object in hand, wouldn't I be able to monopolize all the resources in the world?" "Don't get ahead of yourself." Grandmaster Ma Fan doused Yang Kai's excitement with those words. "The good fortune divine furnace might be able to produce a higher order material in exchange for ones from a lower order, but if you calculate in strict terms, the results are basically always a huge loss. Think about it, how many materials did I use just now?" 14. Yang Kai had watched carefully. Grandmaster Ma Fan had thrown 10 world element materials into the furnace at the beginning. Afterward, he added 4 more before he finally obtained a sixth-order material. In terms of value, one sixth-order material was equivalent to 10 fifth-orders materials. Therefore, it was equivalent to losing 4 fifth-orders materials. It's not that simple though. The losses you sustained this time were wood element materials, but what about yin and yang element materials? Sixth-order yin and yang element materials are worth more than 10 times the value of fifth-order yin and yang element materials. Not to mention, fifth-order yin and yang element materials are easier to obtain while those of the sixth order are extremely rare. Yin and yang element materials in the sixth order and above were extremely valuable and often could not be bought regardless of the price offered. Martial Peak, Chapter 4724, Two Methods. Grandmaster Ma Fan just smiled meaningfully and asked, "Can you guarantee that every 14 units of the same type of material will be exchanged for one of a higher order? As I said just now, my luck today is relatively good. If your luck is bad, you might not get one in return even if you used dozens or even hundreds of materials. Luck is the most difficult element to predict out of everything." Yang Kai clenched the sixth order wood element material in his hand and quickly said, "But, if I had to choose, I would rather consume several dozen fifth-order yin or yang element materials in exchange for a single sixth-order counterpart." Fifth-order yin and yang element materials might be difficult to find, but they were much easier compared to those of the sixth order. It had to be said that sixth-order yin and yang element materials were categorized as strategic reserves that could not be used easily, even among the cave heavens and paradises. Back when Voidland was being besieged by Heavenly Sword Union and Zuoquan Hui, the great emperors had required countless materials to advance into the open heaven realm. If Yang Kai had not gone to the Black Prison, robbed Luan by Feng, and mined in or star from the Black Territory's depths, he would not have been able to get his hands on the necessary materials. The great emperors might still be stuck at the Emperor realm even now if that had been the case. Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded. "That's why they are here. The World Tree is infinitely mysterious. Even though the World Tree of the Star Boundary is just a clone, the feedback from it is so powerful that one can barely believe it. The cave heavens and paradises have taken in quite a number of disciples from the Star Boundary and even dispatched many of their own disciples to be raised there. Over the past few years, many excellent and talented individuals with extraordinary aptitude have appeared in the Star Boundary. It can even be said that there have been more geniuses emerging from the Star Boundary in the past few decades than in the entire 3,000 worlds over the past few thousand years. Not much time has passed, so these little ones have not fully grown and developed. Even so, it is enough to see that there are many among them who are eligible to advance directly into the 5th and 6th order open heaven realm. Some of them might even be able to advance directly into the 7th order. The Star Boundary was Yang Kai's homeland, so he couldn't help feeling proud after listening to Grandmaster Ma Fan's words. It was foreseeable that the Star Boundary would surely present a grand and prosperous scene in just a few hundred years. Grandmaster Ma Fan thus sighed. "We're talking about advancing directly into the 7th order open heaven realm. Since the establishment of the 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises, how many people have been able to advance directly into the 7th order? Not only does it require extraordinary aptitude but also incredible luck and fortune. In any case, one will require 7th order materials in order to advance directly into the 7th order open heaven realm. The materials for the 5 elements will not pose too much of a problem for now, as it is given that the cave heavens and paradises will have some reserves, so they will not lack them. The high-rank open heaven realm masters need these same materials for cultivation as well, but even if they have some 7th order yin and yang element materials in their reserves, there certainly won't be enough. It is only natural that they will have to plan ahead." Yang Kai immediately understood the situation. Is that why they want to borrow the good fortune divine furnace? They want to create enough 7th order yin and yang element materials to prevent their reserves from being stretched too thin when the time comes. Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded. Yang Kai exhaled a long breath. Putting himself in their shoes, he would have made the same choice if he was someone from the cave heavens and paradises. In that case, you could have negotiated with them yourself, Grandmaster. Why are you pushing such a highly beneficial deal on me? Yang Kai was puzzled. If they wanted to borrow the good fortune divine furnace, then they would surely need to pay a price. This was a good thing for Great Evolution Paradise. They could make a lot of money just by imposing any random condition. It was a highly beneficial deal that all but fell from the sky into their lap. There was no reason to pass up something like that to somebody else. Be that as it may, Grandmaster Ma Fan had done just that. He even went so far as to proclaim himself as High Heaven Palace's high-rank guest elder. In doing so, he placed the full authority over the good fortune divine furnace in Yang Kai's hands. Grandmaster Ma Fan explained, "You may only see 4 people here today, but those 4 aren't just representing their 4 cave heavens and paradises. They are also representing all the other cave heavens and paradises. They are here to test the waters. Great Evolution Paradise has long gone into decline. At present, this old man is the only one supporting this sect. Do you think Great Evolution Paradise has the qualifications to negotiate with the cave heavens and paradises? At the most, we can ask for some resources as compensation, but Great Evolution Paradise does not lack resources. This old man only needs to offer up a few artifact refining chances to earn more than enough resources for all of us." Yang Kai frowned slightly. "Grandmaster, are you saying that they will choose to use force instead if you refuse their request?" Grandmaster Ma Fan affirmed lightly, "That's the most likely outcome." Yang Kai was secretly surprised. According to Grandmaster Ma Fan, the cave heavens and paradises were scrambling to prepare 7th order yin and yang element materials in advance. The more they could procure, the better it would be for them. That was why they needed to use the good fortune divine furnace. Even though they had always known about the existence of the good fortune divine furnace, they had never bothered to set their sights on it, mainly because the uncertainty when using this strange innate treasure was too high. They might invest tens or even hundreds of materials only to come up empty-handed. Which sect could possibly afford such losses? In any case, each sect was bound to have some reserves of 7th order yin and yang element materials. The numbers might be small, but they were enough. It was just that the situation was different now. The current supply could no longer meet the demand, so they had to come up with different solutions. Although they might suffer heavy losses from using the good fortune divine furnace, all their losses would be worth it if they succeeded in producing a disciple who advanced directly to the 7th order open heaven realm. After all, if one were to advance directly into the 7th order open heaven realm, then their future limit would be the 9th order. Leaving aside the 7th order materials for now, even the supply of 6th order yin and yang element materials was insufficient for the near future. The cave heavens and paradises would surely have a much greater demand for such materials in short order. At present, Voidland is the only sect in the entire 3,000 worlds that has the qualifications to negotiate with all the cave heavens and paradises. Grandmaster Ma Fan turned to look at Yang Kai. The World Tree was the best example. The Star Boundary was Yang Kai's homeland, and the World Tree was growing in the Star Boundary. Regardless of his cultivation, he had more than enough right to speak on the matter. His status as a great emperor of the Star Boundary was enough for him to speak on equal terms with the cave heavens and paradises, at least in this situation. Yang Kai's eyes flashed. "What are your conditions, Grandmaster?" Grandmaster Ma Fan laughed. "It's easy to talk to smart people. Great Evolution Paradise was in a steady decline, so how could they negotiate with the cave heavens and paradises on equal footing? Under such circumstances, there was nothing they could do to stop the cave heavens and paradises from simply taking control of the good fortune divine furnace. As a last resort, Grandmaster Ma Fan could only dump the risks on Yang Kai instead. Nevertheless, his actions would result in Yang Kai taking quite a large share of the profits from Great Evolution Paradise. It was only natural that he would refuse to take part in such a loss-making business. Regardless of the conditions you eventually agree upon with the cave heavens and paradises, Great Evolution Paradise will receive half of the proceeds. Grandmaster Ma Fan declared bluntly. Even if it was only half the amount, it would still be far more than the amount Great Evolution Paradise would receive if they tried to negotiate on their own. Yang Kai nodded without hesitation. "Fine." This deal was the equivalent of pie falling into his outstretched hand for nothing. There was no reason for him to be dissatisfied with receiving half of the benefits when he didn't need to do anything to obtain them in the first place. Also, Great Evolution Paradise's Tao Temple in the star boundary will need to be doubled in size. This old man wishes to send more disciples to cultivate at the star boundary. That's not a problem either. That's enough, Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded. Is that all? Yang Kai was extremely astonished. What else should I ask for? Grandmaster Ma Fan looked at Yang Kai flatly. Yang Kai burst into laughter. You're truly an unselfish man, Grandmaster. Grandmaster Ma Fan snorted. It won't seem sincere if I tried to take the lion's share. Well, in any case, this old man is planning to come out of retirement. Come out of retirement? Yang Kai was curious. The little ones will surely experience rapid growth after being sent to the star boundary. They will need many resources for their cultivation once they advance into the open heaven realm in the future. Great Evolution Paradise is not wealthy, so this old man will need to find a way to make more money. Seeing as this old man has no other skills, I can only perform artifact refining for others. Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard those words. Are you planning to help others perform artifact refining to earn resources, Grandmaster? Do you have an idea? Yes, I do. I have a great idea. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly. If you don't mind, Grandmaster, I can hire you as Voidland's chief artifact refiner. For every artifact that you refine, I will pay you a certain amount according to the value of the artifact. What do you think? Grandmaster Ma Fan fell silent. It was obvious that he did not wish to be restrained in such a manner. Yang Kai continued, in addition, I can also send some disciples over to help you, Grandmaster. Whenever you are in a good mood, you can teach them something. If you are in a terrible mood, you can feel free to beat and scold them. Of course, the disciples will remain respectful and filial to you. Grandmaster Ma Fan glanced sideways at Yang Kai with an expression that seemed to say, Brat, you are untrustworthy after all. Yang Kai struck while the iron was hot. Grandmaster, you've already proclaimed to be High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder in front of Elder Yu and the others. Would it make a difference if you receive an additional title as Voidland's chief artifact refiner? After hesitating for a long while, Grandmaster Ma Fan finally let out a long sigh. I never imagined that this old man would have such a day. He had no choice but to rip his heart out for the sake of his disciples. In that case, do we have a deal, Grandmaster? Yang Kai was ecstatic. Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded sullenly. Yang Kai burst into hearty laughter. Don't worry, Grandmaster. The disciples I send to work under you will not add to your worries. Grandmaster Ma Fan snorted. They won't be able to learn anything from me without the necessary talent and skill. Yang Kai turned to look back at the Good Fortune Divine Furnace again, his gaze burning hot. Grandmaster Ma Fan added, what I showed you just now was the situation after putting in various materials of the same element. As long as the amount is sufficient, the Good Fortune Divine Furnace will return a material of a higher order. However, there's another method as well. Yang Kai asked, what method? Grandmaster Ma Fan said, take out a set of materials of the same order and throw them in. You will know after you give it a try. Upon hearing those words, Yang Kai took out a complete set of fifth-order materials harvested from the gourd vine from his space ring. If there was any resource that Voidland did not lack, it was undoubtedly fifth-order materials. Ever since obtaining the gourd vine, Voidland could harvest a complete set of fifth-order yin, yang and 5 elements materials every month from it. Yang Kai brought a lot of materials along with him when he first departed the star boundary. Now that several dozen years had passed, he was certain that Voidland had accumulated even more such materials by now. After throwing the complete set of 7 into the Good Fortune Divine Furnace, the gray fog wriggled like a living creature and greedily swallowed them up in the blink of an eye. A short while later, the gray fog suddenly turned crimson red and an object was spat out from the depths of the furnace. Yang Kai caught the object, took a look, and exclaimed with raised eyebrows, a 6th-order water element. Grandmaster Ma Fan explained, Compared to only investing materials of the same element, the chances of the good fortune divine furnace giving back a material of a higher order increases up to 70 or 80% if you invest a complete set of materials in one go. It can almost be said that the chances of failure are minimal. However, this method has a drawback in that it is impossible to determine the element of the material you will receive back from the good fortune divine furnace. You received a water element material this time, but it might be a fire element or yin element instead next time. Yang Kai sighed. It really is amazing. There were two methods, both with their respective pros and cons. The first method might result in great losses, but one would receive a material of the same element as the element originally invested. On the other hand, although one would experience much less losses with the second method, there were a multitude of uncertainties that came with the results. Yang Kai had the sudden urge to take all the materials that Void Land had been accumulating from the gourd vine over the years and throw them into the good fortune divine furnace right now. No matter how uncertain the results, he would eventually obtain some sixth-order yin and yang element materials if he threw in hundreds or thousands of sets, right? Martial Peak, Chapter 4725, Demanding the Lion's Share. When they returned to the Grand Hall, Hong Xiangling and the others immediately turned to look in their direction. Lu Zhenyang of Azure Nether Paradise said, "Sect Master Yang, we have been delayed here for quite a few days now. The Grand Master refused to come out of retreat earlier, so there was nobody we could discuss with. Seeing as you have the right to call the shots regarding this matter, you need to give us a proper answer." Duan Ruishan of Clear Mind Cave Heaven nodded in agreement. "That's right, Sect Master Yang. Please feel free to name any condition you might have. We are here on behalf of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Naturally, we will not let Great Evolution Paradise suffer any losses from this transaction." Yang Kai turned to look at Grandmaster Ma Fan, who had an aloof expression on his face, as though this matter had nothing to do with him. It was clear that he was unwilling to intervene at all. Just as Grandmaster Ma Fan had mentioned earlier, Great Evolution Paradise simply could not refuse the Cave Heavens and Paradises borrowing the good fortune divine furnace under the current circumstances. In this vast universe, Void Land was the only force that could negotiate with the Cave Heavens and Paradises on equal footing. The declining Great Evolution Paradise did not have this qualification. Grandmaster Ma Fan's previous act of hiding and refusing to meet anybody was nothing more than a tactic to buy time. It just so happened that Yang Kai was returning from the Shattered Heaven, so he quickly passed this troublesome matter over for Yang Kai to handle. Still, even if it was only for personal benefit, Yang Kai would not sell the rights to the good fortune divine furnace cheaply. Facing everybody's gazes, Yang Kai smiled lightly. "It has only been a few decades since you sent your disciples to the star boundary. No matter how extraordinary their aptitude, I'm sure their cultivation is not that high, right? There is still a long time before they advance to the open heaven realm, so why are you in such a rush?" Duan Ruishan shook his head. "How can we not be anxious? Just as you said, the cultivation of the disciples we sent to the star boundary over the past few decades might not be too high, but their growth speed is too greater. I'm afraid it won't take more than 100 or 200 years before some of them begin to advance into the open heaven realm." Yang Kai was stunned. That fast? For some to advance into the open heaven realm within another 100 or 200 years, the speed was simply too shocking to believe. Hong Xiangling stated, "The disciples we sent to the star boundary were carefully selected in the first place, so their aptitudes and talents were already among the best. Moreover, they are cultivating in a place as wondrous as the star boundary, so how can they not improve quickly? To be honest, despite how long old men like us have lived, we have never seen such a prosperous sight before. The cultivation of those little ones advances practically every single day." Yang Kai couldn't help feeling slightly worried. If their cultivation improves too quickly, will they not suffer from an unstable foundation? Yu Changdao shook his head. "We were also worried about this at the beginning. However, we discovered that there are no such issues after performing a thorough examination of the condition of our disciples. The feedback they received from the World Tree and the highly abundant Heavenly Way and Martial Dao aura in the star boundary are enough to satisfy their advancement requirements. That is why they do not show any signs of an unstable foundation whatsoever, even though their cultivation is progressing rapidly. Take my disciple, Shi Zhuang, for example. Sect Master, do you know what his current cultivation is? Shi Zhuang was the child whom Yu Changdao tried so hard to recruit as his legacy disciple because of the baby's innate Dao body, which was extremely compatible with his inheritance. It was also because of Shi Zhuang that Yu Changdao became High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder. That was why Yang Kai had a deep impression of this disciple. At the time of Yang Kai's departure, Shi Zhuang was a newborn baby, and about 30 years had passed since then. With his aptitude, it was obvious that his cultivation would not be too low. Yu Changdao had no real intention to let Yang Kai guess, so he answered his own question. That child is already in the Origin Returning Realm. In the near future, he will advance into the Origin King Realm, then the Dao Source Realm, and then Emperor Realm. After that, he only needs to condense his Dao seal before he is ready to advance into the Open Heaven Realm. Advancing from a baby with no foundation to the Origin Returning Realm in the short span of a couple of decades was no longer something that could be achieved with talent alone. One would also need the guidance of a great teacher and an extremely conducive cultivation environment. Fortunately, Shi Zhuang had both. Yang Kai gasped softly. He himself had 2 disciples. Leaving aside Zhao Yibai, who had mediocre aptitude, Zhao Ye was definitely the cultivator with the most heaven-defying aptitude he had ever met. Nevertheless, even with her aptitude, and even if he did not suppress her cultivation for so many years, she might not be able to advance to the Origin Returning Realm within such a short time. The reason for the difference in their cultivation was that one was cultivating in a holy land like the star boundary while the other was in his small universe. Yu Changdao continued, in another 100 or 200 years, the disciples of each sect will surely reveal a splendid scene of 100 flowers blooming. At that time, there will be as many people advancing into the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm and the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm as carps swimming upriver. There will most likely be people advancing into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm too. Can you imagine how great the demand for materials would be among the cave heavens and paradises? Forget the 5th Order materials. Each sect has an adequate stock of them, so there will be enough to go around. However, there won't be enough 6th Order or 7th Order materials at all. In the past, those who could advance directly into the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm generally held the status of a core disciple in the cave heavens and paradises. Most of the time, only one person would be born to each sect every few hundred to 1,000 years. Chu Huashang of Yinyang Cave Heaven and Ning Dao Ran of Free and Unfettered Paradise were such disciples. It was precisely because core disciples were so rare and precious that Zuoquan Hui tried to take revenge on Yang Kai for killing Zhao Xing during Yinyang Cave Heaven's Dao Theory Assembly. Now though, thanks to the star boundary's existence, there were bound to be more and more core disciples in the future. Hong Xiangling followed up, it is precisely because of this reason that we need to plan ahead, otherwise, it will be too late if we wait until the time comes when we need these materials. Yang Kai nodded lightly, it has been a long time since I left the star boundary, so I don't know much about the situation there. His fingers tapped lightly against the table as he pondered in silence for a while. Then he raised a finger. The right to use the good fortune divine furnace for 1 month in exchange for the opportunity to enter the small source worlds of each sect once for life experience. Grandmaster Ma Fan had been standing nearby, silently drinking wine from his bottle all this while, seemingly aloof and unaware of what was being discussed. However, as soon as Yang Kai spoke those words, he choked and spat out a mist of wine. This brat sure is bold. Ma Fan suddenly felt that leaving the matter involving the good fortune divine furnace to Yang Kai had been a wise choice indeed. That was because he would never have such thoughts if he were the one to do the negotiations. At most, he would have asked for resources from each sect as compensation. Thinking about it carefully though, this was like any business transaction where one should always try to take the lion's share so that the other party had some space and leeway to bargain and negotiate. Duan Ruishan's brow twitched visibly at those words. Sect Master Yang, can you change your conditions? For example, each sect pays a certain amount of resources in exchange for the right of use it for a certain amount of time. Lu Xingyang nodded in agreement. That's right, Sect Master Yang. The small source worlds are extremely important to the cave heavens and paradises. Our own disciples have to wait in line to enter the small source worlds for training. Most of the time, many of them don't even get a chance to enter despite waiting for hundreds or even thousands of years. We simply cannot afford to portion out an opportunity for you. Although Yu Changdao and Hong Xiangling remained silent, it was clear that they were of the same mind. Yang Kai just smiled and negotiated. You don't need to feel so distressed. Thanks to Yinyang Cave Heaven, I had the opportunity to enter a small source world for training once. It was a bountiful trip, and I've not forgotten the feeling. I've been thinking that it would be great if I had another opportunity to enter another small source world. As for this request, well, it's bound to be a little tight, but I'm sure it's not too difficult for you all. Lu Xingyang looked like he was about to speak, but Yang Kai raised a hand and interjected, Of course, I am simply making this suggestion. As for how things will actually be implemented, I'm sure you will need to discuss with the others first. After all, this matter involves all the cave heavens and paradises. This decision is not something the four of you can make on your own. The words Lu Xingyang wanted to speak got stuck in his throat, which was a terrible feeling. Yang Kai thus swiftly got to his feet. I've been away from home for too long. I need to return to Voidland, so I won't stay here any longer. While speaking, he turned to look at Grandmaster Ma Fan. Grandmaster, I'll be taking my leave first. I will send some people over. At that time, I will be counting on you, Grandmaster. Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded lightly. It was something they had agreed to earlier, so he would not regret his decision. Yang Kai glanced at Hong Hu and the two of them walked out. Shall we head back to the star boundary? Hong Xiangling looked at the others. Now that Yang Kai, the only person they could negotiate with, was gone, it was meaningless for them to remain here any longer. Yang Kai had already named his conditions. Whether or not they could accept the conditions or how they were going to fulfill the conditions would require further discussion among the representatives of the other cave heavens and paradises. Let's go. Likewise, Duan Ruishan nodded and stood up. The rest quickly bid their goodbyes to Grandmaster Ma Fan and followed closely behind Yang Kai and Hong Hu's departure. Yu Changdao caught up to Yang Kai. Standing next to him, he spoke in a low voice. Sect Master, in my opinion, De Zhuang has a solid foundation. Moreover, his roots and his aptitude are absolute. There is a high possibility that he can advance directly into the 7th Order Open Heaven realm when he condenses his Dao seal in the future. Yang Kai raised his brow at those words. That's good news. Yu Changdao smiled flatteringly about the materials that he will need when he advances into the Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai turned to look at Yu Changdao and asked with a chuckle, Elder Yu, are you asking me this question in your capacity as High Heaven Palace's Supreme High-Rank Guest Elder or Free and Unfettered Paradise's Foreign Affairs Envoy? Yu Changdao answered with a straight face. When it comes down to it, De Zhuang is a High Heaven Palace disciple. Of course, this old master is discussing this matter with you in my capacity as High Heaven Palace's Supreme High-Rank Guest Elder. Yang Kai nodded lightly. De Zhuang is a High Heaven Palace disciple. Naturally, High Heaven Palace will take full responsibility to provide all the materials he will need to advance into the Open Heaven realm. Yu Changdao immediately broke into a bright smile. De Zhuang is really fortunate to have joined High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai said gratefully, It's all thanks to your dedicated teaching over the years, Elder Yu. Hong Xiangling and the others watched as the one old fox and one young fox chattered away happily. They couldn't help feeling a little frustrated by the sight. When Yu Changdao did not hesitate to become High Heaven Palace's Supreme High-Rank Guest Elder in order to take Shi De Zhuang as his disciple back then, many of his friends laughed at and ridiculed him. However, based on the current situation, his decision had been a wise one indeed. Thanks to his identity as High Heaven Palace's Supreme High-Rank Guest Elder, he succeeded at forming a good relationship with Yang Kai, and as a result, it was much easier to get some benefits from and reach agreements with Yang Kai. Even if Shi Zhuang were to grow and develop under High Heaven Palace's banner, he would still be Yu Changdao's legacy disciple. That was something that would never change, regardless of the circumstances. During the journey, Hong Xiangling and the others constantly tried to find opportunities to discuss the rights to use the good fortune divine furnace with Yang Kai, but the latter stubbornly refused to budge on his stance. Thus, the others could only sigh helplessly. From Yang Kai's viewpoint, he had already named his conditions. As for the rest, the cave heavens and paradises would need to come to a consensus. Only then could the negotiation proceed any further. There was no need to waste their energy discussing this matter until then. Besides, he actually proposed similar conditions in the past. When news about the World Tree first leaked out to the public, the news attracted many cave heavens and paradises to investigate the situation. He had wanted to request opportunities to enter the small source worlds of these top great forces in exchange for the right to accept disciples from the star boundary and establish a Dao temple in the star boundary. However, the proposal was rejected by Su Linggong. The reason was that the qualifications to enter the small source worlds were tough competition even among the disciples of each cave heaven and paradise. They didn't even have enough to go around for themselves, so how could they let somebody take advantage of them in that manner? Martial Peak, Chapter 4726, Who is this auntie? Even Su Linggong had spoken back then, so Yang Kai could only settle for the second best option and change his conditions. However, the situation was different now. The cave heavens and paradises had witnessed the mysterious effects of the star boundary's world tree with their own eyes over the past few decades. The rapid growth of their disciples was the best proof. What immediately followed was a large demand for higher-order materials. If they wanted their disciples to successfully directly advance into the sixth-order open heaven realm, they had no choice but to compromise. Compared to opportunities to train in the small source worlds of each sect, the advancement of their disciples was naturally their top priority. That was why Yang Kai was confident that he could reach a consensus with the cave heavens and paradises to some extent. The routes to the star boundary and void land were different. Yang Kai, Hong Hu, Yu Changdao, and the others traveled together for a month or two before they went their separate ways. Yu Changdao and the others headed straight to the star boundary. Meanwhile, Yang Kai set off for void land with Hong Hu. It took another 2 months before the two of them finally arrived at void territory after a long journey. Looking from a distance in the void, the enormous void land and star city stood next to each other. Void Star City had been restored to its previous prosperity, and there was a steady stream of flight-type artifacts in all shapes and sizes coming in and out of the void dock. It appeared to be very lively. In reality, Hong Hu had sensed the vitality of void territory as soon as they entered. Despite passing through many other great territories, there had not been any other one that was as lively as void territory. Moreover, flight-type artifacts were a rare sight in the vast void. It wasn't until she saw the prosperity of Void Star City that she understood why this place attracted so many cultivators. Is this void land? Hong Hu stared in amazement. Yang Kai nodded. That's right. This is void land. Staring at void land that was covered by the 9 heavenly layers grand array, Hong Hu seemed to detect something. I can sense the aura of the dragon clan. It's not very pure, but it's very strong. Yang Kai laughed and commented, I forgot to tell you, senior. Void land sits on the back of Bai Shi. Old man Bai Shi had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years, and the spirit province on his back gradually evolved into Void Land's predecessor. Bai Shi. Hong Hu raised her delicate brow. As part of the Phoenix clan, it was only natural that she knew about Bai Shi's existence. Although she knew about him, she had never met him before, so she sighed in amazement. I've always heard the saying, Bai Shi bears a heavy load. Legend even had it that his back can carry the entire universe. Now that I see him today, he really lives up to his reputation. When they got closer, Yang Kai took out a jade, opened the 9 heavenly layers grand array, and slipped inside with Hong Hu. Old man Bai Shi's embodiment was sitting down cross-legged on one of the platforms located on a certain spirit peak. His long eyebrows drooped down to his knees and a mysterious language flowed out of his lips, imparting precious wisdom with every word. Many divine spirits sat upright in front of him and listened attentively. These divine spirits included the Dragon Clan members who grew up on Dragon Island, Xiao Xiao who had taken in Tai Yu's source, Lu Yen who had the Phoenix True Fire, Luan Feng, Fan Wu, and the Stone Spirit Clan from the Star Boundaries East Territory, Qiong Qi who was flowing Time Great Emperor's Mount, and several others with a wide variety of races. The divine spirits in the Star Boundary might all carry different sources and inheritances of their own, but they did not know how to cultivate or improve their respective bloodlines past a certain point. Needless to say, it was difficult for them to explore their own inheritance without any guidance. Old Man Bai Shi might only be a dragonkin, but he was old and wise, with an immense amount of knowledge and experience. Oftentimes, some divine spirits would gain valuable insight just by listening to a casual remark from him. The Dragon Clan had made great progress under his earnest teachings over the years. Among them, Zhu Qing's true form had grown to over 5,000 meters in length. While she was far from the standard of a grand dragon, she was now comparable to a fifth-order open heaven realm in strength. Likewise, the rest of the divine spirits also experienced growth to a certain extent, though none as pronounced as Zhu Qing's. It was for this reason that all the divine spirits liked to gather around Old Man Bai Shi to listen to his teachings. All of a sudden, Old Man Bai Shi raised his head and looked up into the sky in shock. Slowly getting to his feet, he announced in a loud voice, "An honored guest has graced us. Welcome." The others looked up upon hearing those words only to see two streams of light descending from the sky and landing in front of them. One of them was Yang Kai, who had not shown up for several decades. The other was a woman dressed in snow-white robes whom nobody had seen before. Zhu Qing's beautiful eyes lit up, and she gazed at Yang Kai lovingly. Unfortunately, there were too many people here, so no matter how much she missed him, it was inappropriate for her to act overly intimate in public. On the other hand, Xiao Xiao and Lu Yen did not have such reservations. The two of them had accompanied Yang Kai from the time he was young and weak. It could even be said that they were his longest companions. Xiao Xiao scrambled over and stood in front of Yang Kai. Using both hands, he climbed along Yang Kai's clothes until he reached his shoulders and sat down with a happy expression. Meanwhile, Lu Yen ran over in small steps and came to stand in front of Yang Kai. Stretching her arms wide, she looked up and called out in a babyish voice, "Master, up!" Yang Kai raised his hand and rapped his knuckles on her head. "Speak normally." Thanks to some lucky opportunities, Lu Yen had obtained a true body even though she was originally an artifact spirit. It was just that she had always maintained a childlike appearance. At this moment, she was acting adorable and childish on purpose. After being hit on the head, her eyes immediately became misty and she stubbornly held out her arms and said, "Hold me." Yang Kai sighed and bent down to pick her up. She immediately wrapped her arms around his neck in satisfaction and tilted her small head to rest against his neck. Even the corners of her eyes crinkled with pleasure. On the contrary, Zhu Qing's smiling gaze immediately flooded with wanton murderous intent. Xiao Hong and Xiao He, whom Yang Kai had brought out from the grand ancient ruins boundary, had grown considerably stronger thanks to the long-term consumption of the dragon blood pills. Moreover, they had been taught to assume human form by Old Man Bai Shi. When they saw this scene, the pair, who also looked like small children, rushed over. Standing side by side in front of Yang Kai, they stretched out their arms, "Carry us too." When Xiao He spoke, his saliva dribbled to the ground, which then began to sizzle and melt away, like it was being corroded by acid. It was a terrifying sight. Lu Yen flushed slightly and looked down at the other two with a scornful look. Then, she abruptly turned around to look at Hong Hu and whispered a question in Yang Kai's ear. "Master, who is this auntie?" "Auntie?" Hong Hu choked. She had been studying Lu Yen with great interest. Both of them were part of the Phoenix clan, so she immediately detected the Phoenix True Fire inside Lu Yan's body. That source strength was a little different from Luan Feng, who only had a weak Phoenix clan bloodline. It was undoubtedly an extremely pure Phoenix clan source. The corners of Hong Hu's face twitched involuntarily when she suddenly heard Lu Yan's remark, Still, she gave a fake smile and said, "What an adorable child. She is so cute and lovable." While she was speaking, she reached out a hand and grabbed Lu Yan's cheek, giving it a rough knead and twist as she asked through gritted teeth, "Is this the person who inherited the Phoenix Empress source?" Caught between these two, Yang Kai was drenched in a cold sweat as he quickly shook his head and said, "It's not her, but one of my wives. She isn't here, so she is probably in retreat." Hong Hu nodded lightly, "That's good." Giving Lu Yan a sweet smile, she released her grip and patted Lu Yan on the head. "This auntie is called Hong Hu. We are of the same clan. This auntie will make sure to take good care of you in the future." Lu Yan turned her head away, showing the back of her head to Hong Hu. Her posture screamed, "Who the hell do you think you are, old hag?" Moreover, a bright red mark marred her fair little face. "So, it is junior sister Hong Hu. Please forgive my discourtesy." Seeing that the atmosphere was turning chilly, Old Man Bai Shi immediately stepped forward to intervene. Hong Hu bowed elegantly, "Greetings, senior brother Bai Shi." "Junior sister, are you from the ancestral land?" Old Man Bai Shi asked. Yang Kai looked at Old Man Bai Shi in surprise. "Senior, do you know about the ancestral land?" Old Man Bai Shi chuckled. "After living for so long, it's only natural to know a thing or two. Long ago, I visited the ancestral land. What's more, I stayed there for some time before I returned." Hong Hu was curious, "Why do I have no recollection of this?" Bai Shi simply replied lightly, "It was many years ago." She fell silent for a while, then she nodded, "It looks like it has been quite a while indeed." Seeing as Bai Shi claimed to have visited the ancestral land in the past, then he must have gone there before. Nevertheless, she had no recollection of this. In other words, she had yet to even be born during his visit. That was something that could be traced back to several tens of thousands of years ago. "How is the situation in the ancestral land? Is it the same as usual?" Bai Shi queried. Hong Hu smiled lightly, "The ancestral land has undergone great changes. It's not possible to explain everything in a short time. I will tell you the details when we have the opportunity." "Good." He nodded. Yang Kai put Lu Yan down and spoke up from the side. "I don't know what it was like when you visited the ancestral land, senior, but the current ancestral land is not what it used to be. The reason Senior Hong Hu returned with me is to bring all the divine spirits in Void Land back to the ancestral land. After all, they will grow much faster there. They might even receive the opportunity to obtain the inheritance within their source strength." When Old Man Bai Shi heard those words, he said worriedly, "The Kuan clan is in the ancestral land. If the little dragons from Void Land head there..." Yang Kai smiled, "Don't worry. The Phoenix clan will take care of them. Not to mention, I've already talked to the Kuan clan and come to an agreement with them." Old Man Bai Shi nodded, "That's for the best. I've thought of telling you about the ancestral land all these years, but I was worried about the Kuan clan. That's why I never mentioned it. Seeing as you've already made the necessary arrangements though, it's definitely a good thing to send them there." "Many thanks for your concern, senior." Yang Kai nodded. In truth, he had wondered about this issue. Logically speaking, an existence like Bai Shi was bound to know about the ancestral land. Even so, not a word about it had been spoken in all these years. Only now did the truth come to light. It was not that Bai Shi never bothered to tell Yang Kai, but that he was simply worried about the existence of the Kuan clan. The Dragon Clan members in Void Land were far too weak. Rashly sending them to the ancestral land was equivalent to sending a lamb into the tiger's den. Rather than sending them to their deaths, it was better to remain silent for now. Now that Yang Kai had made certain arrangements and a Phoenix clan master like Hong Hu would be protecting them, there was nothing to worry about anymore. During their conversation, a stream of light suddenly sped in this direction. The light approached them in the blink of an eye, only to reveal a stunning figure. Heavenly Moon Demon Spider, Zhu Jiao-yin. She spent most of her time in retreat and rarely showed herself. Even Yang Kai had a difficult time trying to meet her. Only Shan Qing Luo could meet Zhu Jiao-yin frequently. The reason for her arrival at this moment was clearly that she had noticed Hong Hu's divine spirit aura and came to check out the situation out of curiosity. After not seeing her for so many years, Yang Kai could clearly sense that this woman's aura had gotten deeper and more profound. She was a mature divine spirit, but had grown up in the grand ancient ruins boundary all her life until Yang Kai brought her out. As a result, she was unable to adapt to the world principles of the outside world immediately, which was why she could not exert her full strength all this while. Even so, the strength she displayed back then was enough to easily suppress a 7th-order Open Heaven Realm Master. At present, she was probably a match for any 8th-order Open Heaven Realm Master in strength. Phoenix Clan. Zhu Jiao-yin exclaimed in surprise after a thorough examination of Hong Hu. Martial Peak, Chapter 4727, I am not their opponent. There was more than one person with a Phoenix Clan source in Voidland. Therefore, Zhu Jiao-yin was not unfamiliar with the aura of the Phoenix Clan. That was how she figured out Hong Hu's origins at a glance. What surprised her was that the aura of this Phoenix Clan member in front of her was extremely powerful. This Phoenix was definitely not weak. Hong Hu nodded as she was also examining Zhu Jiao-yin curiously. There were no heavenly moon demon spiders in the ancestral land, so it was her first time seeing this kind of divine spirit. For a time, she couldn't identify her. Yang Kai stepped forward and introduced them to each other. Only then could they consider themselves acquainted. The ancestral land? Zhu Jiao-yin revealed a suspicious look. What is that place? Hong Hu smiled. It is the origin of all divine spirits. To be honest, junior sister Zhu, with how strong your bloodline is, you should have been able to sense the existence of the ancestral land. That is the instinct that can be found deep within the bloodline of every divine spirit after they reach maturity, regardless of their origins or clan. A look of realization came over Zhu Jiao-yin's face. So it's that place. Just as Hong Hu mentioned, she had developed a vague sense that she was being summoned somewhere over the years. It was just that the sense was very weak and indistinct. Ever since leaving the grand ancient ruins boundary, she had been trying to adapt to the world principles of the outside world. Not to mention, she had yet to recover her strength completely. There was no saying whether there would be any dangers waiting for her either. That was why she did not bother to explore and investigate this feeling. Nevertheless, she originally planned to make a trip once she recovered her full strength. It was a surprise to learn the truth about that place from Hong Hu. The ancestral land is where all divine spirits originate from. It is a place filled with rich ancestral strength, which is highly beneficial to the cultivation of divine spirits. The reason Senior Hong Hu came along with me this time is to bring everyone with a divine spirit bloodline to the ancestral land. As for the specific situation in the ancestral land, Senior Hong Hu will explain to everybody in detail, Yang Kai said while looking at everybody. Many of the divine spirits looked fascinated. Over the years, the strength of the human cultivators who came from the star boundary had increased steadily. Leaving aside the fact that the great emperors and Yang Kai's wives had already advanced into the 6th order open heaven realm a long time ago, even most of the pseudo-great emperors from back then had advanced to the open heaven realm. On the other hand, the divine spirits who used to dominate the star boundary barely took a step forward. They felt very lost when it came to their futures as a result. Although listening to the teachings of Old Man Bai Shi over the past few years had helped them to a certain extent, the improvement of their bloodline was simply too slow. It was not until today that they learned about a place where all the divine spirits originated. Moreover, the ancestral land was filled with the mysterious ancestral strength that was highly beneficial to the cultivation of the divine spirits. How could the divine spirits not be fascinated by such a mysterious place? For a time, they couldn't help looking excited. On behalf of all present, I offer thanks, Senior. Yang Kai cupped his fist at Hong Hu. Hong Hu nodded. Bring the one who inherited the Phoenix Empress source to me. Once you have arranged everything, I will bring them back to the ancestral land. Good. Yang Kai nodded. Hong Hu would naturally receive hospitality from Old Man Bai Shi and Zhu Jiao-yin, so there was no need for Yang Kai to worry about her. Yang Kai asked Zhu Qing for details and learned that Su Yan was currently cultivating in retreat. Thus, he left with a flash. As soon as Yang Kai departed, a large group of divine spirits crowded around Hong Hu as though they had found a rare treasure. They eagerly asked about the situation in the ancestral land. Hong Hu felt as though she was drowning in infinite enthusiasm, so she couldn't help smiling bitterly for a while. She never imagined that so many divine spirits had gathered in Void Land. Not to mention, they consisted of so many different clans. Even though she was surrounded by so many divine spirits, she patiently answered their questions one at a time. In their conversations with each other, the situation in the ancestral land gradually became clear to all. Just as Yang Kai was rushing towards Su Yan's cultivation location, a transparent and almost imperceptible silk thread came flying through the air and wrapped around his body at the speed of lightning. Yang Kai lowered his head to look, seeing a silk thread move like a living thing and swiftly wrap around him several hundred times, swaddling him so tightly that he resembled a dumpling. Immediately after that, a tugging force came from the silk thread. Bundled up like a ball and unable to move a muscle, he was involuntarily dragged through the air at breakneck speed. His figure turned into a stream of light. On one of the spirit peaks below, the graceful figure of second manager Bian Yuqing stood on the branch of the tree. She looked up into the sky with a suspicious look in her beautiful eyes. Why does that look like the sect master? When she looked again, there was nobody in sight anymore. In her confusion, she sent a message to the governor of Void Star City, Mo Mei. Did sect master return? Mo Mei replied a short while later, I don't know. Bian Yuqing frowned and murmured to herself, I can't believe I'm seeing things. Am I getting old? Inside a certain hall, Yang Kai was thrown to the cold ground like a wet rag. A plump body straddled him from above and a slender hand caressed his cheek. A slim finger pulled his chin upward. Smelly man, are you finally willing to come back? Yang Kai could not move a single muscle. Looking around for a bit though, he winked at Shanqing Luo. Senior Zhu Jiao-yin is with old man Bai Shi. She won't be back for the time being. Shall we enjoy a quick one? Or, would you prefer going for 100 rounds? Shanqing Luo blushed slightly and spat softly. Why are you thinking of such naughty things as soon as you return? Who will listen to you? His tongue was so sweet that it was as though his mouth was filled with honey. Lu, it has been so long. I missed you so much. Her body immediately softened at those words. Her face turned redder, but her large and watery eyes still glared at him. Missed me? If you missed me, then why didn't you come to me? If I had not dragged you here just now, you'd probably be making love to Big Sister by now. I knew it. Out of all the sisters, Big Sister has the largest place in your heart. Yang Kai replied seriously, every one of you is equally important to me. Nobody comes first or last. Liar. She pouted. Getting nowhere with this conversation, Yang Kai flexed slightly and the silk threads that bound him snapped apart. Grabbing Shanqing Luo's elegant waist, he flipped over and pressed her beneath his body. He looked at her affectionately. Words can be deceiving, but the body does not lie. Why don't you feel it with your body? Shanqing Luo turned her head away and closed her eyes, her lashes fluttering slightly. After the dust settled, Shanqing Luo lazily rested on top of Yang Kai's body and muttered, the ancestral land. Yang Kai nodded. Senior Hong who came here to bring all the divine spirits in Void Land back to the ancestral land. Senior Zhu Jiao-yin seems to be quite interested in the idea as well. If things go as planned, she will bring you with her. I'm not worried since she will be taking care of you, but do be careful of the Kun clan when you arrive there. Shanqing Luo nodded, I will. Yang Kai reached out and slapped her full, smooth as silk moon before saying, I need to find Su Yan. Senior Hong who is waiting for her. The enchantress lying above him simply winked at him mischievously though and remarked, no need. I've already sent a message to all my sisters and asked them to come over. While saying so, she gave a wave of her hand and released a barrier. Several familiar auras immediately entered Yang Kai's perception. Under his dumbfounded gaze, Yu Meng walked in the lead, followed closely by Su Yan, Xia Ningchang, Shui Yu, and Ji Yao. Yu Meng stood with her back upright and her chest puffed out, staring down at the couple on the bed with a look of disdain. Su Yan stood there with her head slightly lowered. On the other hand, Xia Ningchang, Shui Yu, and Ji Yao were blushing furiously. Their skin was flushed and they seemed to be at a loss for what to do. "Everyone's here." Yang Kai gave a dry laugh. Yu Meng glared at Yang Kai before she turned to look at Shanqing Luo. "Was the meal you had alone tasty?" Shanqing Luo rested on Yang Kai's chest with a silly look in her beautiful eyes. "Tasty or not, you'll know once you try it for yourself, big sister Ru Meng." Even though Yu Meng was a charm demon, she had to reluctantly admit that she was not as good as Shanqing Luo when it came to such shamelessness. Thus she sighed to herself. This devilish woman is bold indeed. No wonder this smelly man is so obsessed with her and visited her as soon as he returned. Xia Ningchang's head was hanging so low that she practically touched her chest as she murmured, "Luer said you were back, so I came to have elk. I'm going now." While speaking, she covered her face with her hands and turned to flee. Shanqing Luo, however, lifted a hand, and a snow-white spider thread wrapped around Xia Ningchang's waist. Ignoring Xia Ningchang's startled cry, she dragged the veiled beauty back to the bed and giggled happily. "You're already here, so why are you leaving? No one can leave without taking good care of husband." Yu Meng turned to glance at Shui Yu and Ji Yao. Those two were absolutely terrified and their eyes were filled with horror. She sneered coldly and strode towards the bed, stripping off her clothes while walking. "You acted like pitiful widows when he was gone, always sighing and looking gloomy all day long. Why are you hesitating now that he is back? I don't care. If I don't drain this smelly man dry today, I won't call myself Yu Meng again." She went up and kicked Shanqing Luo aside. Looking at the situation on the bed, Su Yan suddenly stepped forward. Ji Yao and Shui Yu hugged each other, trembling uncontrollably as they called out in a shaking voice, "Big sister." Su Yan turned a deaf ear to them. Her gaze was firm as though 1,000 men would not stop her. Sect Master really came back? Bian Yuqing was dealing with some minor tasks in Voidland when she suddenly received the message. Following a check with her divine sense, she became filled with joy. She quickly set aside what she was doing and hurried towards the main conference hall. When she arrived in front of the grand hall, she saw a figure with one hand supporting his waist and one hand pressed against the wall for support. The figure was hobbling along, seeming as though each step required great effort. The figure was extremely familiar, and upon taking a closer look, she was shocked. "Sect Master." Bian Yuqing hurried over and took Yang Kai's arm. His complexion was as pale as paper and his aura was weak. He looked like he had been severely injured, so her expression became stern. "Sect Master, are you injured?" Yang Kai opened his swollen eyes and stared at Bian Yuqing for a long time before he seemed to recognize her. "Is it you, second manager?" Bian Yuqing was livid. "Sect Master, who injured you? This subordinate will immediately organize the troops to seek justice." Yang Kai coughed lightly and waved his hand dismissively. "No need. I admit defeat. The enemy is too strong. I am not their opponent." Yu Meng, that charm demon, sure was cruel. She went so far as to use a secret technique to gather Yang to supplement Yin to suck him dry. Thankfully, his dragon clan bloodline was powerful. Not to mention, he recently became a grand dragon. If it had been the him from the past, he would have been a withered husk by now. Even so, he couldn't help feeling weak and lightheaded at this moment. It was no different from a life-or-death battle against a powerful foe. Bian Yuqing was absolutely shocked. It had to be said that Yang Kai was a powerful master. Even when faced with a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm master like Zuoquan Hui, he had dared to fight head-on. In the end, he finally killed his mighty enemy even though his cultivation was weaker. Just what kind of terrible monster did the sect master encounter for him to be at such a disadvantage? I can't even imagine it. Martial Peak, Chapter 4728, Arrangements. Sect Master, are we really not going to seek revenge? Bian Yuqing asked in confusion, as this attitude was very unlike his usual attitude. Yang Kai waved aside her suggestion. It's just that I'm too weak now. I will work hard on my cultivation and get even with them with my own power one day. Only then did she nod. This subordinate understands. The two of them walked into the grand hall. After helping him into his seat, she heard him breathe a long sigh of relief. Yang Kai then asked, "What happened in Voidland during the years that I was absent?" Bian Yuqing quickly replied, "Everything is running smoothly. The disciples are working hard on their cultivation and the Star City is prospering." He nodded, "Tell me about it." Hence, she immediately gave a brief summary of everything that happened in Voidland over the years. There was nothing particularly noteworthy. Back when Zuoquan Hui led Heavenly Sword Union against Voidland, Voidland had eventually managed to turn the dangers around under Yang Kai's leadership. Afterwards, news of the Star Boundaries World Tree spread throughout the 3,000 worlds and Voidland's name became famous as a result. That battle also allowed the entire universe to learn about Voidland's powerful heritage. Even Zuoquan Hui, a high-rank Open Heaven Realm Master from Thousand Cranes Paradise, had died at the hands of Voidland's Lord. Prior to this incident, it could be said that high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were essentially invincible existences in the 3,000 worlds. It could be said that aside from the Cave Heavens and Paradises, Voidland was now the strongest in the 3,000 worlds. In this respect, even those with countless years of inheritances could only sigh at their inferiority. Consequently, numerous great forces had been trying to befriend Voidland so that they could visit the Star Boundary and enjoy a share of the pie. Unfortunately, the Star Boundary's attitude was very clear. Regardless of the great force, they were free to recruit talents from the Star Boundary, but the outcome would rely solely on their abilities. If they had the ability to appeal to the native Star Boundary cultivators and recruit these talents into their respective sects, then Voidland and High Heaven Palace would not interfere. However, they were not allowed to establish Dao temples in the Star Boundary. Each of the Cave Heavens and Paradises had a Dao temple in the Star Boundary, hence, there were over 100 Dao temples spread across the 4 territories. There was simply not enough space to accommodate more. This was the policy Yang Kai decided upon before he left, and Hua Qingxi handled the issue perfectly. The Star Boundary had Hua Qingxi managing it, so there was nothing to worry about. Meanwhile, in Void Territory, the Star City was prosperous. It was now already a veritable first-class Star City that was not inferior to the large-scale Star Cities under the command of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Furthermore, the monthly auctions where the Heavenly Yuan Seal stabilizing pill was featured drew even more people than before. It could be said that Voidland was making a fortune just by relying on this Star City. Not to mention the large number of resources that Luan Baifeng had to send from the Black Prison every year. The current Voidland could be said to be extremely wealthy. As long as the disciples had enough contribution points, the resources they needed would definitely be supplied to them. That was why many Emperor Realm Masters had advanced into the Open Heaven realm over the past few decades. Many had even condensed their Dao seals and had begun condensing the Yin, Yang and 5 element powers. There was no doubt that the number of Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland would experience an explosive wave of growth in the coming decades. So far, there are roughly 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland and High Heaven Palace. There are basically no changes in this regard. On the other hand, we have 162 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, 493 4th Order Masters, and over 1,300 Open Heaven Realm Masters beneath the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm. There were nearly 2,000 Open Heaven Realm Masters in total. It was a terrifying number indeed. Ordinary second-class great forces would be considered pretty successful with 100 Open Heaven Realm Masters among their ranks. However, Voidland had over 20 times that number. That was where heritage came into play. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Has Proprietress come out of retreat? Bian Yuqing shook her head. Bai Qi and the others have been standing guard over Madame Lan's place of retreat over the past few years, but there have been no movements so far. Yang Kai frowned slightly. The proprietress had been in retreat for close to 100 years already, but there was still no news from her so far. There was no telling whether her attempt was successful or not. Be that as it may, it could be seen just how difficult it was for a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master to advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. It had to be said that the proprietress' aptitude was very high as she had advanced directly into the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm, which made her comparable to the core disciples from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Keep an eye on proprietress and inform me immediately if there's any news, Yang Kai instructed. Yes. Also, I stopped by Grandmaster Ma Fan's place on my way back and received an unexpected windfall. Grandmaster Ma Fan? Bian Yuqing pondered for a moment after hearing the name before quickly realizing something. Are you referring to Grandmaster Ma Fan of Great Evolution Paradise? Have you heard of him before? Yang Kai looked at her curiously. She smiled and answered the question. Senior Sister Hua sent a message from the Star Boundary. Information on the situations at High Heaven Palace and Voidland is shared among us after all. I heard that Grandmaster Ma Fan brought a group of disciples to the Star Boundary several dozen years ago, and Senior Sister Hua allowed them to establish a Tao temple there. There was an uproar at the time because of this incident. Why? Yang Kai frowned. She explained, that was because you instructed Senior Sister Hua to prevent any great forces aside from the Cave Heavens and Paradises from establishing a Tao temple in the Star Boundary before you departed back then. If things had played out equally for all parties, then nothing would have happened. The key point was that the Great Evolution Tao Temple had appeared out of nowhere. Those great forces with no qualifications to establish a Tao temple were naturally dissatisfied with the situation, so they went to High Heaven Palace to argue with Senior Sister Hua. How was this matter settled in the end? In the end, the foreign affairs envoys from the Cave Heavens and Paradises came forward to suppress the storm. Afterwards, the great forces no longer dared to question anything again. Yang Kai gently nodded. The name, Great Evolution Paradise, would be quite unfamiliar to most of the great forces in the 3,000 worlds. On the other hand, in the eyes of the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters of the Cave Heavens and Paradises, Great Evolution Paradise used to be one of the 72 paradises in the past. It was just that the sect had fallen into decline due to certain reasons. Now that the Star Boundary was prosperous, Great Evolution Paradise's presence in the Star Boundary undoubtedly meant that it was showing signs of revival. It was only natural that the rest of the Cave Heavens and Paradises were happy to see such a situation. Sect Master, what windfall did you receive from Grandmaster Ma Fan? Bian Yuqing asked curiously. Yang Kai excitedly said, Great Evolution Paradise has an innate precious treasure called the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. He then told her about everything he witnessed. After listening to his explanation, Bian Yuqing looked extremely shocked and murmured under her breath, how can there be such a mysterious object in this world? Yang Kai sighed in amazement as well. If I had not witnessed it for myself, I would not have dared to believe it either. But the Cave Heavens and Paradises are eyeing the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. Grandmaster Ma Fan entrusted this matter to me, so I made a proposal. It won't take long before they reach a consensus among themselves and come back to discuss it with me again. At that time, they will be taking turns using the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. Voidland has to make the first move before that happens. Second Manager, quickly prepare some materials and deliver them to Great Evolution Paradise. We will use the Good Fortune Divine Furnace to produce the materials that Voidland lacks. The Cave Heavens and Paradises were preparing for the future of the disciples, so how could Voidland do any different? A large number of talents in the 5th, 6th, and even 7th Order Open Heaven Realm were bound to emerge from the Star Boundary. It would be too late to figure out a solution when the time came that they needed the resources. It was better to prepare something like that as early as possible. Understood. Bian Yuqing nodded in affirmation. Don't worry, Sect Master. Voidland has accumulated quite a number of resources over the past few decades, so I'm sure they will be enough to create a sufficient supply of higher order materials. Yang Kai nodded. Leave enough for the disciples' cultivation needs and deliver the rest to Great Evolution Paradise. Furthermore, gather some disciples gifted in artifact refining and send them along too. Opportunities to openly learn the skills of a master like this are very rare. Bian Yuqing's eyes lit up as she asked, Grandmaster Ma Fan is accepting disciples? Yang Kai shook his head and smiled. That's not it. He is simply making plans for the future of his own disciples. As such, he intends to come out of retirement to earn some income by performing artifact refining. I have hired him as Voidland's chief artifact refiner. In the future, all the artifacts in Voidland can be left to him to refine. That's great news. Bian Yu Bing exclaimed in delight. Both the Heavenly Executioner's Sword and the Heavenly Net Umbrella that were placed in the 9 Heavenly Layers Grand Array had been refined by Grandmaster Ma Fan. That's right. Have he and the others been staying at the Star Boundary all this time? Yang Kai asked. Although it had not been long since he returned, he did not detect any powerful auras with his divine sense perception. None of the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland were here. She answered, I was just about to tell you about this, Sect Master. The 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland spend most of their time in the Star Boundary. One of the reasons is that there are too many people gathered there. There is certainly a need for some masters to remain on guard to deter any unwanted incidents. The second reason is related to the development of the new Great Territory. The new Great Territory has an abundant stock of resources. Out of Voidland's current reserves, more than half come from the new Great Territory. In addition, Senior Sister Hua sent a message a few days ago saying that they made some sort of special discovery in the new Great Territory recently. She requested that I let you know you should head to the Star Boundary as soon as possible if I happen to encounter you, Sect Master. A special discovery? Yang Kai's brow lifted at those words. But Bian Yuqing just shook her head. Senior Sister Hua did not mention any specific details about this discovery, but it should be good news. Yang Kai pondered for a moment before he nodded. Got it. It's true that I need to head to the Star Boundary as the Cave Heavens and Paradises are waiting for me to discuss matters regarding the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. Unfortunately, I cannot leave right now. I will head to the Star Boundary once I've seen Senior Hong Hu off. Hong Hu would most likely decline to stay in Voidland for a long time. The reason she came here was mainly to bring Su Yen, the one who inherited the Phoenix Empress Source, back to 4 Phoenix Pavilion. The rest of the divine spirits were simply hitching a ride with her. Afterwards, Yang Kai handed Bian Yuqing a list with many precious resources recorded on it. 3 days later, Hong Hu came to bid her farewells, and Yang Kai did not try to stop her. For the divine spirits, going to the ancestral land one day earlier would mean that they could reap the benefits one day sooner. Moreover, the current ancestral land was different from back then. With the opening of the demon sealing land, the ancestral strength had become extremely rich. Not to mention, the sacred treasures of each clan had reappeared in the world. If nothing else, the Dragon Clan would enjoy immense benefits just by going to the ancestral land and cultivating in the Crystal Palace. The group of divine spirits led by Hong Hu slowly left Voidland in an enormous ship. On the other hand, Yang Kai simply stood there and watched them off. As expected, Zhu Jiao-yin followed along. For her, she had regained her freedom after her contract with Yang Kai to be a protector had been annulled. If not because she wanted to teach Shanqing Luo, she would have left Voidland a long time ago. Su Yen and Shanqing Luo had also gone along with the others. Su Yen was Hong Hu's main reason for coming. The 4 Phoenix Pavilion attached great importance to her thanks to her identity as the inheritor of a past Phoenix Empress source. Shanqing Luo had been reluctant to leave, but she could not win against Zhu Jiao-yin. Therefore, she could only set off for the ancestral land. Zhu Qing, Yang Xiao, the Dragon Clan, Xiao Xiao, Lu Yen, Jiu Feng, Luan Feng, Fan Wu, Song Go, the many divine spirits from the Star Boundary, and even those with only a trace of a divine spirit bloodline also went along with Hong Hu. Their departure was a mighty sight to behold. Once they embarked on this journey, there was no saying when they would meet again. However, the divine spirits would surely have grown tremendously by the time they meet again. Martial Peak, Chapter 4729, Open Heaven Realm Masters Everywhere. Husband, you seem a little reluctant to part ways with them. Yu Ru Meng pressed herself against Yang Kai's body and exhaled an orchid scent in his ear. Yang Kai's calves shuddered slightly, and he answered in a trembling voice, "It's nothing. It's not like we'll never meet again." She glanced sideways at him with a smile. "Husband, why are you so nervous? It's not like this mistress will eat you." While saying so, she licked her lips with her bright red tongue. The sight made a chill spread out from the tips of his toes to the top of his head, causing all the hair on his body to stand on end. Turning his head to the side, he saw a person passing by not far away and quickly called out, "Second manager." Bian Yuqing stopped in her tracks and turned to look in this direction. "Sect master?" He asked seriously, "Second manager, did you come here because you have something to discuss with me?" She responded in confusion, "No. This subordinate was simply passing by. I am on my way to the Star City." "Second manager, you have something to discuss with me, right?" He repeated his question with a stern expression. She blinked and answered in an uncertain voice, "Yes, I have something to discuss with you." Yang Kai nodded lightly, "I see. It must be something urgent. Let's walk and talk." His figure came to her side in a flash, and he gave her a look. She then followed him in confusion. Behind them, Yu Ru Meng gave a cold sneer, "Men. Second manager, you've worked hard all these years." While leading Bian Yuqing forward, Yang Kai spoke up suddenly. Bian Yuqing smiled, "Not that hard. If not for your kindness back then, sect master, I would have died a long time ago. I would not be standing here today. Besides, things in Voidland are wonderful now. It would have been better if the man from back then had survived until today." Even now, she could not forget the man named Ko Wu who gave his life for her. If he was still alive today, she was certain that he would have great achievements to show for his efforts. Once you finish dealing with the matters regarding Great Evolution Paradise, you should take some time to advance to the Open Heaven Realm. Managing Voidland all this time has caused significant delays to your cultivation, Yang Kai said with some guilt. Voidland and the Star Boundary were two large territories. One was managed by head manager Hua Qingxi while the other was managed by second manager Bian Yuqing. They were both women who had to pick up the slack left behind by Yang Kai, who had always been an arm-flinging shopkeeper. A great force would have many affairs, both big and small, to take care of after all. As a result, their cultivation had never been particularly high. Thanks to the Star Boundary's World Tree, Hua Qingxi had managed to condense her Dao Seal, but she had yet to advance into the Open Heaven Realm before Yang Kai departed back then. There was no saying what condition she was in now. The same was true for Bian Yuqing. Upon hearing what Yang Kai said, Bian Yuqing felt a warmth flooding her heart and she nodded obediently, "Good. I will go into retreat once I have settled the matter regarding Great Evolution Paradise. I will not disappoint you. But, Sect Master, who will manage Voidland if I go into retreat?" Yang Kai asked, "Do you have any good candidates to recommend?" To which she replied, "In Voidland, aside from Senior by she whose cultivation is the highest, there are only your wives and Void Star City's Governor Mo Mei. Senior by she will never agree to manage these affairs and your wives have no such experience either, so it might not be appropriate for them to rashly take over. Why don't you leave things to Governor Mo Mei? She has managed the Star City very well over the years." Yang Kai nodded and said, "I had that idea too. This is the perfect timing. Let's head to Star City to inform Mo Mei about this matter." The two of them thus went to Star City together. Mo Mei was naturally delighted to see that Yang Kai had returned. The truth was that she had already received news of his arrival. The Star City and Voidland were neighbors after all, so it was only natural that news traveled quickly between these two places. However, she was in charge of managing Void Star City, so she could not leave without notice. Yang Kai informed Mo Mei that Bian Yuqing would soon enter retreat in order to advance to the Open Heaven Realm. During that time, the management of Voidland would be temporarily handed over to her. To which she nodded in agreement. After that, he casually made a cursory check of the financial situation in Voidstar City before he finally took his leave. Yang Kai did not dare to remain in Voidland for long, so the day after sending Hong Hu off, he spoke to Bian Yuqing once more before he made his move and set off for the star boundary in a rush. In any case, Yang Kai had originally planned to visit the star boundary as soon as possible. There was still the discussion with the cave heavens and paradises regarding the good fortune divine furnace after all. Not to mention, Hua Qingxi had sent a message saying that they made an interesting discovery in the new Great Territory. It was only natural that he went there as soon as possible. It was definitely not because he was frightened. Think about it. From the day he began cultivating until now, Yang Kai had experienced countless battles of varying intensity. When had there ever been a person whom he feared? On this trip to the star boundary, Yang Kai traveled alone. Under the urging of space principles, he shuttled through the void and would also transfer between the universe temples from time to time. In this way, it only took him half a month to arrive at High Heaven territory. The area around the territory gate was extremely lively. Ships of all shapes and sizes would frequently pass through the territory gate to enter High Heaven territory. News of the Star Boundaries World Tree had spread throughout the 3,000 worlds, as well as the fact that the cave heavens and paradises had taken up residence in this remote universe world and established their respective Tao temples. Naturally, various other great forces flocked to this place. Although they could not build their own Tao temple in the Star Boundary, High Heaven Palace did not restrict their activities in the Star Boundary or High Heaven territory. Needless to say, that was provided that they did not do anything harmful. As a result, many Open Heaven Realm Masters would bring their youngest disciples with them to the Star Boundary. They would then search for a random place and settle down there, which would allow their disciples to be exposed to the light of the World Tree so that they would have greater accomplishments in the future. There were even more great forces searching for disciples with excellent aptitudes in the Star Boundary, hoping to recruit them for themselves. It could be said that there were Open Heaven Realm Masters everywhere in the Star Boundary. Even an unremarkable old man that could be seen in any random small village might just be a 5th or 6th order Open Heaven Realm Master. If these old men were looking around with glowing eyes, then they were surely searching for suitable disciples. Over the decades, the native cultivators in the Star Boundary had gradually gotten accustomed to such things. There had been some resistance when the great forces first tried to recruit people from the Star Boundary at the beginning. After all, the people in the Star Boundary only knew of High Heaven Palace and nobody had knowledge about the cave heavens and paradises. The cave heavens and paradises later established their respective Tao temples in the Star Boundary and, as their fame spread, the natives in the Star Boundary slowly relaxed their vigilance. Nowadays, it was not difficult for the cave heavens and paradises to recruit disciples. Their reputation had spread so much that the people in the Star Boundary were familiar with all of them. These cave heavens and paradises were known as the strongest great forces in the entire vast outer universe. The chance to join them was also a type of opportunity. However, these cave heavens and paradises had made an agreement with Yang Kai in advance. Each sect could only accept up to 5 disciples every 100 years. If the great forces below the cave heavens and paradises wanted to recruit disciples, they had to display a strong enough heritage. Even so, the young talents might be very picky about their choices. The Open Heaven Realm Masters who were responsible for recruiting disciples faced great difficulties as a result. In the past, these Open Heaven Realm Masters had always been the ones choosing their disciples, but after coming to the Star Boundary, the scenario was reversed instead. These little ones who had barely grown any of their body hair were not only unafraid of these powerful Open Heaven Realm Masters, but they might also look down on the sects they came from for not being good enough. Be that as it may, the Open Heaven Realm Masters had no choice but to patiently explain that their sects were not weak. They were simply not as powerful as the cave heavens and paradises. Fan Liang Peng of Heavenly Martial Tower had a deep experience regarding such matters. Heavenly Martial Tower could be considered a second-class great force that dominated Heavenly Martial territory. As such, this sect was not weak in the slightest. Moreover, Fan Liangpeng himself was in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Heavenly Marshal Tower immediately dispatched him to High Heaven territory to investigate the situation in the star boundary when news of the World Tree first spread. After he submitted his report on the situation in the star boundary, Heavenly Marshal Tower immediately placed great importance on this matter. Therefore, they gave him another task. He had to recruit 5 disciples with outstanding aptitude from the star boundary within 100 years. For that reason, he spent great effort and searched the star boundary for decades before he found 4 disciples. From his perspective, these 4 disciples had extraordinary aptitudes and had an opportunity to advance directly to the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm in the future. When the news came back, the entire Heavenly Marshal Tower practically jumped up and down in joy to celebrate. In the past, only the core disciples of the cave heavens and paradises were eligible to advance directly into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. It was impossible for second-class great forces to nurture such talents. On the other hand, there was no lack of people with such aptitudes in the star boundary. Given enough time for the 4 disciples to finish developing, the strength of Heavenly Marshal Tower would definitely be elevated. Their status would also rise like a rising tide that lifted all boats. Unfortunately, it was impossible for these 4 disciples to be brought back to Heavenly Marshal Tower for cultivation. The feedback from the World Tree was the key to the growth of these disciples. If they wanted to stimulate the potential of these disciples, then they could only allow their disciples to cultivate in the star boundary. At the very least, the 4 disciples would have to cultivate until they condensed their respective Dao seal before they could be brought back to Heavenly Marshal Tower. It was a pity that Heavenly Marshal Tower did not have its own Dao temple. Fortunately, they had a fairly good relationship with one of the paradises. Heavenly Marshal Tower's Tower Lord personally came forward to discuss the matter. Only then could they send their 4 disciples into the paradise's Dao temple to be nurtured. Needless to say, Heavenly Marshal Tower paid quite a heavy price for this. This had become a normal situation in the star boundary. Even if the sects without a Dao temple managed to recruit some disciples, they could only figure out a method to foster their disciples with the other great forces. The Dao temples of the cave heavens and paradises were one of the options, and the native great forces in the star boundary were the other one. High Heaven Palace currently fostered no less than thousands of disciples belonging to many other great forces. These disciples lived and cultivated in High Heaven Palace, and their situations weren't really any different compared to actual High Heaven Palace disciples. Similarly, the original great forces in the star boundary such as Azure Sun Temple, Serene Soul Palace, and Ahan Temple were also fostering many foreign disciples. The native great forces in the star boundary had gained enormous wealth as a result. Now that Fan Liangpeng had taken in 4 disciples, there was only one last person before his task was considered complete. Naturally, he spared no effort in his search. While passing through a small village a few days ago, he happened to encounter a child around 10 years old. He observed the child for 2 days and determined that the child had great aptitude. It was perfectly in line with all the criteria set by Heavenly Marshal Tower to accept disciples. The child was bound to have great achievements in the future. Therefore, he immediately visited the child's family and revealed his intentions. The child's parents seemed to be honest people who were very easy to talk to. They smiled quietly no matter what he said to them. When Fan Liangpeng finished his speech, the child's father finally scratched his head and responded, "Old sir, we have no objections if you want to recruit Chai Shan into your sect. It's just that Chai Shan has his own ideas. If he agrees, then you can take him away." Fan Liangpeng broke into a wide smile upon hearing those words. The child is extremely lucky to have such enlightened parents. If the parents had no objections, then what kind of opinion could a 10-year-old child have? His effort to recruit disciples was a done deal. Turning his head to the side, he looked at the child named Chai Shan with a smile. "Child, would you like to join Heavenly Marshal Tower? With your aptitude, your future achievements will surely be extraordinary. Nevertheless, you will need to obtain a good teacher and join a powerful sect. Otherwise, your aptitude will be wasted without proper guidance." Marshal Peak, Chapter 4730, I have the authority to make the final call. Fan Liangpeng originally thought that the child would immediately bow down and gratefully beg him to join Heavenly Martial Tower after listening to his question, but contrary to his expectations, the child waved his offer away dismissively. I know. People have told me the exact same words before. Fan Liangpeng's heart clenched upon hearing those words. Somebody said the exact same words before? The child named Chai Shan asked, Old man, let me ask you this, who is the strongest in the heavenly or something tower? Old man? The corners of Fan Liangpeng's brow twitched. I'm a 5th order open heaven realm master. It's bad enough that you didn't call me senior, but how dare you call me an old man? Nevertheless, children had no filters on their mouths, so as a responsible adult, he did not pick an argument with the child and simply answered with a smile, the strongest master is Heavenly Martial Tower's Tower Lord. What order? 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. He announced proudly. How many 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters are there in your sect? What about 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? If you're talking about 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, then our Tower Lord is the only one. As for 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, we have around 6 of them. Tisk. Chai Shan spat disdainfully, 1 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master and just 6 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters? Heavenly Martial Tower sure is weak. Foul-mouthed child, how dare you speak so disrespectfully? Fan Liangpeng nearly lost control and cussed out loud. In his mind, he was thinking that Heavenly Martial Tower was a second-class great force that dominated Heavenly Martial Territory. Even the Great Territory was named after the sect itself. While he did not dare to claim that Heavenly Martial Tower was very strong, there was no doubt that Heavenly Martial Tower was definitely considered mid-level among all the second-class great forces in the 3,000 worlds. Which great force in the nearby great territories would dare not show Heavenly Martial Tower some respect? Therefore, he could hardly believe that Heavenly Martial Tower was mercilessly scorned as weak by a 10-year-old child. For a time, he could barely keep his composure. Just as he was about to reason with the child, Chai Shan leaped off the chair. It was clear that the boy could not be bothered to reason with him any longer. Chai Shan put his hands on his waist and looked Fan Liangpeng in the eye. Old man, please go back. I'm a man who will join High Heaven Palace one day. I'm not interested in Heavenly Martial Tower. Then he turned to look at his parents. Father, mother, don't just let any random person into the house next time. It's such a waste of time. I'm going off to play now. After saying that, he turned around and skipped out the door. His mother quickly shouted after him, Don't run so quickly. Be careful not to fall. Got it. His voice came from afar. Meanwhile, Fan Liangpeng remained seated in his chair with dumbstruck silence. I am a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. How did I become just any random person in the eyes of a child? Chai Shan's father looked at Fan Liangpeng with a smile. Old sir, Chai Shan does not seem to be willing. Ugh. Fan Liangpeng came back to his senses and coughed lightly to cover his embarrassment. Yu Sun's intentions to join High Heaven Palace shows that he has lofty aspirations indeed. It would seem that he is not fated with Heavenly Martial Tower. Ahem. Since we are not fated, then this old master will not disturb you any further. After leaving the small village, he looked back once more. Chai Shan was playing with a group of children in a carefree manner. Thus, he couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Have the times changed? Or, is the situation in the star boundary simply different? Inside the grand hall of High Heaven Palace, Yang Kai sat upright and listened to Hua Qingxi reporting on the changes in the star boundary over the years. When he heard about how High Heaven Palace was fostering the disciples that many great forces had recruited from the star boundary, he couldn't help bursting into laughter. I can't believe they came up with that idea. Hua Qingxi said, There's no helping it. Aside from the cave heavens and paradises, Great Evolution Paradise is the only other sect with a Tao temple in the star boundary. The other great forces don't have their own Tao temples, so they have nowhere to place the disciples that they recruit. That's why they can only choose fostering instead. In that regard, High Heaven Palace and the other native great forces in the star boundary have opened our doors for their convenience. Doing so does not increase our troubles after all. We also make sure that the cultivators under our foster care are all treated equally. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. They are all cultivators from the star boundary after all. It's only right for us to do so. Still, Hua Qingxi sighed. To be honest, many of those disciples have extraordinary aptitudes. I have to admit that the people sent by the great forces to recruit disciples have extremely sharp eyes. He smiled. Head manager, are you feeling sad about the loss of talent? A little, she nodded. There's no need for that. He waved away her concerns. Thanks to the feedback from the World Tree, the number of talents will only increase with time. Even if we accept them all into High Heaven Palace, we will not be able to care for them. On the contrary, it will only cause others to be jealous of us. This is the best solution to the problem. Although many great forces in the 3,000 worlds have recruited disciples from the star boundary, they have no choice but to leave these disciples in the care of the great forces in the star boundary. In other words, they are spending resources to help the star boundary cultivate our talents. Her eyes lit up at those words. As expected of you, Sect Master, you've seen through everything. He laughed. These disciples come from the star boundary in the first place. Their homes are here, so no matter how high their cultivation becomes in the future, they will never forget about the star boundary. That's true. She nodded. All of a sudden, Yang Kai looked at Hua Qingxi with slight regret. Head manager, did you eventually advance to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm? During this return trip, Yang Kai discovered that Hua Qingxi was already a 5th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Hua Qingxi lifted a hand to push a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. With my aptitude, I'm already very satisfied to be able to advance to the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. Didn't you try to use the divine Tao water I set aside for you? Yang Kai asked. To which she replied, I didn't see a need to try. It's not because I'm being reserved either. We discovered quite a significant amount of divine Tao water in the new great territory over the years. It's just that I know that even if I had used the divine Tao water to fortify my Tao seal, I would still have had a long way to go before I could advance to the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. There would have been a huge risk involved if I forced my way. He nodded lightly. If there was such a risk, then it was better to be safe. That's what I thought too. Besides, a starting point in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm isn't bad either. I will still have the chance to advance to the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm one day. She smiled. Second manager told me that you found something special in the new great territory. Is that true? Yang Kai asked. Nodding, Hua Qingxi reported, I was just about to tell you about this, Sect Master. Just then, he raised his hand to stop her. He looked up and saw more than 10 people coming towards them from the outside. Each of them was shrouded in an extraordinary aura which made it obvious they were extremely strong. They were high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Both Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi stood up to greet them. Yang Kai was familiar with most of the people who just arrived, with only a few of them being unfamiliar faces to him. One of them was a charming and beautiful woman who stared at him with great interest with a pair of elegant eyes. Yu Changdao was also among them, and he automatically introduced Yang Kai to the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters whom the latter was not acquainted with. The rest of the unfamiliar faces were nothing special, but there was one person who was worthy of attention. It turned out that the beautiful woman came from Yinyang Cave Heaven and her name was Yu Xiangdai. Yang Kai bowed in greeting. Greetings, Martial Ant Yu. Yu Xiangdai smiled sweetly. I've long wanted to meet you, young master. It's a pity you're never around. Now that I meet you today, I can see that you have an extraordinary temperament indeed. Yang Kai humbly replied, You praise me too much, Martial Ant. After a pause, he followed up with another question. Where is Su Linggong? Su Linggong was supposed to be in charge of all matters related to the star boundary, but he was nowhere to be seen and Yu Xiangdai was here in his stead. Yang Kai couldn't help thinking that it was rather strange. Yu Xiangdai smiled. Senior brother Su is busy with another matter. I'm afraid he left the star boundary some time ago. Yang Kai nodded lightly in response and did not inquire further. After everyone took their seats, Hua Qingxi instructed somebody to prepare some tea before she stood respectfully to the side. More than a dozen Open Heaven Realm Masters had suddenly come here together. Moreover, these people included Yu Changdao and Yu Xiangdai. The former served as High Heaven Palace's supreme guest elder while the latter came from Yin-Yang Cave Heaven, which had a close relationship with Yang Kai. The reason for their arrival went without saying. It was obvious that they came for the good fortune divine furnace. After everybody sat down, they chatted for a little while longer before Yu Changdao said, Sect Master, we came here today mainly to discuss the matter regarding the good fortune divine furnace with you. Yang Kai had expected the response, so he was not surprised. He nodded and asked, Have the cave heavens and paradises decided to agree to the request I made previously? Before Yu Changdao could speak, another high-rank Open Heaven Master interjected instead. Sect Master Yang, the opportunities to undergo training in the small source worlds are extremely precious. Don't you think that you're trying to take the lion's share by demanding the opportunity to undergo training in exchange for the right to use the good fortune divine furnace for 1 month? Yang Kai shook his head. I don't think so. I've personally witnessed the amazing effects of the good fortune divine furnace. 1 month might seem short, but if you've made adequate preparations, you can obtain quite a lot of good things within that period. It will be more than enough to satisfy your disciples' advancement needs for some time. Another person spoke up. That might be the case, but each sect will have to take certain risks when using the good fortune divine furnace. Besides, the number of materials consumed by the good fortune divine furnace can be very alarming. We cannot bear all the risks ourselves while you alone enjoy all the benefits. Isn't that right, Sect Master Yang? Yang Kai looked at the man with a smile. As far as I know, each sect has more than one small source world. I am only asking for one opportunity from each of you. Why are you so reluctant to make some sacrifices? It is true that the good fortune divine furnace will consume a lot of materials, but it is well within your ability to bear such losses. You would not have tried to target the good fortune divine furnace otherwise. What's more, if each sect gets 1 month and more than 100 sects take turns every month, then it will take more than 10 years for everyone to get their turn. It's not that I'm not willing to give each cave heavens and paradises more time, it's just that the people at the back of the line will have to wait a very long time if each sect gets an extended usage period. That man shook his head. The price is too high. Yang Kai calmly replied, Since you've all decided to come together today, you've obviously discussed a solution in advance. Why don't we just get straight to the point instead? Everybody looked at each other and nodded lightly in unison. Yu Changdao said, Sect Master, the outcome of our discussion is that we forego the qualification to enter the small source world for training. Instead, we will provide a certain number of materials in exchange for the right to use the good fortune divine furnace. Of course, each sect can make a certain degree of concession in terms of the materials. We will not let High Heaven Palace suffer any losses. What do you think, Sect Master? Although he was High Heaven Palace's supreme high-rank guest elder, Yu Changdao was here today to represent the cave heavens and paradises. Therefore, he could only negotiate with Yang Kai from the standpoint of free and unfettered paradise. Yang Kai burst into laughter and shook his head. High Heaven Palace does not lack materials. If mere compensation in terms of materials was enough to exchange for the right to use the good fortune divine furnace, then Grandmaster Ma Fan would not have left this matter to Yang Kai. It would have been more beneficial for him to do the negotiations himself. The high-rank Open Heaven Master who spoke up previously frowned. Sect Master Yang, the good fortune divine furnace belongs to Great Evolution Paradise. If you are unable to make a decision, then don't you think you need to have a careful discussion with Grandmaster Ma Fan at Great Evolution Paradise? Yang Kai turned to look at that person. I have full authority to make the final call when it comes to the good fortune divine furnace. Grandmaster Ma Fan left this matter to me, and I will not disappoint him. He then stood up and continued, It looks like you have not come to a consensus, which is fine. It's not too late to come back and discuss matters with me once you have reached an agreement amongst yourselves. But don't even bother to mention anything about providing materials in exchange for the use of the good fortune divine furnace again, not unless you are providing yin and yang element materials in the 6th order and above. Martial Peak, Chapter 4731. Master also has parents? The reason why the cave heavens and paradises wanted to borrow the good fortune divine furnace was to create more yin and yang element materials in the 6th order and above, so how could they use those materials to exchange for the right to use the good fortune divine furnace? Yang Kai's statement had undoubtedly rendered everybody else speechless. I just came back to the star boundary, so I have many affairs to deal with. Please excuse me, Yang Kai said and departed with a flash, leaving behind many open heaven realm masters looking at each other perplexedly. Dong Su Zhu looked up into the sky from the top of a certain spirit peak. Hua Qingxi had immediately sent a message to inform the 2 elders about Yang Kai's return as soon as he arrived in the star boundary. Overjoyed to learn that her son had returned, Dong Su Zhu had specially come out here to wait for his arrival. Yang Yingfeng walked out of the bamboo building behind her, his arms clasped behind his back, and snorted. He doesn't even come back to visit his parents as soon as he returns. We truly wasted our time raising this son. Although he said those words, his eyes would glance around from time to time with an earnest expression. Dong Su Zhu turned around to glare at him. You talk too much. Our son has a different status now. High Heaven Palace is so enormous and he has not returned for so many years. I'm sure he has many things to discuss with Manager Hua. You can go back if you're upset. Nobody is forcing you to wait here. Yang Yingfeng sighed and muttered, defeated by a loving mother. During their conversation, space nearby rippled. Immediately after that, a figure emerged. It was none other than Yang Kai, whom these 2 elders had been yearning all day and all night to see. Dong Su Zhu hurriedly went forward to greet him. Son, you're back. Mother. Yang Kai nodded in greeting before he turned to look at Yang Yingfeng nearby. Father. Yang Yingfeng grunted sullenly in response, then he turned around and entered the bamboo building. Dong Su Zhu took Yang Kai's hand and examined him carefully. After a while, she finally said in satisfaction, you didn't get thinner. In fact, you've gotten stronger. You must have suffered a lot outside all these years. Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. I'm used to it. He carefully perceived her aura and raised his eyebrows in surprise. Mother, have you already advanced into the open heaven realm? She nodded. That's right. I'm also in the open heaven realm now. It all felt like a dream whenever she recalled everything that she experienced over the years. Starting from the Yang family in the Great Han Dynasty up until now, it was difficult to imagine that she would advance into the open heaven realm one day. Which order? He looked concerned. She smiled. 5th order. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Thanks to the feedback from the world tree in the star boundary back then, his parents had been lucky enough to condense their Dao seals. Yang Kai had personally examined them once, and with his parents' original aptitude, the 3rd order open heaven realm would have been their limit even if they managed to advance into the open heaven realm. It was only thanks to the star boundary's world tree that they had hopes of a better outcome. With a 2-pronged approach involving the divine Dao water and the heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills, Dong Su Zhu managed to advance into the open heaven realm in recent years. What about father? Yang Kai asked. He is also in the 5th order open heaven realm. Dong Su Zhu laughed. Speaking of which, there had been some risks involved when the 2 elders advanced into the open heaven realm. Their aptitude had barely been enough after all. Advancing into the 4th order open heaven realm would have been the safest choice. Be that as it may, they both knew that their future limit would be in the high-rank open heaven realm if they could advance into the 5th order open heaven realm. That was why they decided to take the risk. It was not purely for their own future achievements, of course. They had been living under Yang Kai's protection all these years, hence, they wished that there would come a day when they could help their son instead of simply staying at home in retirement. A 7th order open heaven realm master was bound to have some qualifications, right? That was why the two elders had been working hard on their cultivation after their advancement. In any case, there was no shortage of resources in High Heaven Palace. Not to mention, Hua Qingxi strongly supported their cultivation and freely gave them whatever resources they needed. Let's go inside and talk. Dong Suzhu led Yang Kai into the bamboo hut by the hand. The family of three spent a joyous and harmonious time together as they casually chatted with each other. Dong Suzhu suddenly said, "By the way, how are Shower and Shuer doing?" Yang Kai replied, "They're both doing well. Before I came here, Shower followed a senior to the Divine Spirit's ancestral land. The environment in that place will be highly beneficial for his cultivation. Shuer couldn't follow him, so she stayed behind at Void Land to cultivate in retreat." Dong Suzhu complained, "That little girl? Why doesn't she know to come back and visit us?" Yang Yingfeng stroked his neatly combed beard and quickly said, "Speaking of Shower and Shuer, there's something we need to discuss." Yang Kai asked in confusion, "Father, what do you wish to discuss?" Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu exchanged a glance with each other. In the end, Dong Suzhu was the one to speak. The two children can be said to have grown up together. Disregarding their hierarchy in the family, they can be said to be childhood sweethearts. Moreover, they spent so many years living and cultivating together. I'm sure they've secretly developed feelings for each other by now. As their big brother and foster father, you've always been running around outside all the time, so I have no idea whether you noticed anything, but it is as plain as day to the two of us. But there is a generational gap between them in terms of seniority and hierarchy. Shower is your adopted son. When it comes to honorifics, he has to call Shuer a little aunt, by right." Yang Yingfeng elaborated, "Kai, you've always been assertive. How do you think this matter should be handled?" Yang Kai pondered in silence for a moment. The truth was that he had given some thought to Yang Shao and Yang Shue's matters in the past. When a man and a woman lived and cultivated together for hundreds of years, starting from when they were just little children, it was only natural for feelings to grow between them. It was just that the two little ones had never expressed anything to him, so he did not wish to speak rashly. Nevertheless, it was time to make up his mind now that his parents had brought up this matter. A short while later, he answered, "In terms of seniority and hierarchy, there is no denying that Shower is one generation younger than Shuer, but if we look at it from the perspective of them as disciples under the same master, they share a senior brother and junior sister relationship. What I'm trying to say is that we should let nature take its course. We can leave this matter to them. If something really does come of this, then they each have their own seniority over the other. It's not a big deal anyway. Cultivators don't really care about these minor details. Besides, there is no real blood relationship between them. Even if they were to marry each other, it would be an auspicious matter." Yang Yingfeng and Dong Suzhu exchanged a glance with each other, with Yang Yingfeng asking worriedly, "Even if that's the case, will outsiders say anything?" Yang Kai laughed, "Just let them follow their hearts. Why should we care what other people might say? If they can't even withstand a few unsolicited remarks, then there is no need for them to be together." Dong Suzhu nodded, "That's true. To cultivators, age and seniority are not very important. Even among our daughters-in-law, many of them are much older than you. If we really had to follow honorifics, then we would have to call her senior." Needless to say, she was referring to Yu Rumeng. As one of the demon race demon saints, Yu Rumeng was countless times older than Yang Kai. Even Shueyu, Shanqing Luo, and Ji Yao were also much older than Yang Kai. There was no need to even mention Zhu Qing in this regard. Only Xia Ningchang and Su Yen were of similar age to Yang Kai. Yang Yingfeng also nodded. "Putting it this way, then we have nothing to worry about. We only need to clarify the two children's intentions." "That's right." While speaking, Yang Kai laughed again. "By the way, mother, father, I came back to ask you for a favor." Dong Suzhu smiled. "You are our son. Just speak up if there's something you need from us. Why would you need us to do you a favor?" With a wave of his hand, two figures suddenly appeared out of nowhere. One was a stunning beauty, and the other was a slightly foolish-looking man. These two had been in the middle of doing something when they were summoned from the small universe by Yang Kai without any warning, so they were a little confused at first. After looking around their surroundings and seeing Yang Kai, both of them quickly bowed in greeting, "Honored Master." "Honored Master?" Dong Suju looked at Zhao Ye and Zhao Yibai in surprise. "Kai'er, did you take on disciples?" Yang Kai nodded and made the introductions. "This boy with the silly look on his face is Zhao Yibai. This smart and quick-witted girl is Zhao Ye." Then he turned to those two and added, "These two are your master's parents." Zhao Yibai immediately became dumbstruck and asked in a panic, "Master, you have parents too?" Yang Kai kicked Zhao Yibai. "Nonsense. Why wouldn't I have parents? Did you think I popped out of a rock?" Zhao Yibai quickly waved his hand and responded in embarrassment, "No, no, no, Master. That's not what I meant." Zhao Ye tugged at Zhao Yibai and knelt on the ground with a thud. She bowed respectfully. "Zhao Ye greets Grand Masters." Only then did Zhao Yibai return to his senses and hurriedly bow in greeting, "Zhao Yibai greets Grand Masters." Dong Suju smiled brightly, waving her hand to help the two up as she called out, "What good children! Stand up, stand up." A gentle force wrapped around Zhao Ye and Zhao Yibai, and they stood involuntarily. "Oh my, this little girl is really quite pretty." Dong Suju examined Zhao Ye and did not hesitate to praise the girl. Zhao Ye smiled sweetly and shyly said, "Thank you, Grand Master." Dong Suju quipped, "I wonder which smelly brat will be so lucky to have you in the future." Zhao Ye blushed slightly and glanced at Zhao Yibai. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai was standing with his hands clenched tightly into fists, his head straight, and his chest raised slightly. It was obvious that he was very nervous. There was even a sheen of fine sweat covering his forehead. "Numbskull!" Zhao Ye pouted to herself. Seeing this scene, Dong Suju immediately understood the situation. She then beckoned Zhao Ye over. When Zhao Ye approached, she took the young woman's small hand and took off one of the bracelets on her own arm before placing it in Zhao Ye's hand. "Since this is our first time meeting each other, you can consider this a gift from your grandmaster." Zhao Ye looked down. Although she could not identify the grade of the bracelet, she knew that it was an extraordinary item. Thus, she quickly shook her head and said, "Grandmaster, this is far too precious. I can't accept this." "Just take it. It is the first time your master has ever taken a disciple. As your grandmaster, how can I fail to show some sincerity?" Helpless, Zhao Ye turned to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded. "The gifts from your elders cannot be refused." Upon hearing what her master said, she finally pursed her scarlet lips and said, "Zhao Ye thanks you for the gift, Grand Master." "Good girl." Dong Suju smiled and patted Zhao Ye's head. Seeing this, Yang Yingfeng could only dig out a chainmail-like artifact armor from his space ring and hand it to Zhao Yibai. "This isn't a particularly expensive item, but it suits your current cultivation. Consider this a meeting gift from your grandmaster." Having learned from Zhao Ye's previous experience, Zhao Yibai did not refuse. Instead, he cupped his fist and shouted in a deep voice, "Zhao Yibai thanks Grand Master for the gift." He took 2 steps forward and reached out to take the artifact armor with both hands. It was almost as though he was carrying a supreme treasure as he respectfully stepped back. Although it was only the first meeting, the performance of the 2 children was enough for the 2 elders to obtain an idea of their personalities. Zhao Ye was undoubtedly more likable thanks to her cheerful personality. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai was relatively slow-witted in comparison. He also had a simple and honest temperament. What's more, these were the disciples that Yang Kai took in. Regardless of their aptitude, there was nothing wrong with their characters. Martial Peak, Chapter 4732, The Compatibility Between the Star Boundary and Its Great Emperors. Zhao Ye and Zhao Yibai had been living in Yang Kai's small universe ever since they were born. Although the environment in Yang Kai's small universe was not bad, it was impossible to compare it with the current cultivation environment in the star boundary. Among the countless universe worlds in the 3,000 worlds, the star boundary was the only place deserving of the nicknamed Open Heaven Realm Cradle throughout history. Why else would the cave heavens and paradises be so eager to send their disciples trillions upon trillions of kilometers away just to come here? The reason why Yang Kai had made Xiaoya suppress her cultivation previously was out of fear that her cultivation would improve too quickly. If her cultivation became too high, she would lose most of her malleability and fail to enjoy the full benefits brought by the feedback of the world tree as a result. Xiaoya. Yang Kai looked at Xiaoya. In the past, I asked you to suppress your cultivation because I had my concerns. Now that we have arrived at the star boundary, there's no need to deliberately suppress your cultivation anymore. Xiaoya's beautiful eyes lit up. Master, are you saying that I can advance as I please now? He nodded in confirmation, which caused her to cheer in exhilaration. Others could not understand her pain. There were times when she could clearly feel that the opportunity to break through was upon her and she would only need to enter retreat or even engage in a single battle to advance to the next stage. Unfortunately, she could only forcefully suppress herself because of her master's orders. That feeling was similar to a starving person who could only stare at the mountain of delicacies in front of them and not take a single bite. Therefore, it was only natural that she would be ecstatic when she heard Yang Kai saying that she could advance as she pleased and that she no longer needed to suppress herself like before. Yang Kai then turned to look at Xiao Yibai. Xiao Bai, your aptitude is much poorer than Xiao Ya, but as your master, I've always told you this, diligence makes up for lack of natural talent. Work hard in the future. Don't let your junior sister leave you behind by too much. Zhao Yibai quickly said, Yes, master. This disciple will work hard in my cultivation and live up to your expectations. Mother, I will have to trouble you and father to take care of these two children in the future. Yang Kai looked at Dong Suzhu. Dong Suzhu smiled from ear to ear. No problem. Don't worry and leave them to me. We will definitely take good care of them for you. The old couple disliked the fact that Yang Kai could not accompany them often. That was why they had worked hard to give birth to Yang Shui even though they had long passed the suitable age for childbearing. In the end, Yang Shui had left along with her big brother when she grew up. With no children to accompany them, the two elders had often felt lonely over the years. Hence, there was no reason for them not to be happy when Yang Kai suddenly placed Xiao Ya and Zhao Yibai under their care. It would have been one thing if it were anybody else, but the key point was that these two children were Yang Kai's disciples. What was the difference with having their own grandchildren? Not to mention, Zhao Ya was a naturally beautiful girl with a sweet tongue. On the other hand, Zhao Yibai had a gentle temperament although he could be a little stiff. They were both good children. It could be said that Dong Suzhu was becoming increasingly satisfied the more she observed the two children. When Yang Kai noticed his mother's attitude, he quickly reminded her, Don't spoil them too much. You need to punish them if they make a mistake. They will not grow up well without proper rules in place. I know. She waved her hand impatiently. Yang Kai shook his head in frustration. Turning to look at Zhao Ya and Zhao Yibai sternly, he warned them. From today onward, the two of you will cultivate hard under your two grandmasters. Be obedient. If I learn that you have committed any mistakes, I will not forgive you. This disciple would not dare. The two children replied in unison. Only then did he nod his head in satisfaction. Father, mother, I still have other matters to discuss with the head manager. I'll be taking my leave now. Dong Suzhu nodded in understanding. Go on then. After a quick bow, Yang Kai turned around to leave. He had just been about to discuss the matters regarding the new great territory with Hua Qingxi when they were interrupted by the sudden arrival of Yu Changdao and the others, hence, he was still unclear about the situation over there. When Yang Kai met Hua Qingxi again, the first thing he did was ask, just what is the situation in the new great territory? She replied, the new great territory is extremely rich in resources. It's a fertile land that has never been developed before. We have found many good things over the years. A few years ago, we even discovered a very interesting universe world. A universe world? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. How is it interesting? She gave a little hint. You will have to find out the specifics for yourself when you see it. Believe me, you will be surprised, Sect Master. While saying so, she took out a communication bead to send a message. It didn't take long before a person arrived. That person was slightly stunned to see Yang Kai and quickly bowed in greeting, "Sir." Yang Kai nodded, "Long time no see, hey he." The person who arrived was the second person Yang Kai included in the loyalty list, hey he. The first person to leave their name in the loyalty list was Chen Tianfei, who gave Yang Kai the loyalty list in the first place. When changes first occurred in the star boundary thanks to the world tree, it was He He who brought Lan Sun to the 3,000 worlds and traveled to Voidland to report the news to Yang Kai. He He had been in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm when he was first taken in by Yang Kai, and there was no change to his cultivation at present. He was still in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Nevertheless, his aura had obviously become much more profound. It was clear that his strength had improved significantly. It was just that the Open Heaven realm required time to accumulate and precipitate experience, so it was not that easy to advance into the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm. Hua Qingxi instructed, "Hey he, bring the sect master to the small stone world." He quickly said, "Yes." Yang Kai nodded at Hua Qingxi lightly before pushing his space principles to wrap around He He. The two of them instantly vanished from the spot, and by the time they reappeared, they had already arrived at the new Great Territory's territory gate. There were two Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters guarding the territory gate. It turned out to be Iron Blood Great Emperor and Martial Beast Great Emperor. These two were sitting cross-legged in the void with their eyes closed in meditation. Upon detecting movement nearby, Martial Beast Great Emperor Mo Huang's eyes opened and immediately lit up. "You're back. You've both worked hard." Yang Kai cupped his fist. Mo Huang smiled. "It's not hard at all, just a little boring. At least I can still cultivate, which helps to pass some time." Yang Kai asked, "Has anybody tried to set their eyes on the new Great Territory over the years?" Mo Huang laughed. "Of course. How could they not? Look over there at that guy sneakily looking around curiously. He is practically drooling to plunge in to check out the situation inside." Yang Kai looked in the direction that Mo Huang was pointing and saw several gazes staring in this direction from Star City. The new Great Territory's territory gate was located about 1,000,000 kilometers from the star boundary. That distance could not be considered far, but it was located much closer to High Heaven Star City. It was possible to see most of what was happening inside Star City just by standing next to the territory gate. Iron Blood Great Emperor Zhan Wu Hen said indifferently, "The two of us are great emperors of the star boundary, so as long as we are here, we can cope even if a Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master were to rashly attack us. Combined with the agreements you made with the Cave Heavens and Paradises previously, they don't dare to do anything even if they are curious." Yang Kai nodded. "If anybody dares to act without regard for the agreement, please feel free to retaliate. I will bear full responsibility if anything happens." Mo Huang grinned. "That statement is enough for me. However, everything has been relatively stable over the years. Nobody has done anything to upset the balance yet." Yang Kai nodded. All of a sudden, he took a closer look at the two of them and exclaimed in astonishment, "Your cultivation." Mo Huang and Zhan Wu Hen exchanged a glance with each other and chuckled. They seemed to have expected Yang Kai's surprise. Mo Huang explained, "We didn't notice anything initially either. It wasn't until after you departed that the great emperors of the star boundary discovered something. Our cultivation improves rapidly if we cultivate in the star boundary. There is practically no need for us to refine any cultivation resources." Zhan Wu Hen added, "Because we are the great emperors acknowledged by the star boundary's will, the star boundary's world force is extremely compatible with our small universes. That's why we can easily refine the power of the star boundary's world force for our own use." Mo Huang elaborated, "An average universe world would not be able to withstand having 7 or 8 Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters refining its world force in this manner. It wouldn't take more than a few years before the world force was completely exhausted, but the star boundary is different. Thanks to the feedback from the world tree, The might of this world will only become stronger and stronger. Even if we cultivate and refine some of its world force, our actions will not affect the star boundary. Those words made Yang Kai's eyes gleam. I can't believe there's something that great. Thinking about it again though, it was not that surprising. In order to face Zuquan Hui back then, Yang Kai had borrowed the star boundary's world force to temporarily advance from the 6th order into the 7th order open heaven realm. Although he fell back to his original state in the end, he gained great benefits from the experience. The heritage of his small universe had gotten much stronger, which saved him many years of hard cultivation. It was precisely because of the compatibility between the star boundary's world force and his small universe that his heritage was enhanced significantly after he borrowed the star boundary's world force. If that was the case for himself, it would naturally be the same for the other great emperors of the star boundary. The open heaven realm cultivation was a long and arduous journey. One of the shortcuts was to refine the heritage of a universe world that was compatible with themselves for their own use. Unfortunately, finding a universe world in the vast 3,000 worlds that was perfectly compatible with oneself was not an easy task. However, the relationship between the star boundary and the great emperors was much simpler. The great emperors who were acknowledged by the star boundaries were extremely compatible with the star boundary in the first place. It was just as Imo Huang had mentioned earlier. An average universe world would not be able to withstand 7 or 8 6th-order open heaven realm masters refining its world force in such a manner. The universe world would surely decline once its world force was exhausted. The star boundary had no need to worry about this issue though. Under the constant feedback from the world tree, the world force would only get stronger and stronger. As long as the world tree existed, it could be said that the star boundary's world force was practically inexhaustible. That was why even though Mo Huang and Zhan Wuhen had only advanced into the 6th order open heaven realm several decades ago, Yang Kai's observation indicated that their heritage was no less than 6th order open heaven realm masters who had already broken through for hundreds of years. Martial Peak, Chapter 4733, The Small Stone World. Yang Kai couldn't help becoming excited about this discovery. If that was the case, then the star boundary great emperors, himself included, would have a much easier time advancing into the 7th order open heaven realm compared to others. That was because cultivating in the star boundary was a shortcut for them. What's more, he initially planned to find an opportunity to advance into the 7th order open heaven realm upon his return from the shattered heaven. The proprietress had been in retreat for close to 100 years now, but even so, she was nowhere near breaking through to the 7th order open heaven realm. It could be seen just how difficult it was to cross over from the mid-rank open heaven realm to the high-rank open heaven realm. It had not been long since Yang Kai advanced into the 6th order open heaven realm. Be that as it may, his heritage was extraordinary thanks to various opportunities he had come across. Ordinary 6th order open heaven realm masters could not compare to him at all. He had just enough qualification to try advancing into the 7th order open heaven realm. It was precisely because of this plan that he came up with the brilliant idea of asking the cave heavens and paradises to provide the opportunity to train in the small source worlds in exchange for the right to use the good fortune divine furnace. He only needed to enter one more small source world for training to accumulate his 6th order open heaven realm heritage to the peak, then he could enter retreat with peace of mind. But he would need to fulfill his 100-year contract with Yin Yang Cave Heaven before that. Chu Huashang was put in isolation for 100 years, but based on a quick calculation of the time, there were only a couple dozen or so years left before she would be released. There was no saying how long it would take for Yang Kai to try advancing into the 7th order open heaven realm. Nevertheless, he could not keep Chu Huashang waiting. Yin Yang Cave Heaven and Su Linggong would not approve either. That was why he needed to wait for Chu Huashang's 100-year isolation to end before he could proceed with his plan. Enter a small source world belonging to one of the cave heavens and paradises to train and accumulate his 6th order open heaven realm heritage to the peak, then head to Yin Yang Cave Heaven to pick up Chu Huashang, and finally enter retreat with peace of mind to attempt advancing into the 7th order open heaven realm. That was Yang Kai's original plan. Now that he learned about the situation in the star boundary though, the opportunity to train in the small source world no longer mattered. Such opportunities were rare after all, and it was better to leave such opportunities to the other people in Voidland. It was enough for him and the other star boundary great emperors to cultivate with the help of the star boundary's world force alone. Just as Yang Kai was quietly making plans in his heart, he heard Mo Huang saying something with a small laugh. It's because of the current situation in the star boundary that the star boundary great emperors have not gone to the small stone world to cultivate. All of us have stayed behind in the star boundary. Although the situation in the small stone world is similar to the star boundary, there are more limitations in the star boundary. With the exceptions of the great emperors, the other open heaven realm masters do not benefit from cultivating in the star boundary. Yang Kai asked in astonishment, "The situation in the small stone world is similar to the star boundary." This was only his second time hearing about the small stone world. Hua Qingxi had also mentioned the name earlier, however, he did not ask any questions and she did not explain in detail. It was unexpected to hear about the situation in the small stone world from Mo Huang at this moment. "Don't you know?" Mo Huang looked at Yang Kai questioningly. Yang Kai shook his head. "I just came back not long ago. Head manager Hua did not tell me anything in detail and simply asked me to check out the situation myself." Mo Huang nodded in understanding. "In that case, you should go. The small stone world is the name that head manager gave that universe world. You will understand immediately once you arrive there." Yang Kai nodded. "In that case, I'll be going now." The territory gate was protected by a special space array that Yang Kai had personally arranged together with a Wan Bai Feng. Therefore, a special token that he created was required for people to travel through it safely. Recklessly trying to trespass would only cause the trespasser to be exiled to the void. This was the final defense he left behind to prevent the cave heavens and paradises from putting their hands on the new great territory. Other people might require a special token to use the territory gate, but Yang Kai had no such difficulties. Yang Kai activated his power to wrap around He once more, then the two of them passed through the territory gate and entered the new great territory. He took the lead and Yang Kai followed closely behind. Along the way, they occasionally encountered figures shuttling through the void or ships speeding past them. There were a total of about 2,000 open heaven realm masters in Voidland and High Heaven Palace combined. Out of these 2,000, approximately 1,500 of them had been dispatched by Hua Qingxi to explore and develop the new great territory. It was all thanks to the hard work of these 1,500 open heaven realm masters over the past few decades that Voidland and High Heaven Palace had so many resources to splurge. The cultivation resources and materials of various orders produced by the new great territory accounted for half of Voidland and High Heaven Palace's total income. Meanwhile, the other half came from the combined output of the two-star cities and the Black Prison. It could be seen just how rich the new great territory was. The pair traveled for more than half a month before a universe world finally appeared in front of them. It was a green universe world and Yang Kai could already sense the abundant aura coming from it before he even got close. This universe world was much bigger than the star boundary, almost 5 times the size in fact. Looking down from above, the entire universe world seemed to be covered in large swathes of green, indicating it was filled with dense forests. He briefly checked his bearings before he led Yang Kai halfway around the small stone world and plunged into the clouds on the opposite side. There was a spirit peak below them that soared into the clouds. Furthermore, there was a bamboo building atop the spirit peak where 2 familiar auras were residing. Yang Kai and He sped over in that direction. The 2 people cultivating inside the bamboo building clearly noticed the arrival of Yang Kai and He and immediately came out of the building and looked up into the sky. A short while later, Yang Kai and He landed lightly as He greeted them joyfully, "Young master." Behind her, Zhou Ye bowed elegantly, "Greetings, sir." Yang Kai nodded and looked around his surroundings. "Are you the only ones here?" There were over 26th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland. The Great Emperors had stayed behind in the star boundary while Mo Mei, Yang Shui, and Yang Kai's numerous wives had stayed behind in Voidland. On the other hand, the others such as Yu He, Mao Zhe Gongqing, Zhouya, Hui Gu, Hua Yong, Shu Mudan, Xiang Ying, and Fang Yu had all gone to the New Great Territory. However, the others who were stationed in the New Great Territory were nowhere to be seen at this moment. Yu He explained, the others are helping with the development of the New Great Territory. Although there are few dangers in this place, there are many tasks that require the presence of a master to prevent any unexpected accidents. After some discussion, we decided to work in groups of 2 and take turns to rest. It happened to be my turn to rest with senior sister Zhou, so we returned to this place. Yang Kai nodded, "You've worked hard." Yu He smiled and shook her head, "It's not hard at all." "Let's go inside and talk," Yang Kai gestured, to which the 2 women nodded in response. He cupped his fist and said, "Sir, this subordinate will return to his duties now." "Good, go on." Yang Kai nodded. He took a deep breath and looked around somewhat reluctantly before soaring into the sky. The 3 of them entered the bamboo building. While Zhouya was brewing tea, Yu He and Yang Kai talked about the development of the New Great Territory. Hua Qingxi had explained some of it to Yang Kai, but her understanding of the situation was not as detailed as Yu He's. After all, Yu He and the others had been staying in the New Great Territory over the past few years. They were the first to know about any changes that occurred in this place, and it was only later that they would report the incident to High Heaven Palace. The resources in the New Great Territory were extremely rich indeed. The countless universe worlds that had yet to be developed contained a seemingly inexhaustible supply of cultivation materials of various orders, as well as many rare and precious treasures. For example, the newly born universe world that they discovered at the very beginning harbored precious treasures such as world source liquid, which was the main ingredient for refining Heavenly Yuan's seal stabilizing pills. This was part of the reason why Yang Kai had sealed the New Great Territory's territory gate and monopolized the resources in this place. The Heavenly Yuan seal stabilizing pills had brought a lot of income and fame to Voidland, which in turn gathered large numbers of people to Void Star City. If a large quantity of world source liquid was leaked out into the world, then the advantage Voidland enjoyed would be gone forever. In addition, many treasures such as the divine Dao water that could fortify a person's Dao seal and the Tai Yi soul cleansing water that could cleanse the powers from the Dao seal to give a cultivator a chance to start over had also been found in great abundance here. "Young master, have you heard of the 4 universe pillars?" Yu He asked all of a sudden. Yang Kai's expression became strange as he nodded, "I've heard of them before." He had more than heard of them before. During his trip to the Shattered Heaven, he had been hunted relentlessly because of the World Spring. In the end, he finally escaped by fleeing into the ancestral land. Yang Kai thus asked suspiciously, "Did you discover one of the 4 universe pillars in the New Great Territory?" The 4 universe pillars were incredible treasures. He himself had refined the World Spring, so he had profound experience in this regard. Thanks to the World Spring, Yang Kai's small universe was incredibly firm and stable. His small universe would not be shaken when he engaged in brutal conflict with powerful enemies, allowing his world force to always flow smoothly. Without the risk of his small universe being shaken or destroyed, he could also raise living creatures inside his small universe to steadily enhance his heritage and reduce the time he needed for intense cultivation. Even an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master like Bright Sun Divine Monarch would go crazy with jealousy over the 4 universe pillars. It would be an amazing discovery if one of the 4 universe pillars was found in the New Great Territory. Yes and no. Yu He smiled, "Since you know about the 4 universe pillars, Sect Master, I'm sure you've also heard of the 4 great universe pillars and the 12 minor universe pillars." Yang Kai nodded. What we discovered in the New Great Territory is not one of the 4 great pillars, but one of the 12 minor pillars, the profound Yin Bamboo. It's just that we don't have any 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters at the moment, so we can only place it aside for now. We agree to wait for you to return and decide what to do with the profound Yin Bamboo, Sect Master. The 12 minor pillars and the 4 great pillars were not the same, although their effects were similar in that they fortified a cultivator's small universe. There was no doubt, however, that the effects of the 4 great pillars were stronger. Refining any one of the 4 great pillars was enough to reinforce a cultivator's small universe and prevent any external force that was not beyond a certain critical threshold from affecting it. In comparison, the 12 minor pillars did not have such magnificent effects. The profound bamboo, for example, could only produce about 30% of the effect of one of the 4 great pillars. While the 4 great pillars could be refined by any open heaven realm master regardless of their order, the 12 minor pillars could only be refined by high-rank open heaven realm masters. The small universe in their bodies had to materialize before they could refine the 12 minor pillars. Hence, those below the 7th order open heaven realm could not refine the 12 minor pillars. That was why, even though one of the 12 minor pillars had been discovered in the new Great Territory, Yuhi and the others could only leave the profound bamboo untouched and place a seal around the area for protection. Yang Kai already had the world spring, so he had no interest in the profound bamboo. After a brief consideration, though, he came up with a plan: give the profound bamboo to whichever 6th order open heaven realm master among yourselves advances into the 7th order open heaven realm first. Yuhi pursed her lips into a smile. There is a large patch of profound bamboo growing here, more than enough for many people. Besides, it is said that the profound bamboo will continue to reproduce when placed in one small universe. Each person will only need to take a small piece of the root. You don't need to worry about not having enough resources for everyone, young master. Yang Kai smiled after hearing her assurance. That's for the best. In this way, anybody from Voidland who advanced into the 7th order open heaven realm would receive a stalk of profound bamboo. Even so, it would take a long time to nurture the profound bamboo shoot so that it could produce satisfactory effects. The profound bamboo could never compare with the world spring in this regard. Young master, do you want to harvest some of the profound bamboo to sell? Many people will be interested in this item, Yuhi asked. Yang Kai was silent for a moment before he said, "There's no rush. Let's revisit this topic when we've gotten stronger. Otherwise, we don't know how many people will become greedy once we reveal such treasures to the world." Martial Peak, Chapter 4734, Unique Cultivation Environment. High Heaven Palace was monopolizing the new Great Territory, so the cave heavens and paradises were bound to hold some resentment. Unfortunately, given the existence of the Star Boundaries World Tree, they could not voice their objections. They wanted to use the feedback from the Star Boundaries World Tree to nurture the disciples of their respective sects after all. Be that as it may, an uproar was bound to break out if news of the profound bamboo's existence were to leak out. What's so special about this small stone world? Yang Kai asked again. Sir Martial Beast mentioned that the situation here is similar to the Star Boundary. Why don't I detect anything? Yuhi and Zhouya glanced at each other, then Yuhi pursed her lips and smiled. Young master, why don't you try refining the world force of the small stone world? Refine the world force? He looked surprised to hear those words, but soon a bold guess suddenly formed in his heart. Don't tell me this place. Yang Kai closed his eyes while saying so and focused his mind. He then activated his power to refine the world force belonging to this world. A short while later, his expression became filled with astonishment. That was because he discovered that the world force in this world could be refined and absorbed directly. What was even more surprising was that there was no backlash from doing so. It had to be said that every universe world had its own unique world force. That was because their heavenly way and world principles were different, so the world force would also contain some subtle discrepancies. These subtle discrepancies were the deciding factors as to whether the compatibility between a universe world and an open heaven realm master's small universe was high or low. If an open heaven realm master wanted to refine the world force of a universe world to enhance their heritage, then they had to choose universe worlds that were highly compatible with themselves. Refining the world force of a universe world that was incompatible with them would not enhance their heritage. On the contrary, the world force they absorbed would become an impurity that would damage their foundation. For non-severe cases, they would need to spend some time to remove these impurities. Not only was doing so a waste of time and energy, but they would also have nothing to show for all their efforts. For severe cases, the impurities might even cause their small universe to become unstable and their order to regress. However, the small stone world was obviously different. Yang Kai had only refined a small amount of the world force, but he could clearly sense that the world force that he refined just now was extremely compatible with his own small universe. There was not the slightest hint of discomfort. How is this possible? Is it the same for you? Yang Kai asked curiously. Yu He and Zhou Yan nodded in unison. Yu He then explained, "It's because the small stone world has such a unique cultivation environment that we come here to cultivate whenever we have the time. As for why this world is like this, we have been unable to figure out the reason yet." Yang Kai suddenly recalled He He's reluctance to leave earlier. He now understood the reason for He He's reaction. The small stone world was an excellent cultivation paradise. Refining the small stone world's world force for one's own use was much faster than refining various cultivation resources or consuming open heaven pills. It was no wonder that He wished to remain here to cultivate and increase his strength. Unfortunately, he had to return to the star boundary for his duties and could not stay here for long. It was just as Mo Huang had mentioned before, the situation in the small stone world was similar to the star boundary. Nevertheless, the limitations in the star boundary were certainly greater when comparing the two. That was because only the great emperors who were born in the star boundary and received the acknowledgement of the star boundaries could absorb the star boundary's world force without any reservations to enhance their small universe's heritage. Other people did not get to enjoy this privilege. In comparison, the small stone world was open to all. Anybody could cultivate here without any worries. Although the small stone world had its advantages, it also had its disadvantages. When Yang Kai compared these two universe worlds, he could clearly sense that the world force in the small stone world was not nearly as abundant as the star boundary. That was only to be expected though, as the star boundary had the world tree providing nourishment to it at all times. It was only natural that the small stone world could not compare in this regard. Be that as it may, both universe worlds had their respective advantages and disadvantages. Yang Kai was overjoyed, but also a little worried. How long have you been cultivating here? Has the world force in this world changed in any way? Logically speaking, the world force of a universe world was not inexhaustible. The star boundary was an exception to this rule thanks to its unique circumstances, but while the small stone world's world force might be amazing, there was a high possibility that the heritage of this world would be lost and it would be exhausted if the open heaven realm masters were to cultivate here over a long period. If that were to happen, this place would become a dead world. The foolish act of killing a chicken for its eggs was naturally something Yang Kai wanted to prevent. This place was discovered 40 years ago. Yu He replied, "We soon realized that this place was a little different from other universe worlds. As an experiment, we had 8 sixth-order open heaven realm masters cultivating here together. If I really have to say, the small stone world's world force has indeed gotten a little weaker compared to 40 years ago, which was why we decided 20 years ago that only 2 sixth-order masters can cultivate here at the same time. There have been no changes to the situation in the small stone world over the past 20 years since we implemented such a system." Yang Kai nodded at her response. In other words, the world force created by the small stone world itself is enough to support the continuous cultivation of at least 2 sixth-order open heaven realm masters without decreasing. What about 3 people? Have you experimented before? Yu He nodded. We experimented with 3 and 4 people. We did not detect anything with 3 people, but we noticed a slight reduction in the small stone world's heritage with 4 people. To be on the safe side, we decided that we would only have 2 people per group, taking turns to rest and cultivate here. Yang Kai rubbed his chin with a pensive look. The production of a universe world's world force is mainly driven by the proliferation of the living beings within. The more prosperous these lives are, the more intense the world force. The reason why the small stone world is so unique must be related to the living beings of this world. Abruptly looking up, he asked, Are there any special living beings in this world? Yuhi nodded. Please follow me, young master. She turned to lead the way while saying so, and Yang Kai followed behind her. They headed towards the foot of the Spirit Peak, and when they reached the base of the mountain, Yuhi pointed in a certain direction. Look there, young master. Yang Kai looked in that direction only to see a cave entrance that was as tall as a person at the bottom of the mountain. There were obvious signs of excavation around the cave. Nevertheless, what surprised him was not the cave but the situation at the cave entrance. There was a bunch of strange-looking creatures going in and out of the cave like ants. These living creatures looked like the stone spirit clan that Xiao Xiao belonged to at a glance. Their entire body seemed to be made from rocks, but they were smaller and more delicate than Xiao Xiao. Every one of them was only around 15 centimeters tall. Not only had Yang Kai never seen this race before, but he had never even heard about such a race. It could be certain that there was no such living creature in the 3,000 worlds, but they were right there in front of him. Under his divine senses perception, Yang Kai could be certain that these little ones were living creatures indeed. Each of them had their own distinctive aura. We call these little ones the small stone race. That's where the small stone world's name came from. Yuhi explained from the side. What are they doing? Yang Kai asked curiously. In his field of vision, these 15-centimeter tall small stone race clansmen stood with their arms raised, holding rocks of varying sizes above their heads. Seeming to come from various directions, they lined up neatly in a long queue to carry the stones into the cave. There were also some small stone race clansmen walking out of the cave in a line. They were walking in the opposite direction, heading outward. It was obvious they were going to transport rocks again. Strangely enough, those rocks were the most ordinary ores with no cultivation value. They were not cultivation resources either. The rocks came in varying shapes and sizes, with the largest ones almost as big as a woven basket. Even so, the small stone race clansmen carried them with ease. They seemed to feed on these ores. He beckoned to Yang Kai and strode towards the cave. Won't we disturb them? He asked worriedly. To which he pursed her lips into a smile. We won't. Don't be fooled by their small size. They are very brave. During their conversation, they had already arrived at the cave entrance. It might be that the two of them were blocking the path of these small stone race clansmen, so the small stone race clansman nearest to Yang Kai held up a rock and glared at him. A strange shouting noise came from his mouth. Yang Kai's expression was strange. Is this guy angry? Yuhi covered her mouth and giggled. I'm afraid he is more than just angry. Before she could finish her sentence, the small stone race clansman let out a shout and smashed the rock down hard. The rock hit Yang Kai on the toe. Yang Kai quickly shifted sideways to let the small stone race clansman pass. Only then did the small stone race clansman pick up his rock again and march into the cave triumphantly as though he was a general who had won a war. They are quite hot-tempered indeed. Yang Kai nodded. All of a sudden he noticed a commotion at his ankle. He looked down to see a small stone race clansman that wanted to exit the cave pushing hard against him. He quickly stepped to the other side, trying to stick to the wall so as not to block their path again. These little ones didn't seem to pay much attention to the two tall and large humans in front of them. It was not a problem as long as these two did not block their way. Young master, have you ever seen an ant's nest? Yuhi asked from where she stood pressed against the other side of the wall. I've never seen one, but I've heard of them. She nodded and continued, the nest of the small stone race is very similar to an ant's nest. An ant's nest consists of the queen, the soldier ants, and the worker ants. Similarly, there is a clear hierarchical structure in the nest of the small stone race. Let's go inside and have a look, Yang Kai said. Before the two of them could continue further inside, Yang Kai detected another series of movements. The ground was trembling slightly, as though many things were rushing in this direction from somewhere. The small stone race clansmen who were transporting the rocks also seemed to have noticed something. At this moment, they retreated into the interior of the cave in an orderly manner. It didn't take long for all of them to vanish out of sight. A short while later, in the direction where the strange noises had been coming from, A large swarm of menacing small stone race clansmen suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. What surprised him was that the small stone race clansmen who just appeared were distinctly different from the small stone race clansmen earlier. The small stone race clansmen from earlier were only 15 centimeters tall and the color of their body surface was relatively dull. On the other hand, the small stone race clansmen who just appeared were approximately 30 centimeters tall. The rocky surface of their body was noticeably brighter and shinier. Even the edges and corners were more distinct. More importantly, they had a mouthful of sharp teeth that resembled the serrated fangs of a shark. Their fangs gleamed with a cold light. Young master, what we saw earlier were the equivalent of worker ants. The ones that just appeared can be considered soldier ants. He explained. Are they having a war? Yang Kai tooted in amazement. While he was speaking, a strange sound also reverberated from within the cave. The small stone race clansmen inside the cave had also dispatched their soldiers who were in charge of the battle. Martial Peak, Chapter 4735, Small Stone Race Nest. The small stone race clansmen that marched out of the cave were also around 30 centimeters tall. The surface of their bodies was not only covered in sharp and well-defined edges, but also shone with a glistening luster. They were clearly different from the clansmen earlier who had been responsible for transporting rocks. Looking at both sides, they seemed to be fairly equal in numbers. The invading small stone race had around 1,000 clansmen among their ranks, and the same was true for the small stone race clansmen who came marching out of the cave. Both sides took up battle positions at the entrance of the cave, separated by a distance of several hundred meters between them. The small stone race clansmen were lined up neatly in ranks and files that resembled a phalanx. Furthermore, there were several clansmen holding stone hammers and stone clubs in both camps. Wielding these weapons made them look taller and fiercer. When they bared their fangs at each other, the cold light reflecting off their fangs looked even more sinister. On the side of the small stone race who came marching out of the cave, the largest small stone race clansman among them came to stand at the front of the camp. He was holding a pair of stone hammers that were almost the same size as him. Walking along the front of the phalanx, he shouted out a series of battle cries in a rhythmic fashion. Following his movements, all the clansmen began shouting in unison. Their shouts reverberated through the air incessantly. Hut, hut, hut. Yang Kai watched the scene with a strange expression and whispered a question to He. Is this to boost morale before the battle? He nodded, something like that. The small stone race clansmen who came marching out of the cave were not the only ones performing this ritual. The invading small stone race clansmen were doing the same. The actions on both sides were so similar that they looked like they were carved from the same mold. It didn't take long for them to complete the ritual to boost morale. Afterwards, both sides began to advance towards each other in an orderly manner. The distance of several hundred meters was closed in the blink of an eye as the two armies belonging to different small stone race clans charged towards each other. They soon became indistinguishable from one another. Yang Kai and He watched quietly. The small stone race clansmen might be small in size, but they were fierce and fearless in battle. Those with weapons would charge towards their enemies, raise their clubs and hammers high above their heads, and bring them down viciously. Oftentimes, it would only take one hit from a stone hammer to smash their enemy to pieces. Meanwhile, those without weapons would lunge themselves at the enemy and engage each other in a melee. They would open their mouths to reveal their fangs and bite down hard on the bodies of their enemies. There was no doubt that their teeth were exceptionally sharp. Every bite was capable of tearing off pieces of rock from the bodies of their enemies. During the fight, the sound of cries coming out of their mouths undulated throughout the battlefield. For a time, the scene became extremely tragic. The small stone race clansmen were dismembered one after another, turning into piles of rubble that scattered across the ground. There were nearly 2,000 clansmen on both sides at the beginning, but it only took an incense for almost 300 to be killed in battle. After another quarter hour, only half of their numbers remained. All of a sudden, the battle ceased. The two sides that had been fighting to the death earlier abruptly stopped and made peace without any warning. Immediately after, the surviving small stone race clansmen began picking up the bodies of the dead small stone race clansmen and returned the way they originally came. Even the many small stone race clansmen who had lost various limbs in battle struggled to move their bodies and returned to where they came from. Yang Kai was very puzzled by what he saw. "What are they doing?" He replied, "You will understand if you continue watching, young master. This race is very strange. These battles seem to be a means of survival for them and happen quite often." "How high is their sentience? Have you tried communicating with them?" Yuhi shook her head. "Of course, we tried. Unfortunately, their sentience is not high enough for us to actually communicate with them." Yang Kai nodded and said nothing more. The battlefield was cleaned up quickly, with both sides having lost some of their troops in the battle. The invading party slowly retreated. Likewise, the party defending the cave earlier carried the corpses of their clansmen or enemies back into the cave in an orderly manner. He beckoned to Yang Kai and followed behind the small stone race clansmen into the cave. The cave was generally as tall as a person, but some places were lower than average. Hence, the two of them needed to bend down from time to time. Nevertheless, it was certainly as He had mentioned earlier. The nest of the small stone race was very similar to an ant's nest. There were countless twists and turns inside, not to mention tunnels and passageways everywhere that stretched out in all directions to form a huge network of underground caves. There were many small stone race clansmen who had dug out little enclaves along the walls and were resting within them. Disturbed by the presence of Yang Kai and He, they poked out their heads out of their little enclaves to stare at the two humans with their black eyes. As they headed deeper into the tunnels, Yang Kai carefully perceived his surroundings and was secretly shocked to discover that the ground had almost been hollowed out by the small stone race. After reaching a depth of almost a dozen kilometers, they suddenly arrived at a huge cavern. Inside the cavern were several bridge-like passages that connected to a large platform in the center. A figure on the central platform that was much larger than the rest of the small stone race clansmen appeared in Yang Kai's field of vision. "That's the Stone King of this small stone race clan," He said softly. Yang Kai nodded lightly and looked up at the Stone King. The Stone King had an extremely bloated body. Lying horizontally across the platform, his body, which was approximately 10 meters long, made him look like an enormous fatty. Moreover, his entire body was as white as jade. There was a group beside the Stone King that consisted of small stone race clansmen who were almost as tall as a normal person. They were patrolling back and forth around the Stone King. Their numbers were few, only several dozen in total. In contrast, they were unusually large compared to the rest of the small stone race clansmen, and the rocky surface of their bodies resembled a full set of armor. They were truly an impressive sight to behold. "Are those the Stone King's elite guard?" Yang Kai raised a brow and asked. He nodded, "Most likely." At this moment, those small stone race clansmen who withdrew from the battle earlier were carrying their loot along the passages leading to the central platform. The loot they were carrying was none other than the stone left behind by their clansmen or enemies after their death. When they arrived in front of the Stone King, the small stone race clansman in the lead raised the stone in his hands high above his head. The Stone King's extremely fat body wriggled slightly as he lowered his head to sniff at the stone. Then he opened his mouth that was larger than a wash basin and chomped down on the stone to swallow the entire thing whole. Kacha kacha. Crisp, crunching sounds echoed throughout the cavern. The Stone King's teeth were extremely sharp, so chewing on the stone was almost like he was biting down on brittle bone instead. It only took several bites before he swallowed the entire stone. The next small stone race clansman holding a piece of rock had already approached the Stone King. When he delivered the rock to the Stone King's face, the Stone King opened his mouth again. One after the other, the small stone race clansmen offered up their loot from the battle earlier, and the Stone King did not refuse anything that was presented. A short while later, the Stone King's fat body suddenly shook violently. Yang Kai could sense that the Stone King seemed to be straining with great force. It was immediately followed by a plopping sound, and something came out of the Stone King's posterior. The Stone King was lying horizontally in the middle of the platform, but his posterior was suspended in the air. That was why the object fell straight down to the ground after popping out. Yang Kai took a closer look. The object that fell out of the Stone King's posterior was an oval stone egg. It resembled a small pebble, and only after rolling around on the soft ground for a moment did the stone egg come to a stop. A small stone race clansman who had been waiting nearby quickly rushed forward to pick up the stone egg before running into one of the tunnels nearby with small steps. Yang Kai was amazed. The small stone race is oviparous? He nodded. This is another reason we say the small stone race are very similar to ants, both in terms of their colony structure and their life cycle. Yang Kai released a small thread of his divine sense to follow after the small stone race clansman carrying the stone egg. The small stone race clansman soon arrived at another cavern. Inside the cavern were hundreds of stone eggs that were already neatly arranged together. Each stone egg contained a pulse of vitality. Furthermore, there were specialized members of the small stone race inside the nest who were responsible for taking care of these stone eggs. They monitored these stone eggs like nannies, examining them or touching one from time to time. There were also several other caverns in the vicinity that were similar to this one. They were all used to store the stone eggs. Yang Kai even witnessed the scene of small stone race clansmen hatching from the stone eggs. The small stone race clansmen brought back some loot from the battle, but the harvest was not that great. The Stone King finished eating all the offerings in just a little over 2 hours. During this period he laid as many as several dozen stone eggs. After all the loot was offered up, the small stone race clansmen who lost various limbs in battle also lined up and headed towards the Stone King. However, they had no loot to offer. Just as Yang Kai was wondering what they were doing, the Stone King opened his mouth and chomped down on an armless small stone race clansman. He finished eating that clansman in 2 of 3 bites. The clansmen standing next in line did not show any reaction at the sight. They simply continued to wait in line and offered up their broken bodies to the Stone King. None of them showed any complaints, regrets, or fear. They even eat their own clansmen. Yang Kai was shocked. It seems that this small stone race really doesn't have much sentience after all. He sighed slightly. It's also for the sake of the clan's continuity. The Stone King will only lay stone eggs after eating. He does not lay eggs under normal circumstances. Yang Kai frowned. If it's for the sake of the clan's continuity, then what was the reason for the battle just now? They lost several hundred clansmen in the battle, but less than 100 stone eggs were laid even after feeding all their winnings to the Stone King. We believe that their actions are a means to control their population. Reproducing to ensure the continuity of their race is their entire mission in life, but the resources in the small stone world are extremely scarce. They may perish with time if their population is not controlled. With their level of sentience, they might not understand the extinction of their entire race, but they are still living creatures. It makes sense that they can instinctively sense the issue and take the corresponding measures to solve the problem. Population control. Yang Kai rubbed his chin as he pondered in silence. Everything that he witnessed earlier indicated that Yuhi's explanation made sense. The Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been cultivating and observing the environment in this place for more than 40 years, so it was only natural that they had a deeper understanding of this place compared to Yang Kai. The truth is that, aside from the extremely unique cultivation environment here, we did not discover any valuable resources anywhere on the small stone world. We were initially confused by the situation, but we finally figured out the reason after realizing that the small stone race is scattered across the entire small stone world. Yuhi explained quietly, it might be that the small stone world used to have various resources, including cultivation materials. Unfortunately, these resources must have been devoured clean by the small stone race. Although they can only feed on common ores nowadays, their reproductive ability is still too strong. It is necessary for them to control their population, and carrying out battles between different clans is the best method to control their numbers. Upon hearing those words, Yang Kai nodded and said, "That makes sense. No wonder they fought so viciously just now only to stop and make peace abruptly. They even brought the corpses of their respective clansmen back to their nests. Martial Peak, Chapter 4736, Wonders of the Small Stone Race. There are no other living creatures in the small stone world apart from the small stone race. If there is anything that can be said to be related to the unique cultivation environment in this world, then it can only be the small stone race. It's just that we have yet to figure out the relationship between the two, Yuhi said. The world force of a universe world was closely related to its heavenly way and its world principles. It was also closely related to the living creatures thriving within. Seeing as the only living creatures in the small stone world were the small stone race, then the peculiarity of the world force must be related to the small stone race in some way. Nevertheless, certain experiments would need to be carried out to verify this fact. As soon as that thought crossed Yang Kai's mind, his figure flickered. He came directly to the platform and stood in front of the Stone King. The elite guard patrolling the surroundings quickly noticed the abnormality and came charging towards him with a roar. Even though he remained motionless though, Yang Kai's Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm aura permeated the air. Space seemed to congeal, and the small stone race elite guards immediately froze in place. They were unable to budge in the slightest. Then Yang Kai wrapped his power around the Stone King, transferred him into his small universe, and placed him in a remote corner somewhere. There were several million humans living in his small universe at this moment. Many cities and villages had also been established over the past 100 years or so, but many undeveloped areas still remained. Accommodating the Stone King was not an issue. When the aura of the Stone King vanished, the entire small stone race clan panicked. Leaving aside the elite guard whom Yang Kai had immobilized, the rest of the small stone race clansmen immediately began running around like headless flies. Horrified cries escaped from their mouths as they searched for the whereabouts of the Stone King. Upon seeing this situation, Yang Kai decided to manifest the portal of his small universe. Traces of an oval gate immediately appeared in front of him, and the Stone King's aura leaked out from within. The small stone race clansmen that had been running around immediately snapped out of their panic like lost travelers who found their way and swiftly rushed towards the portal. For a time, the entire nest was in chaos as the small stone race clansmen plunged into Yang Kai's small universe and vanished out of sight. Under his watch, Yang Kai could clearly see that the initial group of small stone race clansmen to rush into his small universe had gathered around the Stone King. They were working together as though attempting to carry the Stone King back to their original nest, but although it had been easy for them to enter, it was not the same when it came to leaving. How could they leave without Yang Kai's approval? The portal he created through a secret technique was an entrance that only worked one way. Yang Kai's intentions were very simple. Since Yuhi and the others had observed the situation for so many years but could not figure out the relationship between the small stone race and the world force of the small stone world, then he might as well transfer them into his small universe to investigate the situation. After all, even the slightest changes would not escape his perception in his small universe. More and more of the small stone race clansmen charged into the portal. This particular small stone race clan had quite a large population, about 3,000 members in total. Although they had experienced hundreds of casualties in the previous battle, those losses did not have much impact on the whole. In less than an hour, all the small stone race clansmen in the nest had poured into the portal and gathered around the Stone King. Panic spread out among the clansmen. Having been thrown into a whole new environment without any warning, it was only natural for them to have some difficulty adjusting. Yang Kai carefully perceived the small stone race, but could not detect what was different about them compared to other living beings. Nevertheless, now that the small stone race had been migrated into his small universe, he would be able to discover something sooner or later as long as he waited patiently. After that, Yang Kai brought all the unhatched stone eggs into his small universe and placed them beside the small stone race clansmen. Only then did he beckon to Yuhi, "Let's go back." The two of them returned to the bamboo building where Zhouya was still waiting for them. In the following days, there was nothing else to do. Yuhi and Zhouya focused on their own cultivation, so there was no need to bother them for the moment. Meanwhile, Yang Kai monitored the small stone race that he migrated into his small universe while scribbling something in the void in front of himself with his finger. The new Great Territory was extremely large, and it had taken him half a month to travel from the territory gate to the small stone world with he previously. Even so, this could only be considered the outer periphery of the new Great Territory. The inner region of the new Great Territory was even more expansive. As a result, it would take a lot of time to travel across the new Great Territory. This was a problem that all great territories would face. Not everybody was proficient in the Tao of space like Yang Kai, allowing them to rapidly move from one place to another. Throughout the various great territories, the best way for cultivators who wanted to travel quickly was to make use of universe temples. Yang Kai was planning to build several universe temples in the new Great Territory to connect the entire new Great Territory together. In this way, his people would only need to transfer between the universe temples to travel quickly. There would be no need to waste so much time on the road again. If it were in the past, he might have been at a loss for what to do, but after he was asked by the cave heavens and paradises to fix the universe temples that had been in disrepair for many years, Yang Kai had gotten very knowledgeable about the mysteries of the universe array. If he really had to say, there was not much difference between a universe array and a space array. It was just that the universe array could function over a larger range than an ordinary space array. For a great territory, the distance of several hundreds of billions of kilometers could not be covered by a space array. However, the universe array was different. As long as there were no obstructions, any 2 points could be connected together regardless of the distance. Needless to say, the larger the distance, the greater the pressure faced when using the universe transference law. If anybody were to try to travel across a distance too great for their physical body to bear, it was not uncommon for them to become heavily injured or even die before reaching the universe temple. That had been a common occurrence in early times, but nowadays, such occurrences were quite rare. That was because everybody would choose a suitable destination point and activate the universe transference law according to their respective limits. Yang Kai had already been planning on building these universe temples when he was back in Voidland, so he had instructed Bian Yuqing to prepare enough supplies for him in advance. All he needed to do now was arrange a complete universe array and then build a universe temple around it. Yang Kai had been wondering as to where he should build the universe temple, but it would seem that the small stone world was no doubt a good choice. The cultivation environment in this place was unique, so when the universe temple was completed in the future, the open heaven realm masters could return to this place to cultivate after accumulating fatigue from working hard outside. As for the locations of the other universe temples, Yang Kai would need to carefully survey the great territory before he came to a decision. It took half a month for him to figure out the array pattern of the universe array and for everything to finally be ready. During this half month, the small stone race clan that had been migrated into his small universe gradually adapted to their new environment. Yang Kai had deliberately chosen to place them in a mountain range when he migrated them into his small universe. At present, the small stone race clan had dug out a nest underneath a certain spirit peak and all the clansmen were living inside. The new nest was not that different from the previous one. It was deep underground with a network of countless twists and turns. Thanks to the structured division of labor, the small stone race clansmen were all performing their own tasks in an orderly manner. After the past half month of careful observation, Yang Kai finally figured out the wonders of the small stone race. It was well known that the survival and continuity of the living creatures in one small universe could be used to produce world force and enhance the heritage of that cultivator. That was part of the reason why Yang Kai had placed the 10 million people from Pear Flower Cave Heaven into his own small universe. Pear Flower Cave Heaven had been destroyed, and those living there lost their home. Taking into account that his small universe was very stable because he had refined the world spring, there was not much risk to place those people in his small universe. What's more, their presence would continuously strengthen the heritage of his small universe. Normal open heaven realm masters were generally unable to raise living beings in their small universe. It was not that they were disqualified to do so, it was just not worth the effort. Their small universe might become turbulent due to a battle with a powerful enemy, and there was a high possibility that all those living inside would suffer heavy casualties as a result. The losses would be impossible to recoup. That was why only Open Heaven Realm masters in the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm or above would even try to raise living beings in their small universe, as such masters would rarely have any enemies to fight. On the other hand, Yang Kai dared to do such a thing because he had refined the world spring. If those from Pearflower Cave Heaven thriving in his small universe could continuously enhance the heritage of his small universe, then so could the small stone race. Be that as it may, the benefits they both brought to his small universe were simply incomparable. Yang Kai had carefully observed the benefits brought by similar numbers of humans and the small stone race clansmen, and during this past half-month, there was practically a 10-fold difference between them. In simple terms, having 3,000 small stone race clansmen living in his small universe gave the same benefits as 30,000 humans. That was an extremely terrifying comparison. The situation would not have been so remarkable if that was the only difference. The key point was that the world force produced from the survival and reproduction of the small stone race was extremely pure. It could be said that they themselves were constantly producing extremely pure world force. Yang Kai was starting to understand why the small stone world was so special. It was all thanks to the small stone race living there. The entire small stone world had no other living creatures except the peculiar small stone race. As the small stone race thrived and reproduced in the small stone world, the world force that they produced was similar to the powers of a world fruit in that there were no impurities whatsoever. That was why the world force was compatible with any Open Heaven Realm master, as well as why it could easily be refined and absorbed. After realizing this point, Yang Kai suddenly had a very bold idea in his heart. This was just the result of bringing in one small stone race clan, so what would happen if he were to raise even more small stone race clans in his small universe? As long as there were enough of them, the heritage of his small universe would continue to grow stronger even if he did not cultivate. The truth was that he had already begun to benefit from migrating those living in Pearflower Cave Heaven into his small universe. It was just that not much time had lapsed, so the benefits were not that obvious. On the contrary, the small stone race could bring about 10 times the benefits per individual. Yang Kai could almost imagine the scene where his cultivation soared steadily in the future. How wonderful would that be? At present, he was not far from advancing into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. Nevertheless, there was still the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm after the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm. That was an extremely distant goal at the moment. While others might take tens of thousands of years or even longer to advance from the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm, Yang Kai would only need to take several thousand years or shorter if his current plan worked out. Martial Peak, Chapter 4737, Perfect Match. The small stone race was undoubtedly an extremely precious treasure to Yang Kai. Looking at the fearless small stone race again, while incredibly innocent and naive, they also had a certain glow of wealth about them now. In order to achieve his goal, Yang Kai would need to migrate enough of the small stone race into his small universe. Hence, he did not hesitate and acted immediately. The small stone race had a massive population in the small stone world, with many clans of varying sizes scattered across the universe world. The larger clans might number from tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. In contrast, the smaller clans might number only a few hundred. The small stone race clan that he previously brought into his small universe could be considered a relatively small clan. In the following month, Yang Kai traveled around the small stone world and collected numerous small stone race clans into his small universe. The population of the small stone race in his small universe had reached nearly 10 million by the time the month was over. Once he reached this number, Yang Kai finally stopped. It was not that he did not wish to take in even more. If possible, he wanted to collect all of the small stone race in the small stone world into his small universe. However, if he did that, then the treasured cultivation land that was the small stone world would lose its foundation. Such benefits could not be enjoyed by him alone. What Yang Kai needed to figure out now was how to expand the small stone race's population. The growth of the various small stone race clans mainly depended on the reproductive abilities of the Stone King. In this aspect, they were similar to ants. Yang Kai previously observed a Stone King devouring all kinds of ores and even the broken bodies of their own clansmen in order to gain the energy to reproduce. Thus, it could be seen that the Stone Kings were not picky about their food. Even common or could be eaten, so what else could they eat? What if they were fed with cultivation materials of varying orders? Would that give the Stone King even greater reproductive abilities? The small stone world probably contained cultivation resources in the past. It was just that all those cultivation resources had been eaten by the small stone race. That was why Yu He and the others could not find anything of value in the small stone world. All they found was this strange existence they named the small stone race. Yang Kai split off a soul clone inside his small universe and stood inside the nest of the initial small stone race clan. With a flash of his thoughts, a piece of pale gold ore appeared in his hand. This was a third-order metal element material that was not that high in value. He initially wanted to test if the small stone race would be interested in such a material, but how could he have known that all the small stone race clansmen in the nest would react as soon as he took out this item? Countless small stone race clansmen seemed to smell something in the air, and all of them turned their gazes in his direction. Even the elite guards patrolling around the Stone King stopped and looked his way. Meanwhile, the fat and bloated Stone King, who basically had no strength to move on his own, gave a strange cry that sounded extremely urgent. Yang Kai couldn't help raising his brow at the sight. Nevertheless, this situation proved that his conjecture was correct. In the next moment, a dense wave of small stone race clansmen poured towards him from all directions like the waves of the tide and surrounded him firmly in the blink of an eye. Yang Kai hurriedly dropped the material in his hand. Unexpectedly, there was not much of a scramble over the material as one of the small stone race clansmen happened to raise a hand and caught the fist-sized material, which he then quickly rushed over to the Stone King. A short while later he arrived in front of the Stone King. Holding out the material in his hand high above his head as though he was offering a treasure, he delivered the material to the Stone King's mouth. The Stone King took a bite, then following some crunching sounds, he swallowed. Meanwhile, Yang Kai paid close attention to the changes in the Stone King. The effects were almost instantaneous. The Stone King quickly began trembling after consuming the third-order metal element material. Just like what Yang Kai had observed previously, he seemed to clench hard with great force, and a moment later, a stone egg fell from his posterior that was suspended in midair with a light pop. The small stone race clansmen who had been waiting below picked up the stone egg and placed it in the specialized cave. However, the Stone King's movements had not stopped. His fat body continued trembling, expanding and contracting in intervals. After a half cup of tea's time, another stone egg popped out. This cycle continued non-stop for the next 2 hours. It wasn't until he produced nearly 40 stone eggs that he finally stopped. Yang Kai watched in delight, feeling extremely excited inside. As I guessed, the cultivation materials of various orders turned out to be very useful for the reproduction of the small stone race. If a mere third-order material was enough to stimulate the Stone King to produce some 40 stone eggs, then a fourth-order or fifth-order material would surely produce even more stone eggs. Therefore, Yang Kai took out a fourth-order material followed by a fifth-order material to feed to the Stone King. The results of his experiments showed his conjecture was correct. After eating the fourth-order material, the Stone King produced more than 130 stone eggs. On the other hand, he reproduced non-stop for several days to produce more than 500 stone eggs after consuming a fifth-order material. Hence, the reproduction issue of the small stone race could be considered to be resolved. There was no need to worry about expanding the population of the small stone race as long as the Stone King was given enough cultivation resources. Moreover, the increase in the small stone race population would be highly beneficial to both the heritage of Yang Kai's small universe and the small stone world. Be that as it may, Yang Kai discovered something from his experiment. Feeding the Stone King fourth order and fifth order materials was not cost-effective. When it came to materials of various orders, the value of materials that were one order higher was generally 10 times the value of materials that were one order lower. In comparison, the number of stone eggs produced by the Stone King after eating 3rd order, 4th order, and 5th order materials was far less than 10 times the difference. When the Stone King consumed a 3rd order material, he had produced some 40 stone eggs. Conversely, with a 4th order material he had produced slightly over 130 stone eggs, whereas with a 5th order material, he had produced slightly over 500 stone eggs. There was only a 3 to 4 times difference between these results, which was vastly inconsistent with the difference between the value of the materials themselves. By comparison, feeding the Stone King with 3rd order materials was the most cost-effective by far. That was because cost performance was higher and 3rd order materials were generally more abundant. Void Land itself had a huge demand for 4th order and 5th order materials. Whether it was for the disciples' cultivation or advancement, these materials would all come into play. Yang Kai did not have any 1st order or 2nd order materials in his possession, so he could not experiment with them. Nonetheless, judging by the Stone King's appetite that never turned down anything, 1st order and 2nd order materials would definitely be useful too. He collected almost 1,000 small stone race clans into his small universe 1 month ago, and seeing as each clan had its own Stone King, there were over 1,000 Stone Kings in his small universe. If he wanted to nurture the clans and expand their population through reproduction, then he would surely need large amounts of cultivation resources. Not to mention, the small stone race in the small stone world also had to be nurtured. Fortunately, High Heaven Palace and Void Land had large businesses and abundant resources, so what was this price compared to the benefits that could be gained in the future? Besides, the Stone Kings were not picky towards cultivation resources. 1st order, 2nd order, and 3rd order materials could all be used. More importantly, materials below the 3rd order were of little significance to Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai had originally thought of sending these materials to Great Evolution Paradise and tossing them all into the Good Fortune Divine Furnace to see if he could get materials of higher order, but in contrast, it would now seem that using them to feed the Stone Kings was a much better choice. Tossing these materials into the Good Fortune Divine Furnace might not yield any profit in return, but feeding the Stone Kings would surely result in even more of the small stone race. Thankfully, Yang Kai had many materials already in his possession, so with a flash of his thoughts, he divided all the 3rd order materials among the 1,000 Stone Kings and placed these resources in their respective nests. Only then did he withdraw his soul clone. Inside the bamboo building, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes. Yu He and Zhou Yo were meditating and cultivating beside him. He woke them both and said, "I've figured out the situation in the small stone world." The 2 women immediately looked at him in curiosity, so he explained his experiments and speculations to them. After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, they revealed looks of understanding. They had guessed that the unique cultivation environment of the small stone world was closely related to the small stone race, but since there were no 7th order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Void Land, they had no means of collecting the small stone race into their small universe for observation and could not confirm their hypothesis. Yang Kai's words undoubtedly confirmed their previous speculations, and it was only at this moment that they finally understood the reason why the small stone world was so special. It was all because of the existence of the small stone race. We need to expand the population of the small stone race. In order to control their population, they even go so far as to wage war with each other to reduce their numbers. That indicates that they instinctively realize that the materials in this world would not support them for much longer. They have no means of leaving the small stone world to search for resources, but it would be different if we helped. Yang Kai said a little excitedly, "I've already done some experiments. A Stone King births dozens of stone eggs after consuming a 3rd order material and over 100 stone eggs after consuming a 4th order material. As long as the resources are in sufficient supply, it will not be a problem to help them expand their population. Once the small stone race population in this world increases to a certain level, the world force will also become more abundant. When that happens, this world will be able to support more than 2 6th order Open Heaven Realm Masters cultivating at the same time. It might even be possible for 10 or more masters to cultivate here at the same time. This place will become a veritable cultivation paradise where any open heaven realm master can quickly improve their cultivation. Also, the benefits brought about by the small stone race become even greater if we collect them and raise them in our small universe. Compared to raising the same number of other living creatures, they bring about 10 times more benefit to the small universe. Both Yu He and Zhou knew that Yang Kai's small universe had fully materialized, so their beautiful eyes immediately brightened upon hearing those words. Zhou said, "We previously discovered one of the 12 minor pillars, the profound Yin bamboo, in the new great territory, and now, we have the small stone race. They are simply a perfect match." Similarly, Yu He nodded. With the profound Yin bamboo supporting our small universes, they will become more stable. If we were to raise some small stone race in our small universes on top of that, our heritage would increase steadily even without spending time to cultivate. The two women exchanged a glance with each other and could almost imagine the scene in the not-too-distant future where all the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland and High Heaven Palace placed these two treasures in their small universes. More importantly, both the profound Yin bamboo and the small stone race could be cultivated, so as long as these resources were managed carefully, they could be said to be inexhaustible. With the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland and High Heaven Palace enjoying such advantages, how could there be any worries for the future? That's why you need to work harder and advance into the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm as soon as possible. Yang Kai laughed, but the top priority at the moment is to obtain some supplies from High Heaven Palace. Yang Kai thus turned to look at Yu He. "Yu He, go and pay a visit to the head manager. Gather all the materials in the Third Order and below that are not being used by High Heaven Palace at the moment and bring them here." Martial Peak, Chapter 4738, Managing the Small Stone Race. Yu He nodded and hurriedly turned to leave. She knew that this matter should be handled as soon as possible. The sooner they invested in this venture, the sooner they could all benefit from the small stone world. Yang Kai turned to look at Zhou Ye. "You need to take a trip too. Find all the people who are exploring the area nearby and ask them to send over all the harvested materials in the Third Order and below. In addition, relay the message to everyone else. From now onward, all the materials in the Third Order and below that are harvested will be delivered here. There's no need to send them back to High Heaven Palace." Nurturing the small stone race was a long-term project. This process would definitely consume many resources in the future, but the new great territory should be able to satisfy these requirements. In any case, the value of materials in the Third Order and below was not that substantial. Using them on the small stone world would be perfect. Zhou Ye nodded. "Big Brother and the others are not far from here. I'll go there now." The Big Brother she was referring to was none other than Mao Zhe. Yang Kai waited in place for close to 3 days. Then, a huge ship broke through the clouds and hovered in midair. Several figures flew out from that ship and came in this direction. When those figures approached, Mao Zhe, Geng Qing, and Zhou Ye bowed in unison. "Sir." Yang Kai nodded. "I'm sure you're already aware of the situation." Mao Zhe said excitedly, "We've heard about the news. Sir, what do we do now?" He couldn't help but be enthusiastic. If the matter related to the small stone world was handled properly, it would benefit all the Open Heaven Realm Masters under Yang Kai's command. Mao Zhe was only one step away from the Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm, so if he could cultivate in the small stone world, he would surely be able to advance faster. "How many materials in the Third Order and below do you have here?" Yang Kai asked. Mao Zhe causally reported a number. Yang Kai raised his brow when he heard the number and commented, "That's quite a lot. It will probably last for quite some time." Yu He was already on her way back to High Heaven Palace, so it would not take too long before she returned with even more materials. A short while later, dozens of Open Heaven realms of varying orders flew out from the ship. They each carried different amounts of materials in the Third Order and below and began scattering them across the small stone world to feed the Stone Kings. Mao Zhe and the others did not stay for long either. When all the members returned, they set off again and headed deeper into the new great territory to continue developing this frontier land. After waiting for another month or so, Yuhi finally returned together with Hua Qingxi. The matter regarding the small stone world was extremely important. It was not that Hua Qingxi had not paid attention to this matter in the past, but rather that she had not understood the specific situation here. Now that Yang Kai had discovered the truth, it was only natural that she wanted to investigate the situation in person. They brought even more materials with them on this trip. All the materials in the third order and below that had been stored in High Heaven Palace all these years had been brought over. Thus, the number was simply astounding. Furthermore, Hua Qingxi had ordered her subordinates to make large-scale purchases of the materials in the third order and below from High Heaven Star City. At the same time, she sent a message to Voidland so that they could also deliver the materials in the third order and below over to the small stone world. Third order and below materials were extremely abundant in the 3,000 worlds, but aside from the third order materials, the first order and second order materials were basically worthless. If a cultivator had the aptitude to advance into the open heaven realm at all, then it would generally not be difficult for them to ascend directly to the third order open heaven realm under normal circumstances. Only those whose aptitudes were too poor or could not obtain cultivation materials would choose to advance to the first or second order open heaven realm. For that reason, there would always be a large surplus of first order and second order materials regardless of the sect or great territory. Naturally, it was not difficult for High Heaven Palace to acquire these materials. There would definitely be many people who were willing to sell the low-order materials in their possession. Hua Qingxi personally went to investigate several small stone race nests and witnessed how the stone kings reproduced after eating the materials with her own eyes. Hence, she couldn't help feeling amazed. The heavens have blessed High Heaven Palace and Void Land. She could not believe that the new great territory would have such a peculiar living creature like the small stone race. In the future, it was practically impossible for the cultivation of the open heaven realm masters from High Heaven Palace and Void Land to progress slowly. Hua Qingxi went up to Yang Kai, who was busy working, and declared, "Sect Master, I'm afraid we need a designated person to manage the small stone world." Yang Kai put his work down and nodded in agreement. "That's what I was thinking too. I was just about to discuss this matter with you." The small stone race's population was incredibly large, and if they wanted the small stone race to multiply rapidly and expand their population further, they would need to have somebody here to constantly feed them on a regular schedule. To that end, they would need a designated person to manage this matter. "What do you think?" Yang Kai asked. Hua Qingxi quickly replied, "I've traveled around the small stone world over the past few days. This universe world is so vast that the land is several times larger than the star boundary. If you wish to manage this place, you will need at least 20 masters present at all times. My suggestion is to divide the small stone world into 20 regions and then select 20 third or fourth order open heaven realm masters from the sect and assign them to a specific area. In this way, they will not be overworked and would have time to cultivate. I chose third order or fourth order open heaven realm masters for this task because the heritage of the small stone world is not that strong at the moment. If the order is too high, the consumption when cultivating in this world will be too great. It may affect the increase of the small stone world's heritage." Yang Kai nodded and said, "You have given great consideration to the matter, head manager. Good, we'll use a complement of 10 third order and 10 fourth order open heaven realm masters. We'll consider it a benefit to them." Hua Qingxi pursed her lips into a smile. "I'm certain many people will be jumping at the opportunity to come here." The small stone world was such an excellent cultivation environment, so who would not want to come? It was just that High Heaven Palace was putting great effort into exploring and developing the new great territory, so almost all the open heaven realm masters were dispatched as a result, leaving most no chance to come and cultivate in the small stone world even if they wanted to. But now, 20 people were needed to manage the small stone world. How could they not compete for these 20 spots? Unfortunately, the troublesome task of choosing 20 people to come here belonged to her. Perhaps we should let them take turns. We can set a fixed duration. When that duration expires, someone else will take over. Hua Qingxi muttered in a pensive tone. You can come up with a plan for this matter on your own. This situation is temporary anyway. When the small stone race's population increases to a certain extent, the conditions in this world will definitely be able to satisfy even more people cultivating here at the same time. The quota will not be such a competition by then. Hua Qingxi nodded. When that time comes, the disciples can use their sect contribution points to exchange for the qualification to enter Small Stone World. After a brief conversation with Yang Kai, Hua Qingxi formed a rough idea of the plans for the Small Stone World's future. She suddenly looked at him and asked curiously, Sect Master, what are you doing? Should I summon people over to help you? Yang Kai just shook his head. Others won't be of help. I'm planning to set up a universe array here. A universe array? Hua Qingxi's eyes lit up at his words. She had always remained in the star boundary and had basically never taken a step outside, let alone traveled the vast 3,000 worlds. However, it did not mean that she lacked common knowledge about the outer universe. It was only natural that she had heard of the universe array, which was the central grand array of the universe temples. Almost every single great territory in the 3,000 worlds had their own universe temple where cultivators could transfer to, thereby reducing their travel time by a significant margin. It was a pity to hear that those universe temples were ancient creations and that the universe array itself was shrouded in mystery. As such, some universe temples in the 3,000 worlds had lost their function as transit points due to long years of disrepair because the cave heavens and paradises had no way to repair them. I can't believe Sect Master has the ability to arrange a universe array here. Does that not mean that he has figured out the mysteries of the universe temple? If that's the case, it's a huge boon for High Heaven Palace. With a universe temple acting as a transit point, the development of the new great territory would surely progress much faster. It would also be more convenient for High Heaven Palace disciples to travel back and forth. Arranging a universe array should cost a lot, right? Sect Master, do you need any material support? Hua Qingxi asked. Before coming here, I already took adequate supplies from Second Manager. There should be enough supplies to set up 3 arrays, so I don't need anything for the time being. I will come to you if I need something. She nodded. Right. Yang Kai suddenly recalled something. How have the cave heavens and paradises reacted to the matters involving the good fortune divine furnace? Hua Qingxi quickly reported, Elder, you came to discuss this matter with me once, but there seems to be no consensus among the cave heavens and paradises yet. Yang Kai laughed when he heard those words. They sure are in no hurry. Hua Qingxi nodded. There is still quite a lot of time until the disciples they recruited from the star boundary fully mature, so they are in no hurry. Good, just leave them hanging, Yang Kai replied nonchalantly. In any case, Voidland was currently using the good fortune divine furnace, so the longer it took for the cave heavens and paradises to come to a consensus, the more high-order materials Voidland would obtain. Otherwise, Voidland would not have a turn when the cave heavens and paradises began using the good fortune divine furnace. Sect Master, if they reach a consensus and come to discuss the matter with me again, how should I respond? Hua Qingxi asked. As things stood, Yang Kai would not be returning for some time. Arranging the universe arrays was by no means an overnight effort after all. It would take a long time to complete. Yang Kai pondered for a while before he responded. The rights to enter their small source worlds for training must be obtained. Voidland has so many sixth-order open heaven realm masters, and it will take a long time for them to advance into the next order without opportunities. Besides, there will only be more sixth-order open heaven realm masters emerging in the future. Their growth period will be shortened significantly with the use of those small source worlds. For that reason, there's no need to discuss anything if they refuse to agree on this point. She nodded. He continued, there's no reason for them to disagree since the cave heavens and paradises each have more than one small source world. It's just the right to enter their small source worlds once per turn after all. There's no reason for them to stubbornly refuse. We can make some concessions on the duration they can use the furnace. The previous condition I offered was 1 month's right of use in exchange for 1 right of entry into the small source world. If they try and discuss this matter with you again, 3 months is the bottom line. Any longer, and they will have to wait for my return. I understand, Hua Qingxi said in acknowledgement. Yang Kai thus waved his hand lightly. Good, you should get back to your work. This mistress will take her leave now. After saying so, she soared into the sky and returned the way she came. As head manager, there were many things that Hua Qingxi had to deal with. Leaving aside matters of the distant future, just looking at the near term, she had to choose 20 Open Heaven Realm Masters to manage the small stone world, arrange for High Heaven Star City to purchase materials in the Third Order and below, and negotiate with the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Most of High Heaven Palace's burden rested on her slender shoulders. Martial Peak, Chapter 4739, The Profound Yin Bamboo. With Yang Kai's current capabilities, it would not take more than half a day for him to set up a normal-scale space array with enough resources. However, it took him 3 whole months to arrange the new universe array. Although the universe arrays and the space arrays basically came from the same source and had many similarities, the universe array was undoubtedly more complex and sophisticated. In addition, Yang Kai was arranging a universe array for the first time. As he was unfamiliar with the method, he would occasionally make mistakes and his efforts for the past few days would be in vain whenever that happened. Nevertheless, he finished setting up the first universe array after 3 months of hard work. The universe array was located directly on the small stone world, close to the bamboo building where Yuhi, Zhouya, and the others were cultivating. Using a secret technique to leave his imprint in the grand array, he immediately soared into the sky. Now that the universe array was completed, the next step was to verify its effects. Matters like these could not be done by others because the consequences would be extremely serious if something were to go wrong. On the other hand, Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, so even if he activated the universe transference law and discovered a problem, he would at least be able to protect himself. He traveled swiftly, and under the urging of space principles, his figure flickered as he left behind a trail of space beacons in his wake. Exactly half a day later, a grand hall suddenly appeared in the void. The grand hall was huge, and the entire building was built on an abandoned spirit province. Even though it was obvious that the grand hall was built recently, there was nobody here. Standing in front of the grand hall, Yang Kai looked around briefly. Only then did he raise his hands and form a set of seals to activate the universe transference law. He could vaguely sense a connection with something in a far-off place, which was the exact direction where the small stone world's universe array was located. When this feeling emerged, Yang Kai knew that there were no issues with the universe array he set up earlier. He had spent more than 20 years repairing the universe temples that had long lost their function after years of disrepair. The ability to repair the universe temples indicated that he had already figured out the mysteries within them, so it was not a problem for him to set one up now. There was no resistance, and his figure vanished from the spot 3 breaths later. By the time he came back to his senses, Yang Kai was already standing on the universe array in the small stone world. Yuhi had been waiting by the side all this time and her eyes immediately lit up at the sight of him as she looked at him in anticipation. "Young master, is it done?" Yang Kai nodded. "It's done. But, using the universe transference law is as time-consuming as ever." Even for a person like him who was proficient in the Tao of space, using the universe transference law took 3 full breaths before he was transferred back here. If it were anybody else, the duration would have been even longer. This little bit of time would not matter under normal circumstances, but in a dangerous situation, such as being pursued by a powerful enemy, even a single breath could be the difference between life and death, much less 3. That was why very few people in the Great Territories would use the universe transference law to escape when being pursued. There was no chance for them to use the universe temples at all, unless they could find a way to escape from their enemies and create the space and time needed to activate the universe transference law. There's no helping it. The distance is too large when transferring to a universe temple. It's only natural that it will take some time. Yang Kai pensively muttered, "The universe transference law was passed down from ancient times. It is a secret technique specially used to communicate with the universe arrays. If we can figure out a method to modify the universe transference law, we might be able to shorten the time taken." Yuhi just laughed. "In that case, you will need to work hard on your own, young master. When it comes to the Tao of space, there are not many people in the 3,000 worlds who can help." Yang Kai nodded. "Arrange for somebody to build a universe temple around the Grand Array. Also, instruct the people who are still in this area to find an opportunity to leave their soul imprint here. That way, it will be much more convenient for them to travel back and forth in the future." "Don't worry, young master. I will handle it properly." She nodded. Now that the central universe array had been completed, building a universe temple around it to protect it did not require any special skills. Anybody could do something like that. Meanwhile, Yang Kai teleported with the help of the trail of space beacons that he left behind earlier and quickly returned to the Grand Hall from earlier. During the 3 months that he spent setting up the first universe array, he had already asked his subordinates to construct 2 other universe temples in the new Great Territory beforehand. This Grand Hall was one of them, while the other one was located close to the Territory Gate. This arrangement was mainly to facilitate travel across the new Great Territory. When all 3 universe temples were finished, the speed at which the cultivators developed the new Great Territory would definitely increase by several times. After entering the universe temple, Yang Kai took a rest for a few days before he started arranging the next universe array. The first universe array had taken him 3 months to complete, but practice made perfect in everything. Therefore, the second universe array only took him 2 months to complete. He tested the grand array in person again, and once he confirmed that there were no issues with the universe array, he headed to the small stone world to look for Yuhi and asked her to arrange for somebody to guard the universe temple. After that, he rushed to the universe temple by the territory gate without stopping. After another 2 months, the universe array at the territory gate was also successfully completed. The 3 universe temples formed a triangle across the new Great Territory, covering more than half of its area. The Open Heaven Realm Masters of Voidland could freely choose any of the 3 universe temples as their destinations when they used the universe transference law, as long as they were in the new Great Territory. Based on these different locations, Yang Kai divided the 3 universe temples into A, B, and C to distinguish between them. The one near the new Great Territory's gate was Universe Temple A, the one in the small stone world was Universe Temple B, and the last one in the further depths of the new Great Territory was Universe Temple C. There had never been a Great Territory with so many universe temples before, so nobody could be certain as to what the outcome would be if the universe transference law was activated in such a situation. Fortunately, Yang Kai's personal experimentation showed that he could subtly sense all 3 universe temples if he activated the universe transference law in the new Great Territory. By focusing on one particular universe temple, he could successfully transfer himself to it. It was no trouble at all. After half a year, the population of the small stone race in the small stone world had expanded to a certain extent, and the small stone world's heritage was also enhanced accordingly. Large batches of materials in the 3rd order and below were steadily delivered to the small stone world. The Open Heaven Realm Masters in charge of managing the small stone race were in charge of feeding these materials to the small stone race. The Stone Kings in their respective nests practically laid 100 to 200 stone eggs a day now. If that was the case for one clan, then there would be even more with thousands or tens of thousands of clans. The small stone race that Yang Kai migrated away from the small stone world had more than been made up for. Previously, the small stone world could only support 2 6th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters cultivating at the same time, but the current small stone world could support 3 with no trouble, and that was already after taking the 3rd and 4th-order Open Heaven Realm Masters managing the small stone race in the small stone world into account. The growth of the small stone world's heritage could easily be seen. The same held true for Yang Kai's small universe. When High Heaven Palace previously delivered massive amounts of materials in the 3rd order and below to the small stone world, Yang Kai had directly taken half of them and tossed them into his small universe. The materials were divided equally and scattered around the nests of the small stone race. Yang Kai no longer needed to feed them in person. In any case, the small stone race clansmen would automatically search for resources, so as long as he tossed the materials nearby, there was no need to worry too much about them. In the past half-year, the number of the small stone race clansmen in his small universe had increased from 10 million to 12 million. The unique small stone race seemed capable of growing infinitely in number as long as they had enough resources. With every passing moment, the heritage of Yang Kai's small universe was steadily growing stronger, hence, he also benefited from this growth. The same numbers of small stone race could bring 10 times more benefits to him compared to any other living creatures. In the past, Yang Kai had been planning to search for an opportunity to raise even more humans in his small universe. However, there was no such need anymore. Why would he need any other living creatures when he already had the small stone race? What other living creatures could possibly bring more benefits than the small stone race? Yang Kai also took the time to look at the profound Yin bamboo, one of the 12 minor pillars. It was a dark and gloomy universe world with no signs of living creatures whatsoever, and the profound Yin bamboo was located at the spot where all the world energy in the universe world seemed to converge. It was as though all the energy in the world was being used to support the existence of this particular minor universe pillar. There were not many stalks of profound Yin bamboo, only around a dozen or so, but each of them was as tall as a man. Yang Kai tentatively relocated one of the profound Yin bamboo into his small universe. Seeing as he already had the world spring in his small universe, which was one of the 4 great universe pillars, his small universe was already extremely stable, so there was no need for him to use the profound Yin bamboo. The only reason for his action was to personally verify the effects and special characteristics of the profound Yin bamboo, lest the Open Heaven Realm Masters suffered from any mistakes when they collected and refined the profound Yin bamboo after advancing into the high-rank Open Heaven Realm. Moreover, Yang Kai deliberately placed the profound Yin bamboo next to one of the largest small stone race clans. This clan had nearly 100,000 clansmen, so it was second to none compared to the other small stone race clans. The world force produced by this particular clan was naturally very rich. As soon as he planted the profound Yin bamboo, Yang Kai immediately frowned. It was not that the profound Yin bamboo was incompatible with the environment in his small universe. As one of the 12 minor universe pillars, the profound Yin bamboo was compatible with anybody's small universe. What made him frown was that the profound Yin bamboo seemed to be devouring the heritage of his small universe and turning that into its own growth nutrients. That was very different from the world spring. Refining the world spring had not produced any such problems whatsoever. When he realized that the world spring and the profound Yin bamboo were completely different in the first place, Yang Kai relaxed slightly and began to wait quietly. The profound Yin bamboo broke through the ground after a month. The world force that was being devoured also increased with its growth, becoming more and more with time. Although the overall amount was not great, it was still a constant drain. Who could withstand such consumption? When an Open Heaven Realm Master wanted to advance to the next order, they needed to spend long years accumulating the heritage of their small universe, but if they planted the profound Yin bamboo in their small universe, it would be equivalent to feeding a ferocious beast that was benefiting from the heritage of their small universe. That would inevitably slow down the speed of their cultivation progress. Yang Kai's brow furrowed tightly together. If this was all the profound Yin bamboo did, it would never have been listed as part of the 12 minor universe pillars. This was nothing more than a slow-acting poison to any Open Heaven Realm Master. Nevertheless, he patiently continued his observations. Martial Peak, Chapter 4740, The Emotional Chen Tianfei. The growth of the profound Yin bamboo was closely related to the world force it consumed. Yang Kai tentatively tried to inject the power of his small universe into the profound Yin bamboo and discovered that he could increase the speed of its growth. Another month passed, and the profound Yin bamboo finally grew to the height of a person. At this point, it finally showed some changes. The speed at which it was devouring the world force became extremely slow. In fact, it was reduced to a point where it was practically negligible. Yang Kai breathed a sigh of relief. If it was at this kind of rate, then the consumption was bearable. It would only take refining some open heaven pills regularly to replenish the lost energy. Following a series of experiments, Yang Kai discovered the differences between the profound Yin bamboo and the world spring. The effects of the world spring, which was one of the 4 universe pillars, was undoubtedly much stronger. He only needed to refine and integrate the world spring with his small universe for the world spring to strengthen and enhance it. There was no other price to pay. On the other hand, the profound Yin bamboo was different. During its growth period, there was a need for the profound Yin bamboo to devour the small universe's world force and convert it into nutrients for its growth. The situation would only get better when it reached maturity. Looking at the situation, it would seem that a cultivator would only need to pay the price to nurture the profound Yin bamboo for it to benefit their small universe. Nevertheless, it was just as he had mentioned. The profound Yin bamboo needed to exist on a large scale to be useful. 1 or 2 stalks did not prove to be very effective. Fortunately, it was not difficult to make the profound Yin bamboo reproduce. Just like how a normal bamboo grew, it only needed enough nutrients for a single stalk of bamboo to grow into a whole bamboo forest. With these special characteristics of the profound Yin bamboo, it was in line with being listed among the 12 minor universe pillars. When the Open Heaven Realm Masters in Voidland and High Heaven Palace advanced into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, they would only need to consume some of their small universe's heritage to nurture a profound Yin bamboo forest. Nobody would refuse this level of sacrifice compared to the benefits that they would gain. When it came down to it, the effects of the profound Yin bamboo would never be as strong as the world spring no matter how much it reproduced. The 2 of them were not of the same grade in the first place. Yang Kai did not remove the profound Yin bamboo from his small universe. On the contrary, he continuously poured his strength into it so that it reproduced even faster even though the profound Yin bamboo did not help him in any way. Looking ahead into the future, Voidland and High Heaven Palace would surely generate countless 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Everybody would eventually need some, so it would be better to nurture as many of the profound Yin bamboo as possible now. It would be bad if there was not enough to go around when the time came. Another month passed and Yang Kai was investigating the growth of the small stone race population in the small stone world when a figure sped over from afar. When the figure landed nearby, his fat body jiggled like a giant meatball. He ran over to Yang Kai in surprising agile steps and cupped his fist. "Subordinate Chen Tianfei greets sir." Looking up, Yang Kai swept a gaze over Chen Tianfei and joked, "It's been a few years since we last met, fatty. You've gotten even rounder." The blubber on Chen Tianfei's face bunched up into a smile and his small eyes were squeezed together so much that they were nowhere to be seen. He then spoke flatteringly, "It's all thanks to you, sir. This subordinate is living a good and carefree life with delicious food and beautiful clothes. That's why I put on a little weight." His obesity was related to the secret art he cultivated. The larger his body, the stronger the power he could exert. Although he had been forced to submit himself to the loyalty list and lost his freedom as a result, Yang Kai had never made things difficult for him over the years. Conversely, the development of Voidland and High Heaven Palace had allowed his cultivation to progress smoothly. Over the years, he had become increasingly grateful for the choice he made back then. Even though he was listed as a slave in the loyalty list, his future was undoubtedly more promising than the time when he served as second manager in Scarlet Star. "I see." Yang Kai nodded. "Is there something you need from me?" Chen Tianfei's expression became solemn. "The head manager sent this subordinate to invite you back." He lowered his voice as though afraid that others might hear him and whispered sneakily, "The head manager mentioned that the negotiations with the cave heavens and paradises have reached a conclusion. She asks that you return and decide as soon as possible." Yang Kai nodded in understanding. "I got it." Yang Kai had spent a long time at the small stone world without returning, so the cave heavens and paradises were bound to become anxious. After all, the last time he left, he vanished for 30 years. If he vanished for another few decades or even hundreds of years, Who would they discuss the matter relating to the good fortune divine furnace with? They originally planned to leave Yang Kai hanging so that he would lower his price, but who could have known that he was in no hurry at all? Seeing as Yang Kai was not anxious, the cave heavens and paradises became anxious instead. Moreover, they could not enter the new great territory. They had no idea what Yang Kai was doing inside or how long they would need to wait for him to return. "Sir, is there anything this subordinate can do?" Chen Tianfei asked solemnly. "This subordinate is willing to climb a mountain of swords and cross a sea of fire for you. Even if I have to sacrifice this fat body, I am willing to complete your orders." Yang Kai smiled and lightly patted Chen Tianfei's stomach. A ripple of meaty waves immediately spread out. "What I want you to do is simple. Just keep on cultivating hard. We were too weak and small in the past, so the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm was acceptable. Unfortunately, Void Land and High Heaven Palace are on a different scale now. The Fourth Order Open Heaven realm is not enough. You should hurry up and advance to the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm." Chen Tianfei's expression immediately became bitter. "Sir, as you know, the cultivation of an Open Heaven realm master is all about accumulation. It's not that this subordinate does not wish to hurry up. It's just that my accumulation is simply not enough. This subordinate is devastated too." Yang Kai pondered for a moment and said, "Forget it. You don't need to return to High Heaven Palace for now. Just find a place to cultivate in the small stone world. You are not allowed to leave until you reach the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm." Upon hearing this, Chen Tianfei's eyes filled with tears and he sobbed gratefully. "Sir, you took such good care of this subordinate. This subordinate vows to devote his entire life to you in return." He was truly moved. Back then, both Chen Tianfei and Lu Xue had submitted to Yang Kai, but the difference was that Chen Tianfei left his name on the loyalty list as a slave while Lu Xue took the initiative to join Yang Kai. Both of them had been in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm at the time, while Yang Kai was only in the Emperor realm. However, Lu Xue left on a trip with Yang Kai and returned in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. Conversely, Chen Tianfei remained stuck in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm. Yang Kai later took in Mao Zhe, Gongqing, Zhouya, Huigu, and Luan Baifeng. They were all powerful Sixth Order Open Heaven realm masters. Thus, Chen Tianfei couldn't help feeling a sense of crisis. His cultivation was simply too low in comparison. The rest were in the Sixth Order Open Heaven realm, but he was only in the Fourth Order Open Heaven realm. Even he was in the Fifth Order Open Heaven realm. He knew that there were only 9 pages in the loyalty list. In other words, Yang Kai could only accept 9 slaves. Now that all 9 pages had been filled, would he be disdained and abandoned by Yang Kai because his strength was too low? If he was truly abandoned, then he would not be able to continue living. Once a person left their name on the loyalty list, their name could not be removed unless they advanced into the Seventh Order Open Heaven realm. The loyalty list's owner took the initiative to remove it, or they simply died. For that reason, Fatty Chen had been living on the edge for all these years. He was scared that he would simply drop dead one day. That was why he always presented himself in a flattering manner every time he met Yang Kai. He was afraid that Yang Kai would consider him useless and decide to abandon him. Now though, Yang Kai had allowed him to remain in the small stone world to cultivate, so it could be seen that Yang Kai had no thoughts of abandoning him at all. How could he not be emotional? The fear that he had been carrying in his heart all these years was finally resolved. What's more, this was the small stone world. Who among the Open Heaven realm masters in High Heaven Palace did not know about the wonders of the small stone world? All of them had worked hard to accumulate contribution points just to compete for the 20 slots to manage the small stone race. It was a pity that only 20 people were chosen out of the 2,000 or so Open Heaven realm masters. Only a few people were destined to be the lucky ones. Now that Yang Kai had spoken, Chen Tianfei was also one of them. Not to mention, he did not even need to take care of the small stone race. He only needed to find a quiet spot and focus on cultivating in retreat. Chen Tianfei was tempted to put his hands on his hips, throw his head back, and howl with laughter to show his happiness. Scram, scram. Yang Kai kicked Chen Tianfei in the butt. Sure enough, Chen Tianfei rolled over several times like a ball. Only then did he scramble to his feet and fled out of sight. Watching Chen Tianfei's departure, Yang Kai rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Should I bring Yun Xinghua over too? Among the 9 people listed in his loyalty list, Mao Zhi, Geng Qing, Zhou Ye, Hui Gu, and Luan Baifeng were in the 6th Order Open Heaven Realm. He He and Xen Peng were in the 5th Order Open Heaven Realm. Only Chen Tianfei and Yun Xinghua belonged in the 4th Order Open Heaven Realm. He had not felt anything about it in the past, but as his strength steadily improved and the number of masters Yang Kai came into contact with increased, a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm master became indeed a little undesirable. Upon further consideration though, he decided against the idea. Yun Xinghua had been assisting Mo Mei in Void Star City all this time after all. He dropped by to greet Yu He, then he activated the Universe Transference Law and arrived directly at Universe Temple A that was located near the Territory Gate. Yu He had already arranged for several Open Heaven Realm Masters to guard this place, so when they noticed Yang Kai's appearance, they bowed respectfully, Sect Master. Yang Kai nodded and casually made some encouraging remarks to them before he headed straight towards the Territory Gate. A short while later, he arrived at High Heaven Palace. The first thing he did was visit his parents and check on the cultivation situation of his 2 disciples. Zhao Ye was as dazzlingly talented as ever. Even though it had only been half a year since she arrived at the star boundary, she had already advanced by 3 minor realms. It could be seen just how terrifying her aptitude was. Naturally, it was also related to the extremely favorable cultivation environment in the star boundary. While inside Yang Kai's small universe, she would not have been able to advance so quickly even if she did not deliberately try to suppress her cultivation. In comparison, Zhao Yibai seemed a little pitiful. His cultivation was lower than Zhao Ye's by several great realms, so it stood to reason that the speed of his cultivation should be much faster than hers. Even so, he only managed to advance by 2 minor realms. After asking some questions and resolving certain issues that the 2 little ones faced during their cultivation, Yang Kai left. He had not informed anybody about his return, but the representatives of the cave heavens and paradises had clearly sensed his aura. It didn't take long before Hua Qingxi came to report, Sect Master, Elder Yu has sent a message. In 3 days, the representatives of the cave heavens and paradises will be visiting High Heaven Palace to discuss the matter related to the Good Fortune Divine Furnace with you. Understood. Yang Kai nodded. Be sure to make some preparations in advance. The last time the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters from the cave heavens and paradises had gathered at High Heaven Palace, it was to discuss the construction of the Tao temples in the star boundary and the recruitment of disciples. Hence, High Heaven Palace had some experience in providing hospitality to them. Yes, she answered. By the way, how did they communicate with you all this time? He asked. Hua Qingxi briefly replied, it's basically Elder Yu acting as the middleman to pass the messages to me. I have stubbornly kept to the 3-month period and refused to budge, and they seemed unwilling to make things difficult for me. Since they are planning to gather at High Heaven Palace, I'm sure they have come to a consensus. They are coming to negotiate an outcome with you, Sect Master. Yang Kai laughed softly. They can't keep procrastinating. The earlier they start using the Good Fortune Divine Furnace, the earlier they will start harvesting benefits. It will be too late if they wait until their disciples are all grown up. It's such a pity that there is so little time. If we could delay things a little longer, Voidland would surely receive even more benefits. Martial Peak, Chapter 47-41, Shi Zheng. A quick estimation indicated that the materials from Voidland should have arrived at Great Evolution Paradise by now, so Voidland should already be using the Good Fortune Divine Furnace to create higher-order materials. That was why Yang Kai was happy to procrastinate. The longer they delayed things, the more chances Voidland would have to use the Good Fortune Divine Furnace. Nevertheless, it did not matter too much. Even if they reached an agreement today, it would take some time for the cave heavens and paradises to gather their materials and send them to Great Evolution Paradise. Voidland could go ahead and use the good fortune divine furnace until the materials from the cave heavens and paradises arrived. There's something else. Hua Qingxi leaned closer and lowered her voice. Shizheng of Langya Paradise wishes to have a private meeting with you, Sect Master. Shizheng? Yang Kai frowned. Needless to say, he was acquainted with all the foreign affairs envoys from the cave heavens and paradises stationed in the star boundary. Shizheng was the foreign affairs envoy of Langya Paradise and a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Did he say what it was about? Yang Kai asked. If it were any other cave heaven or paradise, he would not have been so concerned. The key point was that Shizheng was from Langya Paradise, and Langya Paradise was the master sect of Zhang Ruoxi's ancestor. Moreover, Zhang Ruoxi was currently a Langya Paradise disciple. Hua Qingxi shook her head and said, he didn't say anything, but I think it has something to do with the good fortune divine furnace. The representatives of the cave heavens and paradises were going to gather at High Heaven Palace in 3 days' time to discuss the matter related to the good fortune divine furnace together. Hence, Shizheng's intentions for asking for a private meeting with Yang Kai was obvious. Is he planning to use his private connections to get a better deal? Yang Kai felt a little disgusted by the idea, but could not refuse due to his relationship with Zhang Ruoxi. If he rejected Shizheng's request, there was no saying whether Shizheng would harass Zhang Ruoxi in the future. Be that as it may, the situation was such that he could not agree to over-the-top demands even if he met with Shizheng in private. That was something Shizheng had to understand. Invite him over then, he ordered. To which Hua Qingxi said, Elder Shi claimed that there are too many eyes in the star boundary, so it is inconvenient for him to visit you recklessly. He asks that you take a small trip instead. His sneaky and furtive actions are really giving off the vibe that he wants to discuss some sort of underhanded and dishonorable secret with me. She then continued, Sect Master, if you do not wish to meet him, I will arrange for somebody to send a message to him. Yang Kai pondered in silence for a long time before he said, I will still need to meet him anyway. Where are we meeting? Hua Qingxi hurriedly handed over a jade slip. He took the jade slip from her and used his divine sense to probe the contents. Understanding flooded his heart and he asked, What about the time? She replied, Elder Shi told me that he will be waiting for you there, Sect Master. How rushed. Thinking about it again though, it made sense. Many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters would be gathering in High Heaven Palace in 3 days. There would not be any other chances for them to meet if they did not rush the meeting now. I'll go and take a look. Sect Master. Hua Qingxi hurriedly shouted after Yang Kai, Be careful. Yang Kai nodded and vanished out of sight. The place where Shizheng had chosen was still within High Heaven territory, but it was quite a distance away from the star boundary. Moving quickly, Yang Kai arrived in less than 4 hours. The void was tranquil, and a ship drifted quietly with 2 figures standing silently on the deck. Upon detecting Yang Kai's aura, both of them turned to look in his direction. One of them looked surprised for a moment before shouting in excitement, Sir! Yang Kai landed on the deck and looked forward with an equally pleasantly surprised look. Ruoxi? Shizheng was not the only person waiting for Yang Kai in this place, Zhang Ruoxi was here too. Speaking of which, Yang Kai had looked forward to seeing Zhang Ruoxi when news about the world tree spread and the cave heavens and paradises began moving into the star boundary. Unfortunately, she never appeared even though the people from Langya Paradise had arrived. When Yang Kai asked Shizheng about the situation, he learned that Zhang Ruoxi was cultivating in retreat. It was obvious at their reunion today that Zhang Ruoxi was already an Open Heaven Realm Master. Sir, why are you here? Elder Shi told me that an honored guest would be coming, and here I was wondering who it would be. Zhang Ruoxi smiled as brightly as a flower in bloom. Yang Kai laughed, I never thought I would meet you here either. Did you rush here from Langya Paradise? She nodded, I wanted to come back to visit, but I was in retreat previously. It was simply not convenient for me to come. Now that my cultivation has stabilized, the Master Sect finally allowed me to come. What order are you in? He looked concerned. Fifth Order Open Heaven Realm. She replied happily. Good. Very good. He reached out to pat her head, though there was no denying that he felt a little regretful. If she had condensed her Dao seal a little later, she might have had the chance to advance into the Sixth Order Open Heaven Realm. Nevertheless, regret was useless at this point. Once a cultivator had condensed their Dao seal, the foundation was laid for which Order Open Heaven Realm they could achieve. How is the Master Sect? Jianghu, she smilingly replied, It's wonderful. Senior Sister Gu has always taken good care of me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to advance into the Open Heaven realms so quickly. This Senior Sister Gu that Jianghu she mentioned was none other than Gu Pan. As a Langya Paradise Core disciple, Gu Pan was one of its future pillars. Therefore, her attitude towards Jianghu she would hugely affect the treatment that the latter received in the sect. In that case, I will have to thank her properly when I meet her again. Yang Kai smiled. Speaking of which, he had not met Gu Pan since they last encountered one another during the Tao Theory Assembly. Setting aside such thoughts, Yang Kai looked up and cupped his fist in a manner that was neither rude nor polite. Greetings, Elder Shi. During the conversation between Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi, Shi Jing simply stood to the side and watched with a smile on his face. He had not shown any intention of interrupting them. At this moment, he finally spoke up in a generous manner. You are too polite, Sect Master Yang. Yang Kai said, Why did you ask me to come here, Elder Shi? He was already unhappy with the fact that Shi Jing had requested a private meeting with him before the cave heavens and paradises met up to discuss the matters regarding the good fortune divine furnace. In addition, he arrived only to see that Zhang Ruoxi was also here. These points only solidified his impression that Shi Jing was a cunning and sly man. Although Yang Kai could understand Shi Jing's wish to utilize personal connections, for him to go so far as to bring Zhang Ruoxi here showed clear intentions of taking advantage of the relationship between Yang Kai and her. Shi Jing responded, You already have the answer in your heart, Sect Master Yang, why bother asking? Let's sit down and talk. A feast had been prepared in advance on the deck, and a tantalizing smell filled the air. Since Yang Kai was already here, he figured he might as well stay. There was nothing he needed to worry about since Shi Jing was the one who had a request for him. After thanking Shi Jing, Yang Kai took a seat. Shi Jing sat opposite Yang Kai while Zhang Ruoxi knelt by the side and served them. The entire ship only had the aura of 3 people and there was nobody else in the vicinity. Sect Master Yang, you are young and promising indeed. This king admires you very much. Please allow this king to drink this toast to you. Shi Jing raised his glass. Yang Kai nodded lightly, Many thanks, Elder Shi. He raised his glass and gulped down the contents. Warmth filled his belly from the alcohol. Zhang Ruoxi refilled their wine glasses quietly. Sect Master Yang, the world tree root that you brought out from the grand ancient ruins boundary and planted in the star boundary could be said to have benefited this entire vast universe. This king will drink to that too. Shi Jing raised his glass for the second time. The results were unexpected. I did not anticipate this situation either when I planted the world tree. Shi Jing smiled. But there is no denying that the 3,000 worlds has benefited. If not for your actions back then, the star boundary would not be producing so many peerless talents. After 2 glasses of wine, he continued, I heard that Gu Pan received a lot of help from you in the grand ancient ruins boundary, Sect Master Yang. This king will drink this toast as thanks on behalf of Gu Pan. Yang Kai nodded lightly and drank again. He secretly thought to himself, is this guy trying to get me drunk so that he can ask me for more benefits? If that's the case, then I'll drink you under the table. It was a good wine. But how could something brought to the table by a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master be of poor quality? Nevertheless, Yang Kai was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master with the body of a 10,000-meter-long Grand Dragon. How could mere wine make him drunk? After 3 glasses of wine, Shi Jing finally got to the point. I'm sure you have some guesses as to why this king invited you here, Sect Master Yang. You are not wrong. This king is indeed here for the good fortune divine furnace. Yang Kai was slightly surprised by his bluntness and said, "The representatives of the cave heavens and paradises will be gathering at the High Heaven Palace in 3 days' time to discuss the matter regarding the good fortune divine furnace's right of use together. As long as the condition I named is satisfied, all the sects will be able to use the good fortune divine furnace. Langya Paradise is no exception. So, what is it that you wish to discuss with me, Elder Shi?" Shizheng laughed. "The 36 cave heavens and 72 paradises make up more than 100 top forces in the 3,000 worlds. I'm sure that meeting your requirements will not be a problem, Sect Master Yang. Even so, both parties are free to negotiate with each other. The time that each sect can use the good fortune divine furnace is limited, not to mention that they will be taking turns to wait in line. Therefore, Langya Paradise would like to use the good fortune divine furnace for a longer time." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows slightly. "How long?" 3 to 5 years. If possible, 8 to 10 years. Yang Kai smiled, but the smile did not reach his eyes. "You must be joking, Elder Shi. Even if each sect was allowed to use the good fortune divine furnace for 3 months, it would take more than 300 months for the 100-plus sects to each use it once. That meant that some 20 to 30 years would pass before each sect could have another opportunity to use the good fortune divine furnace. Therefore, it was simply impossible for Yang Kai to allow Langya Paradise to use the good fortune divine furnace for 3 to 5 years, much less 8 to 10 years. This amount of time was nothing to Open Heaven Realm Masters under normal circumstances. For instance, repairing the universe temples had taken Yang Kai a whole 20 years to complete. It was just that nobody was willing to wait so long. Moreover, the elite disciples from various sects in the star boundary would not take long to grow up, and once they condensed their Dao seal, they would need a large supply of high-order materials. Shizheng said sternly, "This matter might be difficult for others, but it shouldn't be much trouble for you, Sect Master Yang. You only need to put forward conditions that cannot be met by any of the sects during the meeting IJ 3 days so that negotiations will break down. Before the results of the discussion come out, Langya Paradise can use the good fortune divine furnace for a while. As for how long we can use the good fortune divine furnace, that will depend on your means, Sect Master Yang." Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes. Voidland is currently using the good fortune divine furnace. If I could create such an opportunity, why would I give up these benefits to outsiders? At that thought, he shook his head. "I'm afraid I will have to disappoint you, Elder Shi. I'm just the palace master of High Heaven Palace. The cave heavens and paradises are existences that my generation looks up to. Although I have the qualifications to negotiate with them, I'm nothing more than the representative for Great Evolution Paradise. I cannot reach out for a yard after taking an inch. Besides, I'm sure that the discussion to be held in 3 days will reach a conclusion." Shizheng showed no signs of annoyance and simply chuckled before saying, "There's no hurry to reject my request, Sect Master Yang. Since Langya Paradise has a request for you, it's only natural that we won't let your efforts go in vain. Please look at this before we continue our discussion." After saying so, he gestured to Zhang Ruoxi, "Bring out that item and give it to Sect Master Yang." Martial Peak, Chapter 47-42, That Hurt. Is he planning to give me a gift? Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was a time when high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters were a distant and unattainable existence to him. They were people whom he could only admire and respect. Yet now, he was not only standing on equal footing with the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, but also in the position for others to try and give him gifts to win his favor. However, he was rather curious as to what Shizheng planned to give him. Ordinary treasures were not enough to interest him, but Shizheng seemed so confident. That could only mean that the gift was truly magnificent. Zhang Ruoxi entered the cabin and returned a short while later with an exquisite wooden box in her hands. The box was about the length of her arm and made from an unknown material. More importantly, it was radiating with the aura of a sixth-order material. Yang Kai raised his brow at the sight. Just the box was a sixth-order wood element material that was worth at least 15 million Open Heaven pills. Just what was the value of the item placed inside such a box? Under Shi Zheng's orders, Zhang Ruoxi carefully placed the box in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at the box suspiciously. Shi Zheng gestured with a smile. "Please have a look, Sect Master Yang." However, Yang Kai remained motionless and shook his head instead. "Elder Shi, there are countless eyes targeting the good fortune divine furnace. Even if I wish to help you, I am powerless to do anything. Nonetheless, Ruoxi is a native of the star boundary. Just because of that relationship alone, I will do my best to arrange for Langya Paradise to be at the front of the line when the cave heavens and paradises take turns using the good fortune divine furnace. As for the rest, I'm afraid I'm powerless to help you. So, there's no need for me to see what's inside the box. Please take it back, Elder Shi." If not for his relationship with Zhang Ruoxi, Yang Kai would not have come here at all. It was only for her sake that he was willing to accommodate Langya Paradise to some extent, where possible. Unfortunately, over-the-top demands were beyond his ability. The good fortune divine furnace did not belong to him after all. He was only entrusted this matter by Grandmaster Ma Fan to discuss the good fortune divine furnace's right of use with the cave heavens and paradises on behalf of Great Evolution Paradise. Shi Zheng chuckled. "There's no need to worry, Sect Master Yang. This is something Langya Paradise prepared especially for you. Let's leave the rest aside for the time being. Please have a look, Sect Master Yang." Yang Kai grinned. "I'm afraid that I might be tempted if I look." Shi Zheng's confidence indicated that the object inside the box was extremely extraordinary. Yang Kai was worried it might actually impress him. "If this gift can tempt you, Sect Master Yang, then that's exactly what this king wants." Shi Zheng smiled and commanded, "Ruoxi, open the box for Sect Master Yang." Zhang Ruoxi was silent. Giving Yang Kai an apologetic look, she leaned over and placed her hand on the wooden box. She had been absolutely ecstatic when she saw Yang Kai earlier, but after sitting here and listening to the conversation between Shi Zheng and Yang Kai, she vaguely realized that something was wrong. It was just that Shi Zheng was a Langya Paradise elder. As a disciple, she could not disobey his commands. The wooden box slowly opened. When Yang Kai looked into the box, a black thread suddenly shot towards his body at the speed of lightning. It was so fast that he failed to react in time. If he had been on guard, the black thread might not have struck him. Unfortunately, the key point was that he had been unprepared. He had even widened his eyes to look into the wooden box, ready to see what treasure was contained inside. Who could have known a strange object would jump out instead? As soon as the black thread emerged, an aura that made Yang Kai extremely uncomfortable permeated the air. The black thread immediately buried itself into his body and vanished out of sight. On the other hand, the smile on Shi Zheng's face grew deeper. However, his smile soon stiffened on his face. That was because the black thread that had plunged into Yang Kai's body came back out and seemed to be trying to flee towards him instead. A large hand suddenly reached out as swiftly as lightning and captured the black thread. Shi Zheng was dumbfounded. Similarly, Zhang Ruoxi and Yang Kai were dumbstruck. The black thread struggled and wriggled violently in Yang Kai's hands like a living creature. When he looked down at it, he discovered that the black thread had no head or tail. It resembled a large black earthworm. Moreover, its body was releasing an extremely distressing black aura that leaked out from within its body like steam. What the hell is this? I can tell at a glance that this isn't anything good. Yang Kai looked up and met Shi Zheng's eyes. The latter had a look of confusion on his face. The corners of Yang Kai's mouth twitched slightly. Smiling at Shi Zheng politely, Yang Kai slowly placed the black earthworm in his hand back into the wooden box and gently closed the cover before he stuffed the entire box into his space ring. "I like the gift very much, Elder Shi," he nodded lightly. Shi Zheng stared at Yang Kai solemnly, and traces of his aura slowly began spreading out into the air. Yang Kai stood up. "Elder Shi, I still have things to do at High Heaven Palace. I will be taking my leave. Please excuse me." Then he turned to look at Zhang Ruoxi and continued, "Ruoxi, follow me back to the star boundary." Zhang Ruoxi could tell that something was strange about the situation, so she nodded immediately. Yang Kai wrapped his power around her, and with a flash of his thoughts, space principles began fluctuating in preparation for his return to the star boundary. With his current capabilities, he could use the star boundary's world force to return in an instant as long as he was still inside high heaven territory, regardless of the distance. Shi Zheng stood up, and the aura of a seventh-order open heaven realm master exploded. When the world force surged violently, he threw a punch in Yang Kai's direction. The power behind this punch was absolutely horrifying, causing the local space to warp, severing the connection between Yang Kai and the star boundary almost instantaneously. In that moment of desperation, Yang Kai gently pressed his palm against Zhang Ruoxi's body to push her aside. He himself was struck squarely in the back by Shi Zheng's fist, and his figure was thrown forward like a rag doll as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Everything occurred so suddenly that Yang Kai had already been injured by Shi Zheng before Zhang Ruoxi had the time to react. She did not know whether Yang Kai was even still alive. On the other hand, Shi Zheng showed no intention of paying attention to her at all. He pursued Yang Kai and sent several divine abilities at his crumpled body. Following that, he stood in the void and watched with his hands behind his back. Yang Kai was only in the sixth-order open heaven realm, but he had a history of killing a seventh-order open heaven realm master like Zuoquan Hui. Therefore, everybody in the cave heavens and paradises had some understanding of his strength. That was also why Shi Zheng attacked without holding back in the slightest. His original plan had failed, so he could only go for the kill. He believed that Yang Kai could not survive his vicious barrage of attacks. However, when the energy fluctuations of those divine abilities gradually vanished, he saw a blood-drenched Yang Kai standing there and staring at him coldly. "He's not dead." Shi Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly at the sight. Not only was Yang Kai not dead, but he didn't even look to be heavily injured. For a moment, Shi Zheng wondered whether his eyesight was compromised. Everything that happened today had left him reeling from disbelief. First, the trap he prepared had been ineffective towards Yang Kai. Then his attacks had failed to settle the matter in a single blow. Just what kind of monster is this brat? That hurt. Yang Kai swung his arms and cracked his neck. If it had been before Yang Kai most recently entered the Shattered Heaven, the sneak attack of a veteran seventh-order open heaven realm master might have killed him on the spot. The other party had struck without holding back in the slightest, so no matter how strong Yang Kai was, it would have been impossible for him to defend himself so suddenly. Fortunately, he obtained the world spring in the Shattered Heaven, so even if Shi Zheng was a seventh-order open heaven realm master, those divine abilities and the punch to his body were unable to affect his small universe in the slightest. All the power in those attacks were borne only by his body, so he did not experience any turbulence in his small universe like before. Furthermore, he currently had the body of 10,000 meters long Grand Dragon. The clothes on his body were also transformed from his dragon scales. Hence, his defensive abilities were outstanding. Shi Zheng had attacked with everything he had, and Yang Kai was injured pretty badly as a result. Nevertheless, these injuries were nothing to an open heaven realm master as long as their small universe remained unharmed. In the distance, Zhang Ruoxi finally managed to come to a stop after being shoved aside by Yang Kai earlier. When she looked up and saw that Yang Kai was fine, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. A brief moment of hesitation appeared on her face, and then she turned around and sped towards the star boundary. She had no intention of staying behind to fight beside Yang Kai because she knew that she would not be able to help with her fifth-order open heaven realm cultivation. On the contrary, she would only become a distraction for Yang Kai. All she could do was escape as far as possible so as not to become his burden. That was undoubtedly the correct decision to make. She did not know the reason why Elder Shi Zheng had plotted against then attacked Yang Kai. Everything that happened just now was extremely difficult to believe. Not to mention, she had clearly felt an intense disgust when the black earthworm-like object emerged from the gift that Elder Shi Zheng had wanted to give Yang Kai. Upon seeing Zhang Ruoxi escaping out of the corner of his eyes, Yang Kai secretly praised the girl for her intelligence. Only then did he turn to look at Shi Zheng in a leisurely manner and ask, "Why?" Shi Zheng studied Yang Kai in disbelief. unable to understand why his divine abilities were ineffective against him. What puzzled him even more was why Yang Kai had not succumbed to his trap earlier. That was his biggest miscalculation. If his initial plan had worked, all the troublesome matters afterwards would not have happened in the first place. All of a sudden, Shi Zheng seemed to realize something and asked, "Did you refine one of the 4 universe pillars? Is this incident your will alone, Elder Shi? Or is this the stance Langya Paradise is taking?" Yang Kai looked at Shi Zheng calmly. It would not matter too much if this incident was merely the personal actions of Shi Zheng, but it would become intriguing indeed if it turned out that he actually represented Langya Paradise. "Which of the 4 universe pillars did you refine?" Shi Zheng stared at Yang Kai intently. What was that black earthworm-like thing? Both of them questioned the other, but neither side answered the other's questions. Shi Zheng was the first to lose his patience. He had been completely exposed when his attack failed. If he wanted to make up for his mistakes, then he could only silence both Yang Kai and Zhang Ruoxi. What's more, those who refined the 4 universe pillars had to die. His murderous intent surged without warning, and 7th Order Open Heaven Realm World Force burst out violently. His figure charged towards Yang Kai at the speed of lightning. A voice rang out in the universe, "Heaven and earth, lend me your strength." In that moment, Yang Kai instantaneously understood one thing. Shi Zheng had decided on a meeting place located so far away from the star boundary because he was afraid Yang Kai would borrow the might of the star boundary to obtain the temporary powers of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. However, the truth was that Yang Kai could borrow the strength of the star boundary from anywhere as long as he was still within high heaven territory. Following that shout, a look of panic appeared on Shi Zheng's face. If he allowed Yang Kai to advance into the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, then he would have no confidence in his ability to kill Yang Kai within a short time. Martial Peak, Chapter 47-43, Are You Surprised? What surprised Shi Zheng slightly was that nothing happened after Yang Kai's confident shout. Yang Kai's aura did not show any signs of being enhanced, and the aura coming from him was still that of a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master. Yang Kai's face twitched slightly as he muttered to himself, "This is awkward." He could borrow the Star Boundaries World Force to obtain the temporary powers of a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master from anywhere as long as he was in high heaven territory, but right now, since he was half a day's journey from the Star Boundary, even though he could clearly sense the Star Boundaries World Force churning and rushing towards him, it would take a while to arrive from such a large distance. How could Yang Kai afford to wait when there was a formidable enemy in front of him? By the time the Star Boundaries World Force arrived, the outcome of the battle between them would have already been decided. Shi Zheng did not know what was happening, but he had a vague guess. His body immediately tensed and a powerful surge of world force spread out to form the heaven-sealing earth-locking net, which severed Yang Kai's connection with the star boundary. The immense star boundary's world force that was rushing towards Yang Kai suddenly lost its target, hence, it turned around and returned to the star boundary. "Break!" Yang Kai shouted, manipulating space principles as he thrust out ferociously with the Azure Dragon Spear. That blow immediately blasted a small hole in the sealed space. "Heaven and earth, lend me your strength." He held his spear horizontally in front of him and shouted. The world force of the star boundary that had just calmed down began churning once more, then it rushed towards him like the rising tide. In the next moment, Shi Zheng charged forward. Numerous divine abilities and secret techniques rained down from above, causing Yang Kai to flee desperately. That was not all. The hole that had been blasted open was repaired by Shi Zheng, effectively cutting off the connection between Yang Kai and the star boundary once more. As a result, the star boundary returned to peace for the second time. Yang Kai felt as though his veins were about to pop from frustration. Urging his space principles to their limits, he used all his strength to break the barrier once more and shouted, "Heaven and earth, lend me your strength." How could Shi Zheng possibly give Yang Kai the chance to succeed though? World force surged and the enormous void turned into a cage again. Inside the various Tao temples on the star boundary, many high-rank open heaven realm masters frowned deeply. Some of them even came out and observed the changes in the star boundary. The movements of the star boundary's world force were so obvious that it was impossible for them not to notice anything, especially since these tumultuous changes occurred repeatedly. These changes were simply far too conspicuous. The high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters initially suspected that something had happened to the star boundary, but upon careful consideration, the realization quickly struck them: a great emperor was trying to borrow the star boundary's world force. Although they had not personally witnessed Yang Kai borrowing the world force back then, they knew about the incident. After understanding this point, they couldn't help wondering just which star boundary great emperor was doing this. Were they simply experimenting? Or was there a deeper meaning behind these actions? Unlike the many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, the great emperors quickly came out of retreat and gathered together. Aside from Iron Blood Great Emperor and Martial Beast Great Emperor, who were guarding the new Great Territories Territory Gate, and Bustling World Great Emperor, who was overseeing High Heaven Star City, the remaining 5 had been alerted to these changes. They included Serene Soul Great Emperor, Flower Shadow Great Emperor, Ice Feather Great Emperor, Wondrous Pill Great Emperor, and Heaven's Revelations Great Emperor. As they looked around at each other, Serene Soul Great Emperor frowned and asked, "Where is Yang Kai?" All of them were here, so the abnormalities in the star boundary had nothing to do with them. In that case, only one possibility remained. Yang Kai was trying to borrow the star boundary's world force, but his attempts were interrupted for some reason. That was the only explanation for the repeated attempts. They all shook their heads. Ever since learning that they could directly refine and absorb the star boundary's world force to enhance the heritage of their respective small universes, they had been cultivating in retreat without regard for affairs in the outside world. If not for the major commotion today, they would not have gathered together today. Who among them would know where Yang Kai was? At that moment, Hua Qingxi rushed over in a hurry. Seeing that the 5 of them had come out of retreat, she quickly shouted, "Sect Master might be in danger." "What happened?" Serene Soul Great Emperor Yao Jun asked solemnly. Hua Qingxi immediately informed them about how Shizheng had invited Yang Kai for a private meeting. The 5 of them scowled after listening to the explanation. Yao Jun said, "Looks like Yang Kai is really in danger after all. He would not have tried to borrow the star boundary's world force otherwise. This matter cannot be delayed. We need to assist him immediately." The rest nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to rush into the sky, though, a voice suddenly rang out, "I'll go." They turned to look in that direction only to see Yu Changdao heading towards them. It was obvious that he had heard their conversation just now. He was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master who stayed at High Heaven Palace all the time after all, so it was extremely easy for him to investigate the situation if he wanted to. Yu Changdao noticed the wary look that the great emperors were giving him and said, "This matter has nothing to do with the cave heavens and paradises. The specific reasons will have to be carefully investigated. I will definitely give you an explanation when I return." This incident had occurred after Yang Kai went to meet with Shizheng, so the great emperors were naturally suspicious as to whether the cave heavens and paradises had done anything underhanded in secret. That was why they were so vigilant when Yu Changdao appeared. This matter could not be delayed though, and Yu Changdao knew that he could not explain himself quickly, so he decided not to waste his time. Nodding at the great emperors, he immediately soared into the sky. There was no telling whether he had said anything to the other high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters in the star boundary, but numerous powerful auras quickly followed behind him. In the blink of an eye, some 40 or 50 people turned into streams of light and set off in a mighty procession. Yang Kai's whereabouts were obvious as they only needed to head in the direction that the star boundary's world force had surged towards earlier. Moments after the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters departed, the 5 great emperors quickly took to the skies after them. It would be for the best if this matter was unrelated to the cave heavens and paradises. However, if the cave heavens and paradises were involved, Yang Kai would have a hard time facing so many enemies alone. Even if their presence would not change the fact that they were powerless to resist, they could not allow Yang Kai to fight alone. In the void, the sealed space formed by the power of Shi Zheng's world force would be broken by Yang Kai from time to time. Be that as it may, Shi Zheng would quickly fortify the cage again every time Yang Kai tried to borrow the strength of the star boundary. After repeated attempts, Yang Kai roared furiously, "Show proper respect. Don't go too far with your antics." Shi Zheng naturally ignored Yang Kai while every attack he unleashed was ruthless and lethal. If it were any other, ordinary, Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master, even those at the peak of the Sixth-Order Open Heaven Realm, it would have been impossible for them to survive under the fierce attacks of a veteran Seventh-Order Open Heaven Realm Master for so long. Nevertheless, Yang Kai grimly persisted. Despite being covered in blood and looking quite miserable, he managed to narrowly escape death every time. Yang Kai finally understood the wonders of the World Spring. Without the World Spring, his small universe would have fallen into chaos or even possibly collapsed from the impacts by now. In contrast, his small universe remained as firm and resilient as ever thanks to the protection of the World Spring. It didn't matter how powerful the attacks that Shi Zheng threw at him, none of them could shake his foundation. All the injuries he sustained were physical wounds. Thankfully, the dragon scale clothes he wore on his body that gave him powerful defensive abilities and the immense restorative abilities of a grand dragon combined with his potent wood element power allowed him to persevere. A quarter hour later, Shi Zheng vaguely noticed something wrong. Yang Kai's wretched appearance repeatedly gave him the illusion that he could kill him if only he tried a little harder. Even so, every time he used his full power to deliver a fatal blow, Yang Kai somehow managed to survive. This brat just won't die. How could he fail to realize that Yang Kai was simply trying to buy time? Yang Kai knew that Shi Zheng could form a heaven-sealing earth-locking cage, but he continued to try and borrow the star boundary's world force. Such obvious movements were clearly a means to inform the star boundary that something had happened to him. If Shi Zheng's guess was correct, then the many high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters stationed at the star boundary were already on their way here. His identity had been exposed to Yang Kai, so if he could kill him quickly, he might be able to continue hiding his identity. On the other hand, if he failed to kill Yang Kai, then all the years of forbearance would be in vain. As soon as that thought crossed his mind, Shi Zheng's expression became solemn all of a sudden. Forming a set of seals with his hands, and a giant sword sparkling with starlight suddenly emerged from behind his back. The giant sword that resembled a star was a dazzling sight to behold. At the same time, sword chi exploded out, threatening to shatter the local space. Divine manifestation. Yang Kai was shocked. There was a huge gap in power even among individual high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters, and the biggest difference came from whether or not they had their own divine manifestation. Those who had their own divine manifestation were rare even among the high-rank Open Heaven Realm Masters. Yang Kai had a deep understanding of the immense strength of divine manifestations, and it turned out that Shi Zheng was one of the few who had one. Luck had played a vital role when Yang Kai killed Zuoquan Hui back then. Although Zuoquan Hui had been in the Seventh Order for many years, he had not comprehended his own divine manifestation. If he had a divine manifestation, the outcome of their conflict would have been very different. Cold, murderous intent shrouded Yang Kai, and his exposed skin immediately got goosebumps. When the aura of death came down on him, he knew that he would not live to see the sun tomorrow if he continued to conceal his true strength. Hence, he immediately put the Azure Dragon Spear away and took a deep breath. With a great roar that rang out across the void, he shouted, "Dragon Transformation!" A dragon roar rang out and golden light burst forth as Yang Kai's body swelled abruptly. Following a series of cracking sounds, dragon scales covered his entire body, his hands turned into dragon claws, dragon horns emerged from his head, a dragon beard fluttered beneath his jaw, a dragon tail swept side to side, and his dragon eyes glowed majestically. A 10,000-meter-long grand dragon suddenly manifested, and a powerful dragon pressure permeated the void. Golden dragon scales shone like great suns, illuminating the darkness. A grand dragon? Shi Zheng was so shocked that even the movement of his hands paused for a moment. Shi Zheng had known that Yang Kai carried a dragon clan bloodline as that had been revealed outside of the shadowless cave heaven to ward off his enemies at the time. Nonetheless, Shi Zheng never imagined that Yang Kai was not just a random dragonkin, but a genuine mature grand dragon. It had to be said that a grand dragon was the equivalent of a high-rank open heaven realm master in terms of strength. How can he be a grand dragon? This brat is far too treacherous. If Shi Zheng had known that Yang Kai had the strength of a grand dragon, he would never have bothered to fight with him here. He might be a veteran 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, but he did not have the confidence to kill a grand dragon. If he could not kill the other party, then why waste time trying? Thinking back to how Yang Kai had repeatedly and desperately acted as though his life had been hanging by a thread, Shi Zheng nearly grounded his teeth to bits. This boy has been hiding his strength just to keep me hanging and buying time by making me think that I have the ability to kill him. In the end, just when Shi Zheng decided to pull out his trump card and end things swiftly, Yang Kai finally revealed the truth. How can he be so despicable and shameless? Bastard! Yang Kai, who had transformed into a grand dragon, shook his head side to side and spoke in a thunderous voice. Are you surprised?